statement, is that helping 40,000 people through this process, we found clearly a synergy between the more accounts you add to your business credit reports, the higher the recommendation of credit. So my goal for you today is automated approvals. I'm about to show you what causes denials and how to get automated approvals. But I want you to keep adding accounts to the business credit reports.
This is the kind of team chemistry that you love to see. Levine with it. Looking for his first basket still in this one. Pass to Drummond.
That come to us all around the world and be able to help a lot of people. And I can't tell you how rewarding that is. My partners will email me or text me and say, hey man, here, look at this message I just got. The hair on my arm stands up because of somebody they just helped. And you're going to hear a lot of these stories throughout today and what that person we helped actually did to grow their business, to hire people, to solve other people's problems. It's honestly the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life, is be where I am with you today. And that's how I got here, and I'm going to help you avoid all my mistakes and actually learn from these successes to expedite your results. But look, let's be honest, a lot of entrepreneurs believe you can't get money with bad credit. I'm going to show you how you can. A lot of entrepreneurs think you can't get money with collateral, without collateral, or you can't get money as a startup. I'm going to show you today how you can. A lot of entrepreneurs think you can't get money if you've been turned down, or that you can't get business credit. I'm going to show you why so many people have these beliefs, where they're failing, and what you need to do to turn it around and actually succeed. A lot of entrepreneurs believe you can't get money without a personal guarantee. I've had literally these long-winded debates with people that say this isn't even possible. They're making mistakes, crucial mistakes, in building business credit that I'm about to reveal to you and show you how to actually succeed. So today, I'm going to put to bed every one of these disbeliefs, and I'm going to show you what actually is possible. So why do you even want to build business credit? Well, first of all, it doubles your borrowing ability. When you build business credit, you have a consumer credit profile. Then you have a business credit profile, and both can be used to get you money, but there's one big difference. The difference is that this business credit profile, the limits on these credit cards, the limit on this amount of money that you're getting based on the business is 10 to 100 times higher than this consumer credit profile. It's not my opinion. That's from SBA. And there's a reason for that. Because as an entrepreneur, you will never need to spend $10,000 on computers with Dell for your house, right? You don't need that. Okay, I'm in my house. My son has a computer. My daughter has a computer. I've got a computer with a couple of monitors. None of these cost even close to 10 grand. But as an entrepreneur, I need 10,000 in computers and then some. The appetite for spending as entrepreneurs is way higher than with consumers. And so what happens is the limits on business credit accounts are substantially higher than consumers. This is where people screw up. Entrepreneurs try to build their business using consumer credit cards that were never designed or created for that purpose. The limits are too small to do that. So we got to move you to where the limits are massive. I mean, $10, $20, $30, $40,000 approval limits in 90 days or less. I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to show you actual result after result after result of where people are actually getting this. And I'm going to then show you how to do it. Okay, really high limits really quick. Then you use that to fund your business. It's one of the huge benefits of business credit. Plus, you can get approved when you can't get a loan. In order to get financing, a loan, a credit line, you have to have what I call the 3 C's. And this is what a lot of news stations interviewed me to talk about. You got to have collateral, you have to have cash flow, you have to have good credit.
I need another nigga to help you out.
You want SBA, you have to have all 3. Most entrepreneurs don't. If you're starting your business, you don't have cash flow, and you don't have good credit because you probably are an entrepreneur and take risks. I have to be careful to put this finger down off the middle and notice. And then you might not have collateral, stocks, bonds, 401ks. You go all in and risk everything. I just had lunch with one of my entrepreneur buddies, and we just laughed about that, about how conservative investing is not for us. So we want to go all in for home runs or strikeouts. Like that's it for us. Like we're either going to strike out or we're going to hit a home run. So a lot of entrepreneurs as a result don't have collateral. You don't have good credit. I'm going to show you how to get money, even if that's the case, even if you're a brand new business. We're going to talk about how to use business credit to get loans and credit lines to be able to fund your business and grow. We're going to talk about how business credit is going to give you a competitive advantage. By having access to the ability for your business to fund itself gives you a huge advantage over anybody else that doesn't have that same thing. And 90% of entrepreneurs don't know what I'm about to teach you today. It's not my statistic. That comes right from Entrepreneur Magazine. Okay, beyond that, anybody can build business credit if you have a business in the United States. I'm going to show you the formula today. I'm going to decode it. I'm going to show you exactly what to do. I don't care if your credit's 350. I don't care if you have no collateral. I don't care if your last 9 businesses crashed and burned and you don't have a dime and you're just getting this one started with $500 in your pocket. You can still build business credit and use it as a way to fund the business. I'm going to show you how to do it. You can get business credit for all sorts of businesses. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. I don't care if you're operating a sewing business, an online e-commerce business, if you're in the marijuana business. I don't care if you're a pawn shop, a trucking operation, a credit repair company. I'm going to show you how, no matter what industry you're in, how to do this. And I'm going to show you how what industry you're in has probably tripped you up before with getting money and how to fix it so it doesn't trip you up anymore. Okay, a lot of business owners don't realize that even nonprofits can succeed building business credit. You don't have to buy shelf corporations and bogus trade lines and all this crap that people sell you for thousands of dollars. You're going to walk away from today with the exact formula to succeed for free. Don't get me wrong, I'll show you a paid path as well. If you want to see how our clients even expedited the results, that's fine. We'll talk about that. But you're going to walk out of today with the exact roadmap to success without spending thousands of dollars on trade lines, shelf corps, all this crap that people tell you. Okay, now you also need to know that business credit determines 3 things that's very important. It determines if you're going to be approved or denied financing, how much money you're going to get, and the terms you'll pay. It's also why news stations oftentimes interview me. Why do business owners get denied? Part of the reason is they don't have business credit. And they don't realize that lenders and credit issuers are using business credit to determine if you should get approved, how much you get, and the rates and terms you pay. So if you want the most money, the best terms, you got to build business credit. Business credit's the key to getting money. And here's what's even scarier. You can and will be denied financing even if you have no business credit, because this is what happens. When you have no business credit, you will be issued business credit scores just like this. These are real snapshots from an Experian commercial credit report. You can see all zeros. It's all zeros because the credit profile, Experian saying the person has no credit, never has. But they're also saying that they are a 6 financial stability risk score and a 28 Intel score. Let me give you some insight.
Let's go, boys. Hey.
The financial stability risk score literally depicts your risk of going bankrupt in the next 12 months. Ceasing operations, closing your door, business failure, kaput, you're done. That's what financial stability risk score depicts. Here's what's scary. The score goes from 1 to 100, with 100 being the best. This person is a 6. About a higher risk as you can get a business failure, and they have no business credit. Just because Experian knows they exist and knows they have no credit, Experian automatically says this person is a massive risk of failure. So if you ever get denied for loans and credit lines, now you're starting to get a look at why. Because lenders and credit issuers see that you're a huge risk of failure, and the reality is it's not because you've done anything wrong, you just don't have any credit. So one of my really good buddies, John, who actually we're getting media with right now to go to radio, and John came to me and said, dude, I don't know what to do. The bank just called my credit line due. Now, if you don't know what that means, what it means is he had a credit line for $250,000, and the bank said, we're closing this, and everything you have outstanding that you owe right now against that $250,000, you need to pay us back within 30 days. A call nobody wants to get. He said, they said it's because of business credit quality. I don't know what to do. I've never had anything like this happen. We told us business credit. This is what we found. I said, John, you don't have any business credit established. That's the problem. He said, that's impossible. He goes, I buy millions of dollars of media every single month. I said, yes, but the media companies aren't reporting the credit they're giving you to the reporting agencies. That's one of the biggest reasons that people don't have business credit. I'm going to talk to you about this problem today. I'm going to show you how to fix it by what we call payment experiences, and how to get credit with credit issuers that will give you multiple payment experiences to radically, quickly fix this problem. But it's a real problem, and it's a problem we have to avoid with you as well. Now, here's the great news. Even one account like this, and I'll tell you which account this was later when we talk about building initial business credit, even one account like this will automatically take you from a bad credit score to a good. You can see now they're 96 on the IntelliScore. They were like at 28. They jumped now about as high as you can get. They're now to a financial stability risk score of 55. They jumped up to mid-risk level with financial stability score because of one account, which I'm going to tell you about later, being added to the business credit profile and score. You can see here that they went from very high risk to low risk. And I love this graph, even though it's little here, because you can see they went from that same 28 score up to the 90s because they added one account to the business credit board. That's the great news. The bad news, you can be issued failing credit with no credit on your report. Good news, you can fix it with one account being added. I'm about to show you in minutes how to do this. Now, here's the other cool thing that we figured out by helping 40,000 people through this process. Also, if you look at this box, there's 3 things that the Credit Bureau, Experian, Equifax, Dun & Bradstreet says to lenders that they think is the most important for a lender to know. Intel score just depicts how you pay your bill. Do you pay on time or not? Financial stability risk score. Are you going to go out of business? These 2 are really important for lenders to know is what Experian is saying. But there's a third thing on here if you look too. Credit limit recommendation. Have you ever got a credit card, a loan, or a credit line, not got a high of approval as what you wanted to have? Has that ever happened? Well, this is why. Because the Credit Bureau is recommending to the lender and credit issuer how much money you should be lent. And so what we found here, this is really cool, really secret, but really cool. What we found here, helping 40,000 plus people through this process, is that as you can see here, this is that first snapshot of somebody that had no credit. Look at this recommendation, $1,000. Look at this person's recommendation, $2,500, 2.5 times the other person. Here's what's interesting. This person only has one account on their business credit report. Remember I showed you that. They had one account they added. I'm going to tell you about that account later. And they not only shot their scores up, they shot up the recommendation 2.5 times what it was. Here's somebody that added 2 accounts to their business credit report, 2 in total. And they're being recommended for nearly $7,000 be lent to them. Here's somebody with 3 accounts, nearly $16,000 in recommendation of credit. Here's somebody with $66,000 recommendation of credit. 1, 2, 3, 4 accounts in their business credit report. And here is what we all want. They're being recommended for $724,000. Think about this. Don't you want a lender or a credit issuer to pull your business credit report? And one of the most important 3 things in the credit lender is, hey, we recommend you give this person $750,000 in funding. Pretty cool, right? And here's how they got there. 15 accounts in their business credit reports. What's interesting is that helping 40,000 people through this process, we found clearly a synergy between the more accounts you add to your business credit reports, the higher the recommendation of credit. So my goal for you today is automated approvals. I'm about to show you what causes denials and how to get automated approvals. But I want you to keep adding accounts to the business credit reports. I'm going to do it and help you do it through a hack called Payment Experiences. And I'm going to show you how to use one account to get multiple payment experiences. Because the more of these payment experiences we have, you see, the higher the recommendation of credit, the better chance you have of getting approved for the most money. And that's my goal for you today. I don't want you to walk away with a $1,000 credit card. That's ridiculous. That's a complete failure. If you walked away from this with 5 credit cards with limits under $5,000, it would be a complete failure to me. Complete failure. I need you to get as much credit as you want with $10,000 plus limits. This is part of the path here. I'm going to decode all this as we move forward. Now, here's what's interesting. Every big company in this country uses exactly what I'm about to show you.
This boy suck at free throws. This boy missed all 3 of them.
Publicly and privately owned doesn't matter. All of them are this way. Here's Facebook, for example. Old Zuckerberg, right? 40 trade lines with Experian. Facebook has, a little bit of money. So why are they using business credit? Because it's how they've got as big as they are. Here's a look at Dell with 83 trade lines. Here's a look at Microsoft with 131 trade lines. Here's a look at Apple with 138 trade lines. Here's a look at Pilot Flying J down here in Florida, 153 trade lines. Publix down here in Florida as well, 171 trade lines, right up the road, 40 minutes away in Lakeland. Okay, biggest publicly and privately owned companies. But here's where things really get interesting. This guy right here. If you've ever read Sam Walton's book, Sam will talk about the early days of Walmart while in the 70s he sat trying to buy the stuff that he needed to put on his shelves. Well, the guy would go to the back room and pull his Dun & Bradstreet credit profile to see if he had good enough credit to be able to give him the money he needed to be able to fill his shelves. From the very beginning days of Walmart, Sam used business credit to build Walmart. Now, let's fast forward to where we are today. In 2022, Walmart is all over the globe with thousands of different locations. They're the biggest retailer in the world, but let me tell you something most people don't know about Walmart. 80% of what Walmart puts on their shelves, they use business credit to buy. Look at this. It's brilliant. It's why they're the #1 retailer. They come in, they go to Bounty, they buy Bounty paper towels, profile to see if he had good enough credit to be able to give him the money he needed to be able to fill his shelves. From the very beginning days of Walmart, Sam used
Yeah, nigga. Hey, I'm streaming, bitch. Put this shit on. Hold on, chill. Hey. Huh? Yeah, well, huh? What'd you say? Yeah, that's my business line of credit. That's basically, I think it's 2 right now. Well, it is probably 1, but nigga, if you go to my YouTube, nigga, it's dude he right now talking about how he talking about Walmart, how Walmart buys all that stuff in there, right? The stuff wherever you at right now is a trade line. If you go to my YouTube, if you go to my stream, you go like, damn, this nigga wasn't bullshit. I'll even rewind it so you can listen to it. So if you gonna tune in, you better tune in. Yeah, just put your headphones in, boo, and listen to it. I just said the wrong shit because I'm streaming.
business credit. 40 trade lines with this is part of the pack. It was $66,000 recommendation of credit. 1, 2, 3, 4 accounts of their business credit report. And here is what we all want. They're being recommended for $724,000. Now, think about this. Don't you want a lender or a credit in a short half time? Because this is what happens. Can succeed building business. I don't care if you're credit to get loans and credit lines to be able to fund your business and grow. We're going to talk about how business credit is going to give you a competitive advantage. By having access to the ability for your business to fund itself gives you a huge advantage. A lot of entrepreneurs, as a result, don't have one notice, and then you might not have season. This is what a lot of I'm going to show you.
So I got to pause for you, baby girl. Where you at? Call 3. Oh, okay, look, good, yeah. Yeah, big guy.
Actual result after result after result of where people are actually getting this. And I'm going to then show you how to do it. Hey, really high limits really quick. Then you use that to fund your business. It's one of the huge benefits of business credit. Plus, you can get approved and you can't get a loan. In order to get financing, a loan, a credit line, you have to have what I call the 3 C's. And this is what a lot of news stations interviewed me to talk about. You got to have collateral. You have to have cash flow. You have to have good credit. You have to have one of those. You want SBA, you have to have all 3. Most entrepreneurs don't. If you're starting your business, you don't have cash flow. And you don't have good credit because you probably are an entrepreneur and take risks. I had to be careful to put this finger down off the middle and notice. And then you might not have collateral, stocks, bonds, 401ks. You go all in and risk everything. I just had lunch with one of my entrepreneur buddies, and we just laughed about that, about how conservative investing is not for us. So we want to go all in for home runs or strikeouts. Like that's it for us. Like we're either going to strike out or we're going to hit a home run. So a lot of entrepreneurs, as a result, don't have collateral. You don't have good credit. I'm going to show you how to get money, even if that's the case, even if you're a brand new business. We're going to talk about how to use business credit to get loans and credit lines to be able to fund your business and grow. We're going to talk about how business credit is going to give you a competitive advantage. By having access to the ability for your business to fund itself gives you a huge advantage over anybody else that doesn't have that same thing. And 90% of entrepreneurs don't know what I'm about to teach you today. It's not my statistic. That comes right from Entrepreneur Magazine. Okay, beyond that, anybody can build business credit if you have a business in the United States. I'm going to show you the formula today. I'm going to decode it. I'm going to show you exactly what to do. I don't care if your credit's 350. I don't care if you have no collateral. I don't care if your last 9 businesses crashed and burned and you don't have a dime and you're just getting this one started with $500 in your pocket. You can still build business credit and use it as a way to fund yourself, the business. I'm going to show you how to do it. You can get business credit for all sorts of businesses. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. I don't care if you're operating a sewing business, an online e-commerce business, if you're in the marijuana business. I don't care if you're a pawn shop, a trucking operation, a credit repair company. I'm going to show you how, no matter what industry you're in, how to do this. And I'm going to show you how what industry you're in has probably tripped you up before with getting money and how to fix it so it doesn't trip you up anymore. Okay, a lot of business owners don't realize that even nonprofits can succeed building business credit. You don't have to buy shelf corporations and bogus trade lines and all this crap that people sell you for thousands of dollars. You're going to walk away from today with the exact formula to succeed for free. Don't get me wrong, I'll show you a paid path as well. If you want to see how our clients even expedited the results, that's fine, we'll talk about that. But you're going to walk out of today with the exact roadmap to success without spending thousands of dollars on trade lines, shelf corps, all this crap that people sell you. Okay, now you also need to know that business credit determines 3 things that's very important. It determines if you're going to be approved or denied financing, how much money you're going to get, and the terms you'll pay. It's also why news stations oftentimes interview me. Why do business owners get denied? Part of the reason is they don't have business credit. And they don't realize that lenders and credit issuers are using business credit to determine if you should get approved, how much you get, the rates and terms you pay.
Why the fuck?
So if you want the most money, the best terms, you got to build business credit. Business credit's the key to getting money. And here's what's even scarier. You can and will be denied financing even if you have no business credit, because this is what happens. When you have no business credit, you will be issued failing business credit scores, just like this. These are real snapshots from an experience.
Hey, look at this part, Trey. Look at this part.
You can see all zeros here, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. It's all zeros because the credit profile, the experience saying the person has no credit, never has. But they're also saying that they are a 6 financial stability risk score and a 28 Intel score. Let me give you some insight of what this means. The financial stability risk score literally depicts your risk of going bankrupt in the next 12 months. Ceasing operation, closing your door, business failure, kaput, you're done. That's what financial stability risk score depicts. Here's what's scary. The score goes from 1 to 100, with 100 being the best. This person is a 6, about a higher risk as you can get of business failure, and they have no business credit. Just because Experian knows they exist and knows they have no credit, Experian automatically says this person is a massive risk of failure. So if you ever get denied for loans and credit lines, now you're starting to get a look at why. Because lenders and credit issuers see that you're a huge risk of failure, and the reality is it's not because you've done anything wrong, you just don't have any credit. So one of my really good buddies, John, who actually we're getting...
Someone pause the video, class. So what are you saying, baby girls? That the part I sent you, Trey, that's that $1,000. If you see it, if you go on and look, if you look right now, baby girl, that's $1,000 right here on this credit line. Because he got 1 trade line, I think he has none. So basically, he got that $1,000 trade line until he goes up and buy 2 of them or 3 of them. But let's see.
Media with right now to go to radio. And John came to me and said, dude, I don't know what to do. The bank just called my credit line due. And if you don't know what that means, what it means is he had a credit line for $250,000. And the bank said, we're closing this, and everything you have outstanding that you owe right now against that $250, you need to pay us back within 30 days. A call nobody wants to get. He said, they said it's because of business credit quality. I don't know what to do. I've never had anything like this happen. We pulled his business credit. This is what we found. I said, John, you don't have any business credit established. That's the problem. He said, that's impossible.
Damn.
He goes, I buy millions of dollars of media every single month. I said, yes, but the media companies aren't reporting the credit they're giving you to the reporting agencies. That's one of the biggest reasons that people don't have business credit. I'm going to talk to you about this problem today. I'm going to show you how to fix it by what we call payment experiences and how to get credit with credit issuers that will give you multiple payment experiences to radically, quickly fix this problem. But it's a real problem, and it's a problem we have to avoid with you as well. Now, here's the great news. Even one account like this, and I'll tell you which account this was later when we talk about building initial business credit, even one account like this will automatically take you from a bad credit score to a good. You can see now they're 96 on the IntelliScore. They were like a 28. They jumped now about as high as you can get. They're now doing a financial stability risk score of 55. They jumped up to mid-risk level with financial stability score because of one account, which I'm going to tell you about later, being added to the business credit profile score. You can see here that they went from very high risk to low risk, and I love this graph, even though it's little here, because you can see they went from that same 28 score up to the 90s because they added one account to the business credit report. That's the great news. The bad news, you can be issued failing credit with no credit on your report. Good news, you can fix it with one account being added. I'm about to show you in minutes how to do this. Now, here's the other cool thing that we figured out by helping 40,000 people through this process.
Damn.
Also, if you look at this box, there's three things that the Credit Bureau, Experian, Equifax, Dun & Bradstreet says to lenders that they think is the most important to the lender to know. Internal score just depicts how you pay your bill. Do you pay on time or not? Financial stability risk score. Are you going to go out of business? These two are really important for lenders to know is what Experian is saying. But there's a third thing on here if you look too. Credit limit recommendation. Have you ever got a credit card, a loan, or a credit line, not got a high of approval as what you wanted to have? Has that ever happened? Well, this is why. Because the Credit Bureau is recommending to the lender and credit issuer how much money you should be lent.
Fucking bitch.
And so what we found here, this is really cool, really secret, but really cool. What we found here, helping 40,000 plus people through this process, is that as you can see here, this is that first snapshot of somebody that had no credit. Look at this recommendation, $1,000. Look at this person's recommendation, $2,500, 2.5 times the other person. Here's what's interesting. This person only has one account on their business credit report. Remember I showed you that. They had one account they added. I'm going to tell you about that account later. And they not only shot their scores up, but they shot up their recommendation 2.5 times what it was. Here's somebody that added 2 accounts to their business credit report, 2 in total. And they're being recommended for nearly $7,000 be lent to them. Here's somebody with 3 accounts, nearly $16,000 in recommendation of credit. Here's somebody with $66,000 recommendation of credit. 1, 2, 3, 4 accounts on their business credit report. And here is what we all want. They're being recommended for $724,000. Think about this. Don't you want a lender or a credit issuer to pull your business credit report? And one of the most important 3 things that the Credit Bureau tells the lender is, hey, we recommend you give this person $750,000 in funding. Pretty cool, right? And here's how they got there. 15 accounts in their business credit reports. What's interesting is that helping 40,000 people through this process, we found clearly a synergy between the more accounts you add to your business credit reports, the higher the recommendation of credit. So my goal for you today is automated approvals. I'm about to show you what causes denials and how to get automated approvals. But I want you to keep adding accounts to the business credit reports. I'm going to do it and help you do it through a hack called Payment Experiences. And I'm going to show you how to use one account to get multiple payment experiences, because the more of these payment experiences we have, you see, the higher the recommendation of credit, the better chance you have of getting approved for the most money. And that's my goal for you today. I don't want you to walk away with a $1,000 credit card. That's ridiculous. That's a complete failure. If you walked away from this with 5 credit cards with limits under $5,000, it would be a complete failure. Complete failure. I need you to get as much credit as you want with $10,000 plus limits. This is part of the path here. I'm going to decode all this as we move forward. Now, here's what's interesting. Every big company in this country uses exactly what I'm about to show you.
Here go the good news.
Publicly and privately owned, doesn't matter. All of them are.
Little girl, test me if you hear me, little girl.
For example, old Zuckerberg, right? 40 trade lines with Experian. Facebook has, a little bit of money. So why are they using business credit? Because that's how they've got as big as they are. Here's a look at Dell with 83 trade lines. Here's a look at Microsoft with 131 trade lines. Here's a look at Apple with 138 trade lines. Here's a look at Pilot Flying J down here in Florida, 153 trade lines. Publix down here in Florida as well, 171 trade lines, right? Up the road 40 minutes away in Lakeland. Okay, biggest publicly and privately owned companies. But here's where things really get interesting. This guy right here. If you've ever read Sam Walton's book, Sam will talk about the early days of Walmart while in the 70s he sat trying to buy the stuff that he needed to put on his shelves. Well, the guy would go to the back room and pull his Dun & Bradstreet credit profile to see if he had good enough credit to be able to give him the money he needed to be able to fill his shelves. From the very beginning days of Walmart, Sam used business credit to build Walmart. Now, let's fast forward to where we are today. In 2022, Walmart is all over the globe with thousands of different locations. They're the biggest retailer in the world, but let me tell you something most people don't know about Walmart. 80%, 80% of what Walmart puts on their shelves, they use business credit to buy. Look at this. It's brilliant. It's why they're the #1 retailer. They come in, they go to Bounty, they buy Bounty paper towels using credit, using business credit. They put the paper towels on the shelf. You come in, you give Walmart money for the paper towel, you take the paper towel, you give Walmart money, Walmart takes your money, they use it to pay Bounty.
Listen, boy, fuck the game. You listening?
8 out of 10. Walk through Walmart and count 1 product, 2 products, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And know that when you get to 1 through 8, that's how many they bought on credit, and only 9 and 10 they bought on cash. Walmart has more equity in business credit than all equity stakeholders combined into Walmart. It is the biggest cash amount that Walmart has is the credit that they have issued. They have 513 trade lines. The trade line is the reporting of one account to the reporting agency. Can you imagine what your credit report would look like as a consumer if I opened it and there were 500 active trade lines on there? That's what Walmart has. It's the reason they're the #1 retailer in the world. It's the reason Apple has hundreds of trade lines on their business credit profile. Apple has like $130 billion in cash and $113 billion in debt. Dave Ramsey guys don't get this. Why would Walmart have $130 billion in cash and $113 billion in debt? It's the reason they're the most profitable company in the world. It's called OPM. They've mastered using other people's money to grow and scale. It's what Facebook has done. It's what Walmart has done. It's what Apple, they all do it. They're using business credit.
Put a thumbs up in the chat if you're listening, girl.
The secret is you don't have to be big to do it. Here's Mars Incorporated. Mars sells Mars Mars chocolate bars. They have 22 trade lines, but here's where things get interesting. Here's my buddy Jorge, okay, and he had 8 trade lines in the first months of starting business credit. He had a third as many as Mars Incorporated when he just got started. Here's one of two of my friends. You'll hear from them later today. They opened a tax solution company. I'll tell you their story. It's fantastic. Okay, I'm also going to show you how they fixed one thing and got all these denials turned into approvals, and I'll tell you the one thing that they changed. They had 14 trade lines. Mars Incorporated has 22. They have 14, 70% as much from just starting to build business credit. The reason I show you this is this. The biggest companies are using business credit to get as big as they are. And I'm here to break down every barrier and advantage they had for you and teach you how they did it, because even the small guys can do it. Even the startups can have the exact same success. You just have to follow the same formula that they followed, and that's exactly what I'm going to decode for you today. And again, a lot of people are coming in. A lot of you have questions, comments, because I'm going to get to them all. But if I got to them all right now, literally I have probably 50 here, if not 100, I won't be able to get to the content. So I'm not neglecting you here. Tell me where you're from. If you're just coming in live, tell me what state you're in. Tell me what city you're in. I love saying hello at the end, and I will make sure all your questions are answered. Now, will this work for you? Well, business credit is the only financial solution that works for every business if you own a business in the United States. You don't need cash flow credit card. You don't need the things that qualify you for other kind of funding. So any business can obtain it if you own a business here in the United States. And here's one of my friends, Samnath. Interesting story I'm going to tell you as soon as I read this. So from Samnath, my business is Dragon Gym, a martial arts studio that was founded in 1973 by my instructor Diego and took over by my partner and I 10 years ago. About a year and a half ago, my business partner and I decided within 18 months we were going to open our second location. We got connected with Credit Suite. We were able to accelerate our timeline and open this location in 6 months instead of 18. Getting the financing meant that we started fulfilling our dream to have 10 more locations across the country. This is Samnath's story. Now, here's the real story behind this. In 18 months, Samnath opened 2 other gyms. They have 3 gyms open currently because they used business credit and they used their clients. They enrolled with us and used our system to get the result that they got. But they came in and they were able to open 3 locations at the same time they were going to open 1 extra.
And you trying to join a boxing gym? He using your money so he can grow.
Distancing there. Then they pivoted using business credit to create an online curriculum which exploded their business because nobody does online curriculums for martial arts. They did it. Used business credit to do it. Now COVID has subsided. I'm not saying COVID's gone, but their gyms in Pennsylvania
Beat that
are
boy
reopened,
shit.
and they are now open.
Damn.
3 other locations. 3. So they went from 1 location to now moving towards 6 and an online curriculum, all using business credit to get it when they couldn't get the funding they needed from their bank, just to give you an idea of what's possible.
Literally.
So how do you do this? Well, you start with step 1. Step 1 is you got to fix the problems that will typically get you denied. We call this fundability, okay? This is where everybody screws up. It's where I'm going to spend a little bit of time today. Because if I look at the one mistake entrepreneurs make, it's that they go applying for credit financing wildly when there's no way they should be applying. They got to fix some things right. You got to paint the pretty Bob Ross picture. It's crazy that a lot of people on here might not even know who Bob Ross is. But a whole other story of aging myself. You got to paint the pretty Bob Ross picture of what lenders want to see. You want to make them want to give you money. And if you don't do this, you're going to fail. You're going to fail getting credit lines. You're going to fail getting loans. You're going to fail getting business credit. We got to fix this first. And let me give you an example of what happens when we fix it. Here's the success tax relief, the same one that had 70% of the trade lines that Mars Incorporated had. Here's from them. Quote, we went to our bank to get a business line of credit and they turned us down. We got started with Credit Suite, set up our business credibly, and built our business credit. After following the steps, we now secured over 96,000 in business credit cards and just applied for the Platinum Amex and got approved instantly with no limit. Now we have 4 to 5 different companies call us every day trying to get us money, and that's a really good problem to have. We're excited that if we don't have business credit yet, we should get involved with Credit Suite to have the same results we have. So when they came to us as clients, this is what happened. They got denied for credit cards, they got denied for loan, they got denied for credit line, everything was denied. We did a check, and what we found was a very common mistake entrepreneurs make. The information they were putting on the application didn't match exactly with what was on Secretary of State. So we updated Secretary of State so it did match. So the lenders didn't think the application was fraudulent. They could verify the business was here because all the information was the same. One change. One. Only thing we changed. We then sent them back. Let's see what happens. Credit line, approved. Amex no limit credit card, approved. They said, how did you do this? We literally just got denied. Because we know what the lenders are looking for, and when we fix it and show them what they want to see, then we get approvals, not denials. There's over 125 of these fundability factors. That's one. But when you get this formula right, like they did, you turn around and get denials into approvals. Now, let me give you some more of their story. They started their tax relief business by selling an old pickup truck and a plasma TV. They had $1,200. They used to learn.
Man, that nigga is robbing my shit. You know, I'm gonna kill you.
Then what happens is they got business credit. They started putting yard signs out. They started doing seminars and education. They started growing the business. Over a year, they grew it over $1 million. Now the business does multiple million. Mr. Sample is in multiple different businesses, including the media space. Mrs. Sample is now doing multiple things, including co-authoring a book with Tony Robbins and starting many other businesses as well. And they use business credit to help them fund all of those businesses. That's what happens when you get this right. So when we talk about fundability, what we basically talk about is it's basically your ability of your business to get money. And business credit, by building business credit, it helps you become more fundable because it improves your overall reputation. So your business paying bills on time is crucial if you want to get good terms on financing versus not so good terms. And we've got to do it through fundability, right? Fundability is the ability of your business to be able to get funding. It's the power of what puts money in your hands. It's the secret formula that lenders and credit issuers have to determine do you get approved or denied. Let me give you an example. You've went before more than likely to apply for a credit card. And when you get a credit card, as a consumer, you get one of two things happen. You either get approved, and they usually tell you your approval limit right there on the spot, or you get that dreaded message that you'll hear by mail in 7 to 10 days. I don't know about you, but I've never got an approval. That mail letter was never a positive. It was, hey, we denied you, and we told Experian, and here's why we denied you. So what happens in milliseconds for a computer to make the decision of approval versus denial? We know it's not a human doing it. We know it's a computer. That's fundability.
That shit, nigga.
Fundability is the language per se that's programmed into the computer to determine if you should be approved or denied. And yeah, later parts of fundability might be revenue and how long you've been in business, but the majority of fundability, the foundation of fundability, has nothing to do with that. It's stuff like making sure your Secretary of State record actually matches. So here's the problem: when you start building business credit, and you have no other credit established, right? You're just starting, got no other credit established. Then every single thing you put on the application is really, really, really important. Because lenders and credit issuers don't have a credit profile to go look at. So they're going to scrutinize this application, really scrutinize
Fuck,
it.
I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
We got to know what they're looking for. And
Boy, the sauce, yeah, you.
Exactly.
I want to take the stupid shit, but yeah, he the sauce, nigga.
They said, yep,
Just listen. That's it, baby girl.
Check, check, boom, instantaneous approval. And that's my goal, is that you leave this training not just knowing how to get business credit, but knowing how to get instantaneous and automated approvals when you actually go to apply. That's why you've got to understand fundability. Now, why does this risk matters? Well, this determines if you get business credit, angel investors, venture capital, crowdfunding, money from lenders and credit issuers. This risk that's created by not having your business set up where it's fundable is what will typically get you denied. So let's talk about industry. The industry that you're in can get you denied for credit financing. There's two high-risk buckets, per se, lenders have. There's absolutely face more underwriter scrutiny bucket. Hey, persons in a high-risk industry scrutinize this application more than others. Then there's the other, which you never will be in, which is a flat-out denial, what we call the restricted bucket. Lender will not lend to restricted. Minute they know you're in these industries, you're done. You're out of there. Now, a lot of things can happen to be able to put you in these high-risk industries, okay? It could be, you could be in these high-risk industries because you're in weapons manufacturing or gas stations consulting. You could be an over-the-road trucker. You could be financial services, credit repair, accountant, attorney, business credit building. Any of that stuff puts us in high-risk categories. And that oftentimes gets us denied. And I'll tell you why it gets us denied. It's because of this right here. Let me ask you a question.
Boy, I didn't even know this.
Tell me what your NAICS code is.
I just figured that out like a week ago.
Let me know what your NAICS code is by typing it into chat. Now, what I will tell you, and I will count the amount of people, and we've got 400 and something right now just in this one room I'm looking at, and hundreds more on the live stream, not to mention the other channels, et cetera, et cetera. I'll tell you how many people can actually answer the question. And I'll guarantee it's less than 5. Of what, 1,000, 2,000 plus people here, less than 5 people will be able to answer the question. But here's what you need to know. The code, the industry code, the NAICS code that you're in determines if you're in restricted, in greater underwriter scrutiny, or in the green light go industry list. Guess who determines what NAICS code your business has? You do, unless you don't. Then they decide for you. Here's what I mean. If you went and opened a bank account for your business, they ask what industry you're in. And if you are like most entrepreneurs, you say something general. I'm in real estate. I'm in consulting, right? What you don't understand is that what they're asking you is what NAICS code you are. Now, NAICS is the North American Industrial Classification System. It's used by everybody in North America to basically put you in certain industries, to classify what industry you're in. Now, it's used by the IRS. It's used by the SEC. It's used to determine statistics for the American business economy, used for all different kinds of reasons. But lenders and credit issuers look at these codes to determine if you're high risk or not. So what we see here is that we've got to avoid high risk codes, and we've got to choose the industry and code that reflects that we're not high risk. Here, I'll give you a simple example of exactly what I'm talking about. By the way, here's where I am so far. I was wrong. Less than 10 people responded. Martin knew his code. Tamala knew her code. Johan knew the code. Jeff knew the code. Jose knew the code. Sonia knew the code. Brilliant Davis. My Brilliant Davis is always here. I know you got it. And Jeffrey knew the code. And Sandria. So 9 people of thousands knew their code. Let me tell you how to know it right now. All we have to do for free is we go right here to my favorite, the Goog, and we type into NAICS.com. At the top, we go right up here to company lookup. You can't say find your NAICS code. You can't say that you're in real estate. The reason is because if I
this
look at
motherfucker
real
needs to be silver,
as
boy.
an example, real estate has over 30 subcategories. Look at this. This is what's classified as real estate. So when you tell a banker that you're in real estate, you're forcing them to determine which of these 30 categories you're actually in. And I promise you, If you let a lender decide this, they will always put you in high risk. They always protect their own butt, not yours. So you're randomly letting them select a code. They're automatically putting you in high risk. Then because of things called the Small Business Financial Exchange, where all banks openly share information with each other, all of a sudden you went to open a bank account with Bank of America. I'm not going to say Bank of America. Those mean guys cleaned out my bank account and left me trying to pass bad checks. So let me go to Wells Fargo. You think the information you give Wells Fargo belongs to Wells Fargo? Oh, no. They openly share it with all other banks. So you gave one bank the ability to decide your NEICS for you. They did. They put you high risk, and they told all other banks, now, congratulations, you're high risk. You're struggling to get money and don't even know why. We're on what? Fundability factor number 1 here. So this is why you have to know your code. And if I'm applying for financing and I'm getting a bank account, and they say, hey, what industry are you in? I say, I am in residential property management, NAICS 531311. That's really specific. They can't screw that up. Now they know the exact code that I'm telling them to choose, and now I've chosen my own. Here's why this is important. Credit Suite. We could be an education company, we could be a finance company, we could be a software company. Finance is high risk. I have a choice of what code I'm going to use. Now, I'm not saying to lie. All I'm saying is that if you're like me, you could really be classified in multiple NEICS codes. I can be software, I can be education, I can be finance. I'm not finance. That's high risk. Nope, I don't want that one. Software gives me the greatest multiple if I ever sell the business. So software it is. It's not high risk, and it gives me the greatest multiple when I exit. So I'm software. So now when I apply for any credit financing, I give that NEICS code. I flat out say exactly what the definition of NEICS is, and the result is I'm able to come in and be able to not be seen as high risk. And if lenders, credit issuers, the credit bureaus, anybody that argues with me and says, we don't think you're in that I supply the information to them to prove it. So for example, I went to Experian and I said, hey, this is the wrong NEICS, remove it, here's the correct one. They said, no, sorry, sir, we're not going to do that. We think we have it right. We got it from a third party. I wrote it back and said, yeah, I know who your third parties are. Here's LexisNexis, it's right. Here's Equifax, it's right. Here's Dun & Bradstreet, it's right. Here's my tax returns, it's right. You have it wrong. Tell me why you're doing it wrong, misrepresenting my business when everybody else says it's right. They did. They corrected me.
Give the fans winning basketball. It's unfortunate my presence played a role in
Della leaving, but
I can't focus on that. I've got to
focus on my team
and doing
what needs to be done for us to reach our goals.
Nothing more,
nothing less.
So you weren't hoping for his departure then?
Bro.
Only
once I found out he was trying to trade me.
I mean,
wouldn't you be happy if someone who wanted to fire you left the Daily Horn? I'm asking you though. So hear me out. It goes both ways, Nate. Would you want someone who was trying to fire you removed from their position? Maybe. So you wouldn't mind if you got fired? Is that what you're saying? I'm not saying that.
Well,
I think I proved my point.
Baby.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, niggas. The fuck on.
Okay,
that's it.
The fuck on, baby.
So now everybody's looking at what I want them to look at NEICS. Now I'm avoiding being put into a high-risk industry because I'm actually coming in here and determining what my code is itself. So again, you want to consider don't do anything dishonest. A lot of us sometimes are in multiple industries. You want to be able to get that right. You also want to avoid using high-risk indicators like credit, financing, trucking, pawn, porn in the name of your company.
My nigga said
our name is
porn.
Credit Suite, okay? We do not live by example. It's harder for us to get merchant accounts, bank accounts, financing, and credit. We knew that coming in. But because this is our area of expertise, we know we can overcome that. Getting money is hard for us because we know the system, right? But if I'm not knowing the system like we do, we wouldn't put credit in our name because it automatically puts us into a high-risk category. You want to avoid indicators that you're in a high-risk category. Now, when you first set up your business name and you're setting up a business to begin with, make sure the name's available with Secretary of State. Make sure you choose a name that's not high-risk. Make sure the business name's available for the URL before you do anything. And again, make sure that the name you're indicating is not that you're in a high-risk industry. If you've done this, now you've got the right NEICS code. Now you've got a name that doesn't reflect that you're high risk, and it goes a long way to helping you get approved. Use a real deliverable business address. Never use UPS addresses. Never use PO boxes. Here's why. Back in the 80s, the government put them into a separate bucket so the government could recognize the address type. Lenders and credit issuers can now access that bucket. Anytime you use a virtual address, an iPostal, a UPS, a PO box, you will oftentimes get denied for credit financing. Now, you can get a virtual office. A virtual office is different than a virtual address. A virtual office is only delivered through 3 legitimate sources I found: Regis, DaVinci, and Alliance. You have an address that looks like you're in a high-rise building in Tampa, Florida, but the reality is, like, you're just using it to get your mail there. They get your mail, they scan it, they email it, and you get the ability to have your business in a high-rise building in Tampa. It goes a long way to legitimacy. We do. We use a virtual office. Our virtual office is in Kennedy Boulevard, right down the road down here in downtown Tampa. It gives us a ton of credibility. Whenever we change addresses or things change, we never need to change it. So a real physical location, a virtual office goes a long way to helping you actually get approved. Make sure you set up your business entity. It matters. Choose a corporation. It gives you the most credibility. If you're not a corporation, you can change it. Go to your account. They can help you. You can choose an LLC as well, but stay away from sole proprietorships. Sole proprietorships are not looked at seriously by lenders, credit issuers, SBA, or anybody else for that matter. Get away from sole prop. And I'm not an attorney. This isn't legal advice. But if you're a sole proprietor, you are the business. The business gets sued, you get sued. You're one and the same. You don't want that to happen. It's ridiculous. So my goal here is to help you remove liability. Separate yourself from the business. You can do so by making the business a separate entity, such as a corporation. It goes a long way with lenders and credit issuers. Get an EIN number. If you're a sole proprietor, you don't need an EIN. Get one. Okay, business credit's built for your EIN. You can't build business credit if you don't have an EIN. It's 100% free if you go to irs.gov. Go to irs.gov, nowhere else. Anywhere else, you'll get to the end of the process and they're going to have you pay money. You don't want to pay money. It's free. Go to irs.gov and get it for free. Get your EIN number set up. Set up your business phone number. But let me tell you a secret. When you start building initial business credit, one of the basic things that credit issuers look for is your phone number listed with 411. That's what they look for. So you can't just have a business phone number. Never use a mobile phone or a home phone. It's got to be listed with 411. I'm going to talk later about how you could actually get your phone number listed with 411. It's very important for getting initial business credit. One of the most crucial things of getting initial business credit. Okay, if you can get a business license, get a business license. Today, I'm going to introduce you to a vendor that will give you a $2,500 credit line just because you have a business license. Here, I'll show you how easy it is. If I go to the GOO, and I type in, hey, GOO, I'm in a,
Pornhub.com.
no, let me go Pasco County.
Hold on.
This is us winning.
This the sauce train used to live this bitch, boy. It's about to go crazy.
But he doesn't.
You guys are
I mean, you try to keep the comedy flowing around. Keep that intro.
Yeah, I can see that. I hate to be a bummer, but I bring up something potentially uncomfortable, but I think we need to talk about a fella.
It's all good, guys. It's all part of the game. Talk to me, man.
So, given how publicly the incidents with our former GM played out, Ashley and I have been working to steer the narrative surrounding rookie season in a less controversial direction.
Hey, you guys have been really doing the PR strategy, so I'm all ears. Talk to me.
Have you heard of Enterprise Monthly?
I mean, they do all of this. What? Worlds versus teenagers.
Right, and once a year they do an issue on leadership where they crown the next big thing in a variety of industries. Finance, of course, law, politics, science, and even sports.
I went to school with the editor-in-chief, and I've been in his ear about how you're creating a whole new paradigm for the asset/businessman.
That will open up a whole other world of business opportunities for us. And help us move past the Othello storyline once and for all the media folks who belong.
That's when they consider the team. Listen, that sounds awesome.
I'll schedule a time for you to meet one of their reporters, Anna Nunez. She's going to see if you're a good fit because this is their best-selling issue and they make a huge deal out of it. So she'll be filming it, she'll be putting video segments online, the works.
Hey, I'm gonna start it right back. Hold on. This is sauce. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get it going right back. Fuck 2K.
Go county business license. Okay, go to the county and type in license.
It's all good.
County Pasco. Or look me to type in anything license today. And you can see that the first thing that comes up is right here. It's called business tax receipts is what the license is called, and I can easily get one. I'm not required to. But within minutes, I can fill out an application with the county, and I'm able to come in here and get my license for very little money. So if you can get a license for your industry or for your business, get a license for your industry or your business. It's going to go a long way to giving you credibility with lenders and credit issuers. Get a website set it up professionally. Don't use Wix. Don't use somebody else's domain. You need to own the domain. Go to GoDaddy or wherever you want to go. I love GoDaddy. I think they're phenomenal. And buy your actual domain. And then buy your hosting there. It's not very expensive, less than $100 a year, I think, to host the website. And then go to a place like monstertemplate.com to have a cheap $100 less website, and then go to Fiverr or Upwork. Upwork and Fiverr, you can hire somebody to put your website up. I just gave you a path using Monster Template and Fiverr for less than $200 to throw up a professional website. I'm not saying it's the best way to go. We're redoing our website right now. $35,000, $35,000 is what we'll pay. I would never pay that if I'm starting a website. I would pay that if I'm an 8-figure business. But when you get started, I gave you less than $200 way to be able to get your website set up. And also make sure your email is congruent with your website. My email is info@creditsuite.com. Our website's creditsuite.com. Those two need to be congruent. Don't use Gmail. Don't use AOL emails on applications for credit or financing. It throws up red flags that get you denied. Simple fix. Go to GoDaddy, get your website, okay, and then also get your email for free with the website. They give away the emails for free with the website. Make sure it's congruent. Very important. Set up a business bank account. They're not going to verify this when you build business credit, but they're going to ask you for a bank reference, as you will soon see. You're not going to have one if you don't have a bank account set up. So set up your business bank account and make sure it's in your business name. That opens up all kinds of funding for you as well. Set up a merchant account. Give yourself the ability to accept credit cards. PayPal, Square, Stripe, they all have real easy to get loans with 6 months worth of processing history with them. So don't just get a bank account set up, get a merchant account, get PayPal, Square, Stripe. Start running money from customers through there as well. Those are real easy ways using merchant cash advance. It's cash flow financing. PayPal, Square, Stripe, loans, even credit lines from places like Fundbox. All become available just because you do these. So I'm not just telling you these things because they help your fundability and help you build business credit. I just gave you insight on how to open up easy funding opportunities, how to get easy loans and credit lines just by doing those things as well. Get it set up with the reporting agencies. You got to get your DUNS number. You can go to creditsuite.com/DUNS to be able to get it, or go to Dun & Bradstreet. They'll charge you $1,200 to be able to get it. Okay, if you get, I'll show you how to activate your credit profile later, but you can get your DUNS number at no cost. It takes about 3 weeks or less to typically get it, and a lot of lenders and credit issuers are going to ask for this. Even when they don't ask for it, I still supply it. I applied for a Staples credit card and was denied once for the business, and I called Staples. I said, this is ridiculous. I have plenty of business credit established. You never should have denied me. And they said, you don't have any business credit established. I said, oh, yes, I do. They said, we couldn't find it. And they said, I don't know how that's possible, but let me give you the DUNS number. They said, okay. They took the DUNS number. 2 minutes later, they came on and gave me an instantaneous approval. This is why helping 40,000 plus people through this process helps you, because we have all this communal knowledge of what goes wrong and right and how to avoid it. This is one of the things you want to avoid. I supply a DUNS number for all applications for credit or financing because it just gives me legitimacy and credibility, whether they ask for it or they don't. So you want to get set up with your reporting agencies as well. Now, let me give you another example of what happens here when you do this right. So here's Herman, one of our clients. With Credit Suite, your one-on-one consultant calls within 24 hours of signing up. They call
me got $10,000
in the
Amazon
first 2
card.
weeks, and after that, even though I've been with them several years, I still hear from them. My one-on-one consultant calls me every other Wednesday without fail, and that's absolutely incredible. My favorite line of credit I got using Credit Suite is a $10,000 Amazon card I use to purchase things low and sell high on different marketplaces. I was also able to get a $40,000 Amex card. None of my accounts show up in my personal credit report, so if I max them out, it doesn't hurt me personally. So I was able to purchase 2 properties in Cleveland, Ohio, and it's been a blessing.
But what they have with the gear, baby.
For a reason. Because Herman's an example of somebody that got denied, fixed fundability, and started getting these kind of results. Now he's using the money to be able to create a wholesale business, to buy low and sell high. He's able to be able to get cash out of credit cards, and he's able to flip properties. He got multiple businesses launched using business credit just because he improved his fundability. Now, after you've done that, what do you do now? Well, now we got to get you initial credit. There's 2 ways to do it. The first way to be able to do it, I'll show you some proof. this first. When we talk about building business credit, these are some of the results that I promised you to show you what this looks like. So here's somebody that just went from Sam's Club at $8,000 to a $16,000 account. I told you I was going to show you.
You're that's right. Look at this. Look at this. Listen to him, baby girl.
Somebody got $4,000 with pennies, $3,000 at Sam's Club just getting started. Here's a $5,000 Amazon card. Here's a at $10,000 that they got bumped up to. Here's an $8,000 Sam's approval. Jiffy Lube $1,400. Amazon $5,500 approval here. Here's other recent approvals. Although I see Texaco. I don't see the amount they got approved with. Here's JCPenney with a $2,000 limit. Here's a $10,000 limit MasterCard they can use anywhere. Here's a $7,500 Amazon, $3,500 Amazon, Pilot Flying J $1,000 a week, which is $4,000 a month. Here's another $10,000 approval. Here's a $15,000 Platinum Navy Federal Credit Union. Here's 4 cash credit cards that they got approved for, what we call bank credit. Here's a Dell financing for $10,000, Dell Financial Business, $10,000 credit, $40,000 leases, Lowe's $5,000 as well, and here's all the approvals you can see from those as well. There's too many to mention. Well, let's just say here's a $3,000 approval, $1,000, $2,000, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $1,600. I mean, this person shared 15, 20 different approvals here. Here's a $12,500 approval you can see. Here's a Wawa for $4,000. Here is a Summa Office Supplies. I don't see an approval amount here. Here's a Phillips 76 for $5,000. Here's a SunTrust approval here. Here's a $2,500 approval, a $3,500 approval, $10,000 approval, another $10,000 approval, 4 bank credit cards here, including Amex. Too many to count. I don't know. Let's do the 3, 5, 7, 9, 10. Let's say 36 cards there, $200,000 in cash credit. Here's more cash credit cards with multiple $10,000 limits. Here's another, 16 approvals for credit cards using the system.
I'm about to get the match right here. Hey, bro, what the fuck?
And by the way, I'm not done. By the time we're done today, you'll see over 100 real examples.
We got a tape card, but we're going to go nuts, Trey.
Credit profiles, the results they got. You'll see actual testimonies. You'll see all of this, so you don't just think I'm somehow making this stuff up. You can actually see real results that people are getting using this. But how do you do it? Well, there's 2 ways to build initial business credit. The first is using a program called Credit Line Hybrid. It's my favorite way to start building business credit. The goods are it's no doc, 0%. You can take the cash out at 0%. Get credit lines of $150,000. A lot of them report to the Business Credit Reporting Agency. Fantastic way to jumpstart building business credit. Get $150,000 or up to $150,000 in credit lines while building business credit at the same time. I'm in. I'm sold. I love it. Why is it not for everybody? It requires good personal credit. If you don't have a 687 or FICO, you ain't going to get this. So, and that means that this isn't going to be for everybody because you don't have good credit. It's not going to work for you. Okay, but and I'll give you another example around it. Here's somebody, for example, that got $61,000 in credit lines, also built their business credit using this program. Now, there's another way to do it too, and it's using what are called vendor accounts. Now, starter vendor accounts are credit issuers that will give you credit to buy stuff in their stores. They give you terms like net 30, net 45, net 60. They report your credit within 60 days on average, typically within 30 days to the reporting agencies. You don't need collateral. You don't need good credit. You don't need cash flow to get it. I'm going to show you some actual vendors that will work for you in their exact underwriting requirements, but really simple to get. Now, here's something important. Whenever we get into 31 CFR, whatever symbol this crazy thing is here, 10.230, we know we're talking about government because it's complicated. So in 2018, the government requires that you provide a Social Security number when you open up any kind of credit with a bank. So if you're getting money and getting an approval to a bank approved credit card, like let's say something that's backed
get the fuck out the coach. I'm tripping.
They're going to ask for your social. You've got to make sure they're only using the social to
be able to verify
your identity. Fleet credit cards are really big on this. That they tell you through the process, we're only getting your social to verify your identity. But if anybody else asks you for a social and there's no way to clarify with them that you're only giving it for identity, not for credit check or guarantee purposes, you need to call them to apply. That's a hack that will get you around them pulling your personal credit. Every one of these I did. somebody, 1 or 5 people is going to chime into chat and say, I applied and they asked for my social and they pulled my personal credit and turned me down. Yeah,
I stopped.
because you didn't verify that they're only using the social for identity purposes. If you do that one thing, then that one thing will prevent them from pulling your credit for personal credit approval reasons, okay? So what happens now is we've got to be able to come in and get approved with vendors. We want to get approved with starter vendors that report to multiple reporting agencies. The reporting of an account to one reporting agency is called a payment experience. So if I get one account that reports to D&B Equifax Experian, that's 3 payment experiences. Remember, we started this by me showing you that the more payment experiences you have, the higher the recommendation of credit from the bureaus. So if we want high approval limits on credit cards, credit lines, and loans, we need to get as many payment experiences as possible. The way to do that is to be able to get credit with reporting agencies that report to multiple, or with credit issuers that report to multiple credit bureaus. Okay, very important. This is how we expedite this, and here I am going to show you exactly what I mean and why our clients, I'll actually pull back the curtain a little and show you something of what our clients and how they're using this to, again, take 3 years of business credit building and condense it to only months. I'm going to show you how important knowing this actually is. So I'll show you right now. This is a little system we call our Business Finance Suite. This is our step-by-step system our clients use to build business credit. They go through with our advisors. You saw a lot of testimonials where they work with our advisors to use this to build business credit. Now, let me show you why this is important. Let's go to Tier 4 vendors here. Okay, so if we go to Tier 4, we can see here that Commerce Bank reports to D&B and Experian. Let me get to Tier 3. Not that it matters which tier right now. It's like Tier 3 better as an example for this. So let's go down and look at some major ones that we know, okay? So we know Sunoco. They're a gas station. We know they report to D&B and Experian.
Damn it.
If I'm going to build business credit, and I can either do it with Sunoco or BP, I'm going to choose BP because BP reports to D&B Equifax Experian, and Sunoco only reports to D&B and Experian. There's a reason that our clients cut years off this process, and it's because, first of all, they know this information. They can come in and get the accounts to give them more payment experiences. We also list every underwriting guideline. We have a data team that works with every credit issuer that's out there, and they actually update this stuff in real time. So imagine applying for a BP card, knowing you meet all the criteria because we put it in green and we said apply.
That's a gas card, Trey.
You then know
you get $10,000 gas card
experiences from it. You know the exact underwriting criteria they have, so you can bypass the personal guarantee. It's just a guaranteed path of success. That's why our clients succeed so quick and why so many others fail. But the point I'm showing you here is that getting more payment experiences and getting accounts and getting you more payment experiences is really crucial to this expediting of building business credit. So let's talk about some starter vendors. Phillips 76 reports to D&B and Experian, okay, or 76 to Phillips 66 Company. Okay, they're offered and backed by WEX fleet cards. They're going to require you to have an EIN, your entity in good standing, your company address matches everywhere it's listed online, you have a DUNS number, you have a license if you need one, and you have a bank account set up. Well, this stuff all looks really familiar, right? It's the stuff I told you in step 1 to do. Notice if you just did what I told you in step 1, you're automatically going to be able to come in and start getting this kind of approval. And look, the phone number listed in 411. Remember I told you that most initial starter vendors are going to look at that. We can see here that that's absolutely the case. Now, if you don't have fundability in line, they could ask you for a personal guarantee and $500 deposit. In order to avoid that, you either want to get some accounts that report to your business credit reports first, or really make sure that your fundability is dialed in and you'll be able to get around that. CEO Creative, one of my favorite new accounts for 2022. Okay, they report to Credit Safe, one of the biggest up-and-coming reporting agencies in the country, and Equifax, really hard to get credit that reports to Equifax. They're working on getting reporting to D&B. They're very close as well. They have a $40 minimum order and a small membership fee, but the membership fee you pay them reports to the reporting agencies. So just by getting started with them, you start building initial business credit. And as long as you have an entity in good standing, an address that matches everywhere, an EIN number, and been in business less than 60 days or more, you can get approved. Grainger will give you a $2,500 credit line just because you have a business license. They report to DMV about all kinds of outdoor supplies. They offer terms of net 30 to net 90, which means you have 30 to 90 days to pay back whatever they borrow. Very similar requirements to everything I've just shown you. Only difference between everything else I've shown you is that they want you to be registered at least 60 days plus in the Secretary of State. You can apply online or over the phone. By the way, and this is something that a lot of our clients go through, if you come through and you're applying for sources like, let's look at Gimplers, a lot of people used to use this as a starter account. Now you can see that we have it all the way buried back here in Tier 3 because they're no longer a starter account. But you can come in here and easily apply right from the system. It's just one of the ways to expedite. You got to keep in mind that there are special links to these corporate cards. Getting access to those links is very crucial to being able to expedite.
Why they keep putting me out, Coach?
Okay, and here's some more approvals.
Every quarter you doing that. What the fuck?
Scores we can see multiple approvals, $1,200 gas card. Here's a $10,000 additional approval here. Here's multiple approvals for $1,000,
Beating the fuck out this team. They ain't ready, bro.
Approval here as well. Chase Inc. card. Here's another one, Valro. Here's multiple Home Depot amongst many others with no PG typed on it. You get the idea here, right? So let's talk about more starter vendors. There's more than just those. Our finance suite has actually the largest supply. We help people get in the business of offering business credit or of being able to get reported. So a lot of our vendors we use will help with things like SEO, website building, marketing, stuff that you use anyways, and you can build your business credit at the same time. But some of the others are my favorites for 2022 are SupplyWorks. Used to be Home Depot Pro. If you buy anything at Home Depot, SupplyWorks does a lot of the outfitting, supplies, stuff like that you're able to buy. Very similar requirements as the other sources that I just gave you. I really like them. They're a great one to start building business credit. And Uline, I told you earlier that somebody had one account on their business credit report that turned bad credit into good. That was Uline. It said packaging. Business credit reports don't say the name of the credit issuer, they say the industry, they're in like packaging. I love Uline. It's one of the easiest accounts you're going to get to start building business credit. They report to multiple reporting agencies, and it's a great one to get started with. So there's a handful that you can use to be able to start building business credit. Now, we get the credit, it reports to the reporting agencies. We've got a handful of accounts. Now it's time to start getting the big reward. And the big reward here comes from two different types of accounts. One of what we call advanced vendors. Now, advanced vendors are very interesting because you don't hear about them, and you don't hear about advanced vendors because they don't report to the reporting agencies. So people that talk about building business credit like I do never mention advanced vendors because advanced vendors don't report to the reporting agencies. So they won't help you build business credit. So if they don't help you build business credit, why would you want them? Well, you want them because if we look at all these advanced vendors, there's a lot of really good ones in there you can use to grow your business. Floor decor. So let me give you an example. If you're selling flooring and that's your business, being able to get a supplier to just give you the supplies for that on business credit based on you having established business credit, even if they don't.
Boy.
So what I'm saying here is all these sources will give you credit based on business credit quality alone. So even if they don't report, who cares? They still help us grow our business, right? So if we look at Meijer Grocery Store, to United Airlines, to Chase Bank, to all these in between, all these are people that are advanced vendors that don't report to reporting agencies that they can really help you grow your business. USA Scientific, O'Reilly Auto Parts, for example. Okay, we're going to see MedX, John Deere, for example. Even Apple is part of this as well, Best Buy. I mean, these are all sources that we can really use to grow our business. They don't report the credit they give us, but they'll still approve us based on business credit quality being established. So these advanced vendors can help you along the way of getting the money you need to grow the business, something you want to consider as well. And if you want to make sure you get them without the personal guarantee, you got to have a handful of accounts before you get to this next tiers of credit. When you have a handful of accounts in your business credit reports, now you want to come in, and by the way, your credit reports are $250 with the bureaus. I'm going to show you how to get them for free in a few minutes here. Then you start getting retail credit at almost every major retailer. So if we look at retail credit, it's basically credit with almost all major retailers. So if I come here, for example, and let's get out of tier 4, let's just go to tier 2. These are real simple to get. After you build the initial accounts in your business credit reports, you can come in and start to get all these. Luke Oil, Quill, Office Depot, right? Home Depot. You get the idea. These are all retailers like Lowe's with a handful of accounts on your business credit reports. Okay, qualifications vary, but you're going to need at least 5 accounts to be able to get reported. Then you can also, in this area, with 5 accounts reported, start to get fleet credit. Now, fleet credit are basically fuel stations. They do repairs of vehicles, maintenance of vehicles. 7-Eleven's a perfect example here, okay? Let me look at Wawa's another example. Wawa is notorious for giving, $5, $10, $20,000 approvals. So these fleet credit are fuel stations, for example. That's what they actually offer: fuel, repair, or maintenance of vehicles. Okay, then outside of that, now we can get into Visa cards. We can get into MasterCards. Okay, so Visa, MasterCards. If we look at Visa, MasterCards, these are what we call bank credit, oftentimes called cash credit. And this is basically Visa cards. These are MasterCards, right? Here's that Sam's MasterCard you can get, Universal Fleet Card. So a lot of these are MasterCards or Visa cards you can use basically anywhere, okay? So that's what we get into bank credit. Now, in order to get into bank credit, or these kind of Visa cards, we need 14 accounts reporting on our business credit reports. We need the same thing with auto financing as well. So if we look at auto financing, we see Toyota, we see Ford, we see GM, we see Ally.
Yo, build that business credit, man. That's what you're learning today, man.
Again, without a personal guarantee or credit check, we can start to get all
like and subscribe, man. Build that business credit.
Here, let me show you what this looks like. Here's one of our clients, Christine, who secured over $1 million in no personal guarantee business credit. You can see her approvals are very small in the beginning. Small in my world, less than $5,000. Then she jumps up to $10,000, $15,000 approvals, Shell, Apple, Lowe's, etc. Then she jumps $20,000, $40,000, Costco, Best Buy, Dell approvals. Pilot Flying J for $50,000. She got approved for $185,000 with Ford, without a personal guarantee, without a personal credit check. Here's her actual credit reports. Here's actual approvals she's getting. Here's her holding the credit card to say, if you follow Ty Crandall's program, you'll get what you need. Thanks, Christine. Not really my program. I have a phenomenal team behind me that helps make this all happen. But you can get the idea that this is the results that one person can get. She's one of a multitude of our $1 Million Club, which are clients that secure over $1 million in business credit. Okay, so the detail there is you got to come in and you've got to be able to get the right amount of accounts on your business credit reports to move to the next step. And that's where I say it's step 4. This could really be step 2, because you've got to monitor your business credit reports and constantly improve them. You want to monitor them with D&B Equifax Experian. It's $250 a month to do so. I'm going to teach you how to get that at a 90% discount here in a matter of minutes. Okay, and you also, outside of monitoring it, want to improve your business credit reports. You want to avoid public records, avoid collections, pay bills as early as possible. Your main business credit scores are based on how you pay, so the earlier you pay, the better your scores are going to be. And you want to keep using the credit to get higher and higher limits. Don't just get business credit to get business credit. You got to get credit you're really going to use. Use the credit to grow the business. So Christine didn't get over $1 million worth of business credit because she went and got 5 approvals and never used them. She got $1 million in business credit because she got credit with credit issuers that she was really going to use to grow her business. Used the credit, paid the credit off, then other future credit issuers see that she did that and they give her even higher approvals. That's the key to success here. Okay, now as you do that, your credit limits will increase, the amount of accounts on your business credit reports will increase. That's going to raise your credit recommendation. Normal Paydex score of 80 is good with D&B. Equifax 90 or better is a good score, and FICO SPSS 300, or you want to have at least a 140 score to get an SBA loan. And with Experian, 85% of the overall score is based on business credit quality, and you really want to have about a 90 score there as well, or excuse me, based on payment history. So again, the main credit scores are based on how you pay your bills. If you do that one thing, pay your bills on time or early, you'll succeed. Here, let me give you a really cool case study. This is Kylan, quote, "I believe the Business Finance Suite is the best step-by-step paint-by-number system for securing anywhere from 50 to 250 grand in business credit. It reports on your business credit report. It helps you separate business and personal credit. What I like most is you have access to actual coaches that will take you by the hand, walk you through the system, and answer specific questions you have related to your business. It's an amazing opportunity for small businesses." I show you this because Kylan was a gym teacher. Got business credit, used it to not become a gym teacher. He became a partner of ours, offered business credit financing as a service, and last time I checked, he was well on his way of building $1 million business, offering business credit financing from a gym teacher, using business credit to do that. I like to show you what's possible. I think these approvals, $20,000, I'm going to skip some of these because these approvals are some of the ones we already went through. I see some repeats. I see some Bank of America, some new stuff as well. Pretty simple, it's not. Here's the fundability or the business credit matrix I use. One of these questions overlaps it. There's a lot of factors. There's about 200 factors our team uses to successfully build business credit for our clients. You can see all the questions that we get regularly that come in. My account's not reporting. What do I get approved for next? What do I spend the money on? I just upgraded my NAB. The trade lines aren't reporting. Is it better to have an LLC before I apply? Question. The reason I'm showing you this is I can't stand when gurus map out some simple, basic 4-step process and make it out to be easy. It ain't easy. Okay, there's a reason we've got 20,000 plus engagements in our Facebook group. Everybody who's trying to figure this out on their own has hundreds and hundreds of questions where they get stuck. I'm going to show you how to avoid that. But again, I don't want it to be made out to be easy. So how do you do this quick? How do I take what will take you 3 years on your own and condense it to less than 6 months? Better question for today. How could I do this, pay less money than do it on my own? So now I'm working step by step with a coach, doing it cheaper than I could ever do it on my own, and I don't know, get $20,000 worth of bonuses. That sounds really good to me to start 2022. I'm going to show you how to all do that over the next 5-10 minutes here. But first, I want to give you one of the most powerful case studies I've ever experienced because my arm stands on end because it's very relatable. But the reason I'm showing you this is what this looks like. If you take everything I've shown you today and you want to put it into one example of how you can do this and what happens when you do it, what the success looks like, Josh will tell you. Let me read this to you. Quote, one thing that's beautiful about Credit Suite is that you start with baby steps. The first thing that we did is get a couple of revolving credit lines and store credit. Then we graduated to gas cards. Then we ended up getting a very, very nice line of credit with Amazon. Then we worked our way up to getting a very nice SBA loan. Thanks to Credit Suite, we were able to really get our business finances in order from what a quote, what looks good, unquote.
I don't know who the fuck that is, boy. That shit just scared me.
The lenders. The best options are always available to those who have the credit game locked down. And that's what Credit Suite platform allows you to do.
Hey.
Staffing, marketing systems, sales systems, product development.
That nigga says some weird shit.
He's really good to do. I just don't have to stress as much because we've got money in the bank to take advantage of opportunities and not stress this anymore. I can keep a bank.
I can even shoot a damn free throw. You fucked me up.
Honestly, it makes me a better dad. It makes me a better husband because I'm not stressing out. It's really crazy. I swear it's so weird. Whenever I read this, it almost makes me cry because I can relate to that. Like, I've been a broke entrepreneur for most of my entrepreneurial career. Paycheck to paycheck. Do I have enough money to pay payroll, sleepless nights? And it interferes with my ability to be a really good dad. And then I've been on the other side where I just have access to money. Where running a business is fun. Where it's exciting. Where my kids see me happy all the time.
Right, see, he get real. He talking about how he was broke.
We just got back from on Sunday and know that my business is safe. That's the other experience you get as being an entrepreneur. And the difference between these two worlds is having money versus not. As Josh outlined here, they went through baby steps. They got their fundability in line. They started with small credit. He even refers to it as store credit. He refers to Amazon. He refers to fuel cards. They moved up to an SBA loan because they did what these steps.
I need that SBA loan, boy.
Got that result. Then they built a 7-figure plus business. His business has exploded because he's used the money to invest in all these things. So now he's got a business that's exploding in growth. He's happy. His kids love him because he's around all the time. This is the experience.
I need you to do these steps, Treya. Get your LLC started.
You have money versus you don't. So now you can see you can get money with bad credit. I showed you how to build business credit with no credit check. You see that you can get money without collateral. All the credit I showed you today is unsecured. It doesn't require it. You can get money as a startup. Any of this business money is a lot of that money. And the examples I was giving you were startups. We looked at the samples. We looked at so many of these examples of people that were starting businesses that got money. You can get it if you've been turned down. I showed you multiple examples today of how people got denied, fixed one thing, and turned around and got approved. Any business can build business credit. We talked through that today, and I showed you how to do it without the guarantee, without letting them pull your personal credit. Now you see that all of these things are possible. Now, how do you get the fast?
Niggas out here got
well,
pen
you're
pals
probably
again
on this
the whole
webinar, on
team.
your computer, tablet, live stream, looking for the easiest and fastest way to get credit to grow. And you probably already struggled before to build business credit or get the money that you need. And you're probably looking for a simple solution, a magic bullet, per se. Well, we think you should be able to get the money you need when you need it, but not knowing the fundability standards, not having a step-by-step process to build business credit and coach, not accessing all funding in one place and making it easily accessible is what holds you back. So we've got a solution that can help you. It's called the Business Finance Suite. Every result you saw, these case studies and all these things we went through today, these are people that are using this to get the results they're getting and cut years off the process. Now, through the Finance Suite, you improve your fundability, you build business credit for your EIN, you access loans and credit lines, and you use it using our technology. You saw some of the Finance Suite today, and you also use it using hand-in-hand coaching. By the way, if you look at our hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of online positive reviews, the one common theme you'll see from our clients is the coaching part. It's having the coach. It's having the guide to help you mine the gold, right? Now you know there's gold in business credit, right? The Finance Suite is our map to get the gold, but you need a guide. Like you need the map to the Finance Suite. You need the pickaxe switch to the Finance Suite. You need the guide to show you where the gold is. That's exactly what the coaches do. It's why people get the results they get. And you might be thinking that if you work with us, it's not going to work for you, but anybody can build business credit. I've given you 100+ examples of just that today. You might be thinking you can't even afford to work with us, but I'm about to show you how affordable it is, and I'm about to show you how it's cheaper to work with us than not work with us. Think about it. Imagine working with our tech and our team for less money than you'd spend doing it on your own. And look, I showed you people like Christine that got over $1 million in business credit. What if you only got 32 grand? I mean, if you got $32,000 in the next 60, 90 days in money to fund your business, would that help you? Would it make a difference? Would it make an impact? I'm showing you people that have got over $1 million. I'm just saying, if you only got that much, would it make that much of a difference? So our Finance Suite helps you through every aspect of fundability. We help you with setting up your EIN, setting up your business address, your phone number. We list your phone number for free for you. We pay a service that lists your, you can't go to 411.com. They're not 411. You can't list your own phone number with 411 directly. We help do that for you at no cost. We help you get your licensing set up, your compliance, your email address, your website, your virtual. We help set up your entire business where it's set up where it's fundable. We help you get set up with the reporting agencies, get your DUNS number without paying Dun & Bradstreet, activate your credit profile, which we do when you have 3 accounts on your business credit reports. We help you fix negative business credit with all 3 major reporting agencies. We get your BIN number with Experian, everything you need to get set up. We have the largest supply of starter vendors that report to multiple reporting agencies, helping you expedite business credit building, the largest supply of retail credit, cash credit, advanced business credit sources, fleet sources, and as you saw, all of these, we teach you exactly how to get without the personal guarantee. We're the only company you'll find that has a data team that works with every single underwriter of those sources, updates it in real time, adds sources, subtracts them to make sure the information you have is accurate. That is how you go through the process in months, not versus years. Now, one thing I didn't talk about today is money. If you want money, we also work with the largest supply of funding sources. We have over 1,000 funding sources, every legitimate funding product. Funding is just based on you having consistent cash flow. Interest rates of less than 2% regardless of personal credit, because you have some kind of collateral. 0% credit line hybrid funding. Private money, alternative lenders, angel investors, lines of credit, SBA loans. You saw Josh got an SBA loan. He used to fund his entire business, built it to 7 figures plus. All that as well. Why is that important? It's because of stacking. I'm going to teach you what stacking is. This is one of the best examples of stacking I can give you. Dr. Brandon. Dr. Brandon originally approached us to get $400,000. I'm not going to read this. I'll just tell you what happened. He came to us to get $417,000 tax lien to shut down his business. He wasn't going to try to get the $417,000. He asked us for advice on shutting down his business. We said, why would you do that? You're a happy OB/GYN doctor with a thriving practice. Why would you shut down your business? Because I owe the IRS $417,000. They're coming after me. I got no choice. I said, well, let us help you get the money. He said, you can't help me get the money. My credit score is 580. And I've already tried my bank. They won't even give me 20 grand, let alone 400 grand. Let's try. In the end, we got Dr. Brandon over $1.5 million in funding. He paid off the tax lien. He opened up a second practice, the same guy that was going to shut down his first, and he ran for public office in his state. How did we do it? It's called stacking. because we work with every legitimate funding program and over 1,000 funding sources, we're able to stack different funding programs. Cash flow financing we got for him, term loan we got for him, credit line hybrid we got for him, and on and on and on. So because most people like him struggle to get one kind of funding, and we got him 7, 8. We stacked it all to get him 1.5 million when he couldn't even get 20 grand from his own bank. I can give you multiple examples, but a perfect example of what having access to funding will do for you. So when you're working with us, this is what you get. You get 24/7 access to your own finance suite that you can access in English or Spanish. An advisor that walks you through the process. They call you 5 times the first 5 days. They walk Brad through your BIN number, or what's called your business identification number with Experian. We help you dispute inaccuracies with all 3 reporting agencies. We give you access to the largest supply of starter vendors, of retail sources, of fleet credit, of cash or bank credit, of auto financing, all without a personal guarantee and credit check. We help you get cash flow financing you can get even if you have bad credit, 0% financing through credit line hybrid, 2% or less rates on asset-based lending, all kinds of crazy things work for collateral that you might not even think of, and we teach you how to use other people's collateral or credit to get this kind of funding as well. SBA loans, term loans, lines of credit. We work with angel investing networks. I mean, a lot of stuff valued at well over 20 grand. But I kind of dropped a hint earlier about something I'm going to get you right now to help you start the new year. And I'm going to tell you why I'm doing this. I call it Business Credit Building $20,000 Business Bonus Bundle. I've only done this on one other webinar ever, given this away, and it's usually something we reserve for our special events like our challenges. But here's why I'm doing this. We're going to help you get the money you need to grow your business. But I can't help you with the marketing, the scaling, the branding, the how to run Google ads, Facebook ads, the business plans, all the stuff you need to know to market and scale the business. That's not my world. So I went to the best gurus on this planet that do that.
Mama come in and leave, Trey. They great. They wild.
Buddy.
They don't like me.
Former friends of mine were in the same mastermind. Would you
nigga, let me kill a nigga
to my clients? And several of them said no, or heck no, wasn't heck another word, and I give them some alcohol, and then they say yes. But regardless, what happens?
My dude said I give them some alcohol, and they say yes.
$20,000 worth of stuff that will help you scale your business. And I'm going to give this to you as well when you enroll, if you're enrolling with us through Friday. I'm going to show you exactly how this works. Celebritize your brand bundle. #1 branding expert, Ray Perez. My best friend Derek called me, texted me actually when I was in Utah last week and said, hey, should I get started with Ray? The package is $32,000 to get started. Is it worth it? I said, Ray's the number one branding expert in the world. Yeah. He's got 2 events here he's going to do and give you access to that's worth well over $1,000. Her speech and traffic and conversion. I'm about ready to pay her for a service that she offers that helps us do a lot of cool stuff. She also has a course on Message Maximizer to be able to get the right message to your audience. If you screw that up, you'll spend 5 times more than you should running ads to the wrong person. She's going to help you fix that through her Message Maximizer course. I love this guy, Howard Shore. I've read 2 of his best-selling books. They teach me how to stop leaks in my business, and they helped me become very profitable here at Credit Suite. He's got a course. All these courses are $790 per module. He's got a module here on how to delegate and manage like a beast worth $800 that he's giving you as part of this. Entrepreneurial Lead, Gino Whitman wrote Traction, one of the best-selling books that I've ever read. It's the model that we use to run Credit Suite, our meeting rhythms, all that. He also has something else called Entrepreneurial Lead to how to become an entrepreneur.
I'm about to be leading this defense. Okay.
There's over 11 resources here. How to clarify your vision, how to match yourself with the right industry, a roadmap to success for startups. All of that's being given to you today as well. Accounting Secrets Blueprint. This is my go-to accounting lady. She put together a course on everything you need to know that won't bore you on accounting, and she's giving that away as well. $10,000 real estate payday. If you're at all interested in investing in real estate, we have financing that can help you. And Derek, Van Ness, best-selling author and investment guru, is giving you a course on how to make your first $100,000 in profit in real estate. $10,000 golden tickets, 10 grand to attend this event with Kevin Harrington, where they're
dick me! No, dick me! No!
do an assessment of your value as well as loan coaching. It's worth $10 grand. We're going to give you tickets to that. We're going to spend 30 to 60 minutes with you and build your fundability to flash with our advisors on your very first call. We're going to give you D&B Equifax Experience for free for 3 months. It's $250. That loan says you $750 in credit monitoring. You're going to want to keep dibs on how much money I'm going to save you here, because you'll see it's well more than what you'd actually pay to work with us. And a 90% discount after that. Look, you're going to spend $2,700 more a year monitoring your business credit because you're not working with us than what you are. So just in 1 year, you're going to spend $2,700 more on credit monitoring, which you have to monitor your credit to build business credit. You have to see the accounts reporting on your business credit reports, and I'm giving you 3 months for free on top of that. So well over 3,001 years worth of savings from credit monitoring that we're giving you as well. And this I love. It's called the Business Builder Bundle. I went to all have over 30 courses, guides, blueprints, and tools for generating leads, branding your business, marketing, advertising, funnel building, product pricing, social media mastery, viral marketing, rapid. I mean, you're going to spend thousands of dollars to go to these gurus and have them give you access to their courses. I'm throwing over 30 of those in there as well. And a multi-million-dollar evaluation tool to see how much your business is worth and how to make it worth more money. All that $20,620 with the bonuses I'm giving you at no cost. Here's what it looks like. And here's what it actually involves with getting going. I mean, it's $12,140 in total value I showed, over 20 grand in bonuses if you're getting started through Friday. That's a lot. For $32,000 in value. If you are getting started through Friday, you've got 2 options. You can get a big discount with 1 payment at $29.97, or you can do 7 payments at $5.97. Now, if you kept track of math, we're doing things like helping you get listed with 411, setting you up and activating your credit profile with D&B, which they'll charge $1,200 for. We're helping you do 3 months of credit monitoring. You'll spend $750 for it at no cost. You're going to spend an extra $2,700 in credit monitoring year 1. You're going to spend considerably more than this to even try to struggle through this process on your own versus work with our team and our tech to help you through it. And if those payments don't make sense, then call us. We'll help one-on-one customize a payment plan for you specifically that will work. We also have really affordable options we don't even include on our website. We've got products we don't even advertise. They're designed for people with low budgets that can help you succeed. And I'm going to give you, I'm not saying you're going to qualify for this or not, but we've got a secret source who's been financing our clients. And so far, we've seen payments less than $100 a month. So they can finance this for you, give you payments of less than $100 a month to work with our team and our tech to actually succeed. So we've got a lot of options to make sure it's affordable. And what I like to say is, it's real simple. Do you want to work with us or not? If you want to take all of my free info and do it on your own, go do it. Go take the longer path. Nothing wrong with that, right? It's not how I am. If I can afford to pay an expert to help me through it and get better and faster results, I do it. But everybody's a little different. So if you want to take this free info and do it. Great. Go succeed. I'll pat you on the back. Be part of our group or part of our community will help you.
This boy ain't got no shoot. I'm about to. This is about to shoot his fucking lights off. He ain't gonna know it. Bitch, you about to shoot every time.
The best 2022 ever, and we'll work with you on payments. You just have to get on the phone with us, and we'll help figure out something that will work for you. And it's risk free. You do payments.
I ain't got no shooters, bro.
Protect everything you get with even your first payment, so it shifts the risk to us versus you. And usually what's interesting is you have to decide between time and money. You either have to pay somebody a bunch of money to save time, or take more time to save money. I'm giving you one of the only options.
This boy is the only shooter on my team. Okay. Oh no, that's stupid.
90% discount of credit monitoring, months of credit monitoring.
He injured.
So it helps you save money, be cheaper to work with us and do it on your own, and because of all the options.
Daddy got, okay, I gotta make
sure that it works with your budget. And you're also saving time. We usually cut years off the business credit building process because you see how simple it is using our business finance suite. And again, over $12,000 worth of stuff you're getting, 24/7 access to our finance suite, everything you need to be able to build business credit, everything you need to be able to get financing, not mentioning the $20,000 worth of bonuses that are available through Friday as well. So pretty cool, all for less than $3 grand, or payments less than $600, and the ability to customize payments. Now, If you want to get the free bonuses I talked about at the very beginning, the free month of credit monitoring, find out what kind of fundability things you need to fix, build your business credit, get financing, all you have to do is give us a call. Right there's our number. You can send us an email as well. Oftentimes, something like this, right, thousands of people in attendance, our phones are pretty busy. So leave us a voicemail and we will call you right back, or send us an email, or you can go schedule time online at creditsuite.com/consult if, like many people, you just know this makes sense. It's a no-brainer, right? I mean, it's cheaper to work with us than not. $20,000 worth of bonuses through Friday. If all that makes sense, you say, hey, look, this is something that I really want to do. Then go to creditsuite.com/webinar, and you'll see it. There's a countdown clock to Friday at the end of the day. You'll see, and we don't mess around. If you know me, you know I'm really, 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 really credible. It's just found it's easier in life to tell the truth than lie. I don't understand the opposite side of things. So the countdown timer goes down, the page goes down, the offer goes away. The bonuses, you can still enroll with us anytime. You just lose $20,000 worth of bonuses to be able to do so. So if you want to work this and get started by Friday, again, give us a call, send us an email, schedule a consult, or just go ahead, self-enroll at creditsuite.com/.
Indeed, all you kids. Hey, Petey tells me that you're, whatever it's called, is through the roof.
Z-rating. Through the roof is a bit of an exaggeration. It's only 1 point above chef.
It's 1.7. Technically.
Yeah, we might as well just call that. Right?
Why he look like Treya?
MP.
Why he look like Treya?
First order of business. Get your face out there on that billboard instead of on what's his name.
Let's go, baby. I'm gonna get Trey on that billboard. They gonna say Trey naked. It's gonna be a drink he holding.
Yeah, that's it.
They say Trey naked.
She's got a really first sense of branding. And to be honest with you, I was quite impressed.
You were eventually.
Okay, look, I won't apologize for being highly protective of my client's interest. Nevertheless, Mila here proved to be an ideal collaborator.
Okay, well, it sounds like you two had a boatload of fun.
It was the experience.
Okay, we managed to settle on three options, each with a slightly different feel, but we all believe within the
All right, gonna be. I'm about to throw some more sauce out there. Here we go. We got a new video.
Yeah, I vetted them from a PR perspective. They all work.
They did a great job.
They're fine.
Honestly, it's just a matter of personal preference. Wait, no, I got a question. So all y'all kept a secret with me?
No, we don't.
But I will say that is really nice.
One more piece, son.
Look, here we go right here, boy. Look, bow. Some more sauce. We're gonna pause it real quick. We're gonna hang you by your toes, Trey. We're gonna put you by your toes, have your toes hanging high. Put you by your toes, have your toes hanging high. Wait.
I feel like a game show.
Okay, due to your frankly shocking increasing Z-rating and marketability rating, on the course.
Yeah, we might hang you by your toes, make your toes sit high.
In our national commercial. Yeah, you earned it.
What's the concept? I don't want to give away just yet, but
What's the X might be
I'm
sick?
working on something really special. There's going to be
as long as you can read, it should happen within a week or two.
Wait, I got this.
Can I just say what a joy it's been to see how far you've come in so short time? It is an honor to be in business with your son.
Uncle Bobby, man, it means a lot to you say that. I won't let you down.
I know you won't.
What do you say, hang you by your toes, get your toes real high.
That track you did with the lead is incredible.
Girl, shut your ass up or I smack you. What do you say, Trey, hang you by your toes, hang you by your toes. Go back to the shits. This another, hey boy, this dude right here gonna give you some sauce that you ain't never knew.
Alright, so welcome everybody. Thank you for being a part of this live stream.
That boy like Duran.
Truesdale, local entrepreneur.
I want you to see him, but I gotta halfway.
In North Carolina. Just kind of want to cover tonight. In this live stream, we want to kind of cover 10 30 accounts that you can pretty much get either as a brand new business or if you're new to building business credit.
They're like Duran, don't
We're doing this live on Instagram as well. Same handle, Carolina's Own. Make sure you check us out on our blog site. It's posted right here below. CDCA Network. We're going to be posting a lot more content there. If you're catching this in the Facebook group, make sure you allow StreamYard, give StreamYard permission to post your name so we can know exactly who to give credit for whatever questions you have. So for everybody that's on Facebook or YouTube that's catching this, could you please just kind of type in the chat, let us know where you're tapping in from.
What up?
Catching this on Instagram, tap in and let me know where you're catching this from. Like I said, I'm right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And tonight we're going to be talking about 10 net 30 vendor accounts that you can pretty much get out of the box. Right out the gate, you don't really need a whole lot set up. To get these vendors, they're pretty easily, and the best part about all of these is that they actually report to the bureaus. That's the hardest part about building business credit. I can't stress enough, you don't want to waste time or money with vendors that don't report. A lot of people are doing that now. Business credit is becoming more and more popular. A lot more business owners are starting to understand the importance of business credit. And so they're, just running out willy-nilly getting net 30 vendor accounts. All right. And as always, if you're catching this on the YouTube live or on the replay, please, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We got way more content coming for you guys on the YouTube channel. If you like I said, this channel is for business and personal credit tips. And also I'll be documenting my own personal real estate journey on this channel. So if you're catching this on the replay, definitely go ahead and like the video, subscribe, and all right, we'll go ahead and kick it off, man. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm gonna share my screen, and we'll go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. Again, Instagram, if you want to see what I'm actually putting on the screen, just head over to YouTube, same handle, Carolina's Own, OWNN. And you can catch the actual screen. I'm doing a presentation on YouTube and Facebook Live. All right, so let's get into it. Tonight, we're talking about the top 10 net 30 vendors to obtain when you have 0 to 4 reporting trade lines. So remember, we talked about last week how to get the 80 payday strategy. Essentially, what you're basically doing is you're building out your business credit profiles in a way that you can get 4 trade lines in 60 days. All right, so tonight we're going to take it a step further. We're just going to open up the whole box of all the vendors that you can pretty much get as a brand new business owner, or if your business is brand new to building business credit, okay? Why should you build business credit? Well, statistics say that essentially about a good 80% of business owners assess the reason for going out of business to being a lack of capital, right? So if you put that in language terms, let's think about it. They say most business owners within the first 1 to 5 years are out of business, okay? Meaning that if you start 5 businesses, 4 of them will be out of business in 5 years or less, okay? Out of that 5-year time frame, 90% of those businesses attest the reason why they went out of business to a lack of capital, okay? So it is important that you kind of focus on building business credit. Now, when we talk about business credit, you hear people talk about no PG or no personal guarantee. That's what we're going to be focusing on tonight. These are net 30 vendors where you do not have to personally guarantee. There is a time for a personal guarantee, and we'll get into that on the tonight. This is strictly net 30 payment vendors that you don't have to personally guarantee for, all right? So this is strictly building business credit because it's 2 legs to business credit. Business side. Now, as you move up in the ranks, you get to the $2-3 billion mark for a track record of 5, 6, 7, 8 years. You don't have to personally guarantee debt for your business. The business can stand alone. Most business owners who are following the channel or are following the YouTube are not to that level yet. So you do need to have that personal guarantee just as a boost to get your business credit journey started. All right. And so if anybody's catching this on Instagram, you can head on over to our YouTube channel, same handle, Carolina's Own. We're going to be breaking this down. You can actually see my screen. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. All right. So tonight, real quick, like I said, my name is Audrey Truesdale. Real estate entrepreneur, started my first business back in 2014. I am also a SCORE volunteer, so I do volunteer for the local Charlotte SCORE chapter. All right. And I'm also the founder of Carolina's Business Credit Alliance. And our goal this year is simply to help 200 business owners obtain $250,000 in business capital. Okay. So that's our goal. That's our mission. We offer a number of different things, like a free Facebook group. We offer one-on-one strategy calls. We also have a 5-week mentorship. We just kicked that off last night. It's a great call. We got about five new mentees.
Then my nigga just crossed his arms when he got his shit beat.
You know, to that $250,000 mark. Okay. So if you're watching this on Instagram, make sure you hop on over to YouTube if you want to catch my screen and see what I'm actually reading off on the live stream. All right. All right, so
my nigga bitch, man, he a bitch, man. Look at him, he's bitching.
There's about 5 central steps that we always talk about, or I always suggest when you're getting to the point where you want to start building business credit. Step number 1, you definitely want to establish your entity. You want to make sure you file with the Secretary of State, whether it's C Corp, S Corp, LLC. You need to file with the Secretary of State. A sole proprietorship not allow you to start building business credit separate from your personal credit. It will be tied together. And then you also, once you establish the entity, you want to pull your personal credit. You want to know where you stand on the personal credit side as well. All right, after you do that, you want to go ahead and get bank compliant. You want to get a phone number, email, website, all of that good stuff. Then you want to make sure, step number 3, you want to go ahead and get listed. You want to make sure your business is visible on the internet. That means Google listing, 411 listing, Yelp, all of that good stuff, okay? Now, once you get your business listed, next step, number 4, you want to go ahead and start building small trade lines. You're going to get about 0 to 4 trade lines reporting. That's what we're going to talk about tonight. 10 trade lines that you can get for your business.
You say you own some?
You don't really have to have a lot set up, but I do suggest you take the time to go ahead and get bank compliant.
That's crazy.
With COVID, banks are a lot more strict with their lending guidelines. You see a higher rate of denials and not getting approved for things just because banks are tightening up the guidelines. All right, and then the step number 5, the last step, when you actually set everything up, now you want to start finding local banks and local community banks and credit unions to inquire about their lending products. You want to make sure you have step 1 through 4 first before you step foot in the bank and start asking.
Damn.
It's very, very important that you.
Damn, not my little nigga down.
All right, so tonight let's talk about net term vendors. What does that mean? Net term vendors essentially are vendors that extend payment terms to other businesses, right? Uline, Quill, Granger, all of them extend net payment term. And essentially what net payment terms is, you have net and then you have a number. That number can be 7, it can be 14, 21, 60. And essentially that number is the number of days that you have to pay your invoice in full. Okay, this is not like revolving credit. You can't, carry a balance with these net vendor accounts. You have to pay them in full. So that's the difference between business credit and personal credit. Now, there is tons of revolving business credit available, but tonight we're talking about strictly net payment terms. So when we talk about net 30s, that means you have 30 days to pay the invoice in full. All right, now, just as a quick side note, if you do have gas cards as a part of your business credit strategy, I highly, highly suggest that you set those up on auto draft from your business checking account. Take my word for it. They will hit you with the late fees, and then your $40 gas bill can be $400 in the blink of an eye.
Damn.
All right, so first thing we want to talk about my favorites.
That nigga's.
All right, we want to talk. Yes, that you set those up on auto draft from your business checking account. Take my word for it. They will hit you with the late fees, and then your $40 gas bill can be $400 in the blink of an eye.
Fuck me.
All right, so first vendor we want to talk about, one of my favorites. All right, we want to talk about nav.com. I like Nav for a number of reasons, but essentially, Nav, they offer a business trade line pretty much straight out of the box. So as soon as you start your LLC, if you start an LLC on March 1st, you could essentially go to nav.com as long as you have all the other 4 steps that we named, in play, or actually the first 3 steps in play. You know, you want to establish an entity, you want to make sure you're bank compliant, and you want to get visible. But if you're not visible yet and you still want to go ahead and get a business trade line to start reporting data on your business reports and generate those scores, you do need those business scores generated before you kind of start reaching out to banks. Case in point, Bank of America. If you apply for a business business credit card and you get denied, 9 times out of 10, you don't have a strong personal credit profile or you don't have a strong business credit profile. So beware that banks do look to see that you took the extra step to get your business credit reporting to the Business Credit Reporting Bureau. So if you're not familiar with the Business Credit Reporting Bureaus, it's Dun & Bradstreet, Business Equifax, and Business Experian. Those are the main 3. There are others as well, but those are the main 3 to pay attention to and build out first. All right, and so now they have 2 different payment plans, and the one that I always suggest that everybody gets is the Business Loan Builder Plan. And reason being for the Business Loan Builder Plan is that they give you the SBSS score, Small Business Success Score. And why is this score important? Well, essentially, this is a FICO generator score that all banks pretty much use when they're making a lending decision for your SBA loans, okay? Now, when we talk about SBA loans, we're not talking about the PPP or EIDL. Those were birthed out of COVID. Those are separate lending guidelines. They have different stipulations. When we're talking about SBA loans, what I'm referring to are 7A loans, 504 loans, and micro loans. 7A loans, those are typically going to be your working capital loans that you can get from your Wells Fargo, your Chase, any bank that does any type of SBA lending and offer any type of working capital, line of credit, things of that nature. Typically, the 7A loans will have the lowest interest rates as well, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5%. So those are kind of popular. Then you have 504 loans. 504 you can use for equipment. You know, if you're a restaurant owner, you want to buy equipment. If you're a salon owner and you want to buy real estate, you know, as long as you occupy 51% of the building. So if you purchase a building that you house your salon in, then you can get a 504 SBA loan. Okay, so you will need to know your SBSS score for that loan, though. Now, they also have micro loans. I'm not going to touch on those tonight, but essentially that is another SBA product. Just keep in mind that SBA loans are hard to get. They are very, very tough to obtain. But you do need to know that SBSS score so you know where you stand and know how to build it out. Now, one thing to note with that SBSS score from NAB, the way it's calculated is they take your personal experience score and your business experience score. That's what we're talking about tonight. They're going to take your personal experience score and your business experience score, and they're going to blend them together. So it's a blended score, meaning that you take time to put your business experience profile to get a score. But now, it is heavily weighted on the personal experience score, but I say build out both. All right. And so I like NAB a lot just for that reason. Now, you get the Business Boost plan, you do get the trade line, but you don't get the SBSS score. So Business Boost, I believe, is $39 a month. Make these shots, Business Loan Builder is $49 a month. All right, and the reason why I like NAB as well is that there's no application trade line on all 3 I'm gonna trade your ass for a good one, bitch. So you get a trade line on Business Experian, Business Equifax, and Dun & Bradstreet. Now, if you go back to my YouTube live I did last week, I'll show you how to actually get 2 trade lines on Business Equifax using the 80 payday strategy. So make sure you check that out on my YouTube live. I did that live stream last week. All right. So NAB.com, that's our first business trade line that we want to get. All right. And then next, let's go to BP MasterCard. I like BP MasterCard a lot. Again, they report to all 3 business credit bureaus. Okay. So you're going to hear a theme here. You want to get trade lines that actually report. You don't want to waste a whole lot of time. And then everybody that's on IG, if you want to actually see my screen, go over to YouTube. Check me out on the YouTube live. Same handle, Carolina's Own. I'm actually, streaming live from my YouTube channel as well. So check me out on YouTube if you want to see the screen for this this live stream. All right, thanks guys for paying attention and subscribing to the channel. But again, I like BP MasterCard. Why do I like BP MasterCard? Because they report monthly or quarterly. So they do report the trade line. Okay, now with BP MasterCard, there are net 14 payment terms. And every 14 days, you will get an invoice with the balance that's due in full. Okay, so use the BP MasterCard. You know, one thing about the BP MasterCard is really clutch. I don't really hear a lot of people talk about with the BP MasterCard is you can actually use this for vehicle maintenance as well. So it's not just for gas. You can actually use this to get oil changes, get a tire change, get work done on your car. You can use it for vehicle fuel and maintenance, okay? So the BP MasterCard is very versatile. Again, you do have net 14 payment terms, so you're going to get an invoice every 14 days. Typically, after the second invoice, that's when the payment will report. All right, and so they do offer an easy tracking system. You can track your expenses pretty easily, export it right into your QuickBooks. It's easy, so you can keep track of your business expenses. Now, they do report this trade line to all 3 business bureaus. So I like BP MasterCard. It's another one that you definitely want to make sure that you get starting out. All right, and I'm gonna post a link for everybody that's watching this on the YouTube live stream replay. I'm gonna post a link to all the applications for each and every one of these trade lines. All right. All right, for IG, if y'all catching this on Instagram, head on over to my YouTube channel. I'm actually share my screen, showing you guys all the business trade lines that I like. All right. So for anybody who's looking at the YouTube, if you see here, this is the BP MasterCard.
This boy's ball. I gotta get him on my team.
You just put your information in, and I'll post a link in the description for everybody to go ahead and get their applications in. I like BP MasterCard a lot because you can not only use it for fuel, you can also use this at the at the car shop. So if you need any type of vehicle maintenance, oil change, tire rotations, any of that good stuff, you can use it at the auto shop as well. All right. So next, moving right along, Uline. Love
Uline, baby.
Uline a lot.
Trey, where you at, baby? Where you at, girl?
Payment term account for new and existing businesses. Now,
we need to make you an LLC today, baby girl.
A lot of people are running into because again, business credit is starting to become a lot popular. A lot more business owners are taking the time to build business credit. With Uline, I suggest if you apply for the net 30 and you get denied, go ahead and pay that first order in cash, meaning you pay up front. And the second order, so basically you want to place 2 orders with Uline in 30 days. If you place 2 orders in 30 days, pay those in cash full. On the 3rd order, you should be extended at net 30 and have no problems, all right? Now, with Uline, they do report this trade line, so you want to make sure that you're bank compliant, meaning you got your business website, email, phone number, fax, whatever. You want to make sure that you're bank compliant before you set up Uline because they do report this trade line to Dun & Bradstreet and Business Experience. All right, so again, like I said, you may have to pay for the first 2 orders in cash up front, but no worries. On that 3rd order, you should be good to go to get that net 30 payment account. And this trade line does report to Dun & Bradstreet and Experian. All right, so here's Uline for anybody who's looking to get a Uline vendor account. What I suggest, hold on one second. Let me go here. All right, so Uline. This is Uline.
I found.
And lost my live stream. Apologies, guys. I'm just trying to share my screen real quick and give you guys this Uline. All right, so Uline. This is why I like Uline because they have a versatile product selection. And essentially how you would go about it, you would just go to Uline and then you would just add whatever you want to your cart. So you see here, I have, just some coffee stuff I added to my cart. But Yeah, so Uline is great. They report to Business Experian and Business Equifax. So this is a great vendor to add to your portfolio. All right. So, next, let's go to. All right, so we got NAV, we got BP, MasterCard, Uline. That's the third one. Next, we want to go. To Business T-Shirt Club. All right. So Business.
Hey, that's what you can do, Trey, right there.
They report.
Look, girl, if you still here, that's what you can do. Business T-Shirt Club.
And essentially, with Business T-Shirt Club, the thing that I like about them is they report to Business Experience and Dun Street, so you can knock out 2 for 1. Now they do offer a net 30, but the minimum order amount will have to be $100. So you will have to spend $100 with Uline in order for them to report the trade line. Okay. Business T-Shirt Club. So Business T-Shirt Club does report. They also charge a $69 annual fee for membership. They do report it as a courtesy, but it's not. They don't necessarily have to report the annual fee. All right. So I would suggest, just check them out. They offer great deals on bulk apparel. So if anybody has, like a logo or a brand that they're trying to promote, aka Carolina's Business Credit Alliance, right? So you can use that for selling T-shirts, selling sweatshirts.
Yeah, you was doing your shit, nigga. You was trying to do that. What do you call it? The T-shirt business at first, baby girl.
Now
you can do that. I'm gonna send it to you. Look, you there. Hold on.
Selling shirts and you're making money, then that should be no problem. Now, again, like I said, I like this trade line a lot because it reports to the business bureaus.
Just make a T-shirt LLC real quick, little girl. I'm gonna see the. Hold on, little girl. Hold on.
So,
little girl.
Get you guys set up so you can see this.
You hear me, little girl?
Just want you guys to kind of see the actual trade lines as I'm going and I'm covering them. All right. So you see here with Business T-Shirt Club, they have pretty much quality brands. Adidas, American Apparel, Champion. Champion is making a big comeback in the urban community. It was gone and now it's back. So my guy Ty Crandall, Business Credit Suite. You see here, you can get T-shirts.
What is this item?
They got shirts for ladies, for the youth.
What's wrong with that nigga?
You can pretty much start an apparel business with just Business T-Shirt Club as your main vendor. Right now, again, you will have to place $100 order minimum in order for them to report the trade line. So just keep that in mind when you're going for these business vendors. Okay. All right. So next, let's go ahead and let's talk about SupplyWorks. Why do I like SupplyWorks? Okay. SupplyWorks is a hidden gem for a lot of people who are in the business credit space, man. SupplyWorks is a hidden gem. Now, with SupplyWorks, they're similar to Uline. You do get, they have cleaning supplies, office supplies, things of that nature. They will extend you a net 30 payment term, so you will get a net 30 pretty much out the gate for your business. Now, how long that will last, I don't know, because a lot more people are getting hip to business credit, starting to build business credit. They're starting to get more backlogs. So it may be a little tougher to get this SupplyWorks net 30 terms down the line. So I suggest if you're watching this on the live stream, don't waste any time. Again, I'm going to post this in the I'm going to post the link to all these to apply in the description on my YouTube channel. So if you're catching this on Instagram and you want to actually see what I'm doing on my screen, head on over to the YouTube channel. Like the video, subscribe. But appreciate everybody that's holding it down on Instagram. All right, so like I said, SupplyWorks similar to Uline. They do report to Dun & Bradstreet and Business Experience. It's clutch because essentially we just got 4 vendors for both Dun & Bradstreet and Business Experience. So why is that important? Well, essentially, once you get to about 4 to 5 trade lines reported on your business credit bureaus, you built out a pretty solid business credit profile, okay? Now, the sleeper in the gem of Supply Works, and the reason why I like Supply Works is that they will actually give you a pro purchase card. Let me see if I got mine available. So you can get a pro purchase card that you can use. Boom, here it is. So you can get a pro purchase card for your Supply Works trade line that you can use at Home Depot. Now, you can't use it anywhere else, but this essentially unlocks you to not only have to make phone orders. You can get the Supply Works card and go to Home Depot, do some shopping there, and then pay the net 30. So you can get some trash bags, you can get, some concrete material. If you're in real estate like me, drywall, whatever the case, you can get materials or something from Home Depot to suffice using this trade line and having it report to Dun & Bradstreet Business Experience. So that's why I like Supply Works a lot. It's a sleeper. A lot of people talk about Supply Works, okay? All right, and you can use that at Home Depot. So next, let's talk about CEO Creative. CEO Creative is newer. It's a newer business trade line, kind of been around early, I say end of 2019, 2020, they kind of popped on the scene, but I like them. They will give you a net 30 vendor account. Now, the one caveat with CEO Creative, if you're strictly brand new, meaning your business is less than 90 days old, you will have to wait the 90-day trial period. Once you hit 90 days, you can apply for this business trade line. But I do like CEO Creative. Most of the stuff that they offer are just like Business T-shirt Club. It's branding. They build websites. They do graphic design and print work, so you can get your flyers. You want to get a logo for your website. If you want to build a website, you can use CEO Creative to do so. All right, and so I like CEO Creative a lot. They're a pretty good trade line to have in your repertoire. Again, we're talking about 10 net 30 vendor accounts that you can pretty much get pretty easily.
Let's go, that nigga. Blessing them bitches. Let's go.
The only thing with CEO Creative is they do have a 90-day trial period, so you will have to wait it out the 90 days.
I need to get catch and shoot for him, bro.
CEO Creative trade line, okay? And like I said, with CEO Creative, it's pretty dope, man. They got, if you want to get you some coffee mugs, or you some office supplies, towels, if you want to get, some business cards. They got a pretty good collection. They got a lot of cool electronic stuff. So definitely check them out. I'll post a link in the description for everybody who's watching this on the YouTube replay. But it's pretty dope company. And like I said, they report to Dun & Bradstreet. And I believe, they just report to DNB. But great trade line to add to your repertoire, nonetheless. All right. So next, let's go ahead and move on over to Strategic Network Solutions. Try saying that 3 times. Good Lord. Strategic Network Solutions. All right. So Strategic Network Solutions is another net 30 vendor account that you can pretty much get as a new business or an existing business. So let's say you've been in business for a few years. You can go to Strategic Network Solutions and get a net 30 vendor out the box. Now, the one thing about Strategic that I love over Summa Office Supplies, which is their sister trade line, they have Summa Office Supplies and they have Strategic Network Solutions. I like Strategic Network Solutions because it reports to Business Equifax and it reports to Credit Safe. That's another business reporting agency that, a lot of people are starting to report to. They're not as popular. They're international, so they kind of just came over to the U.S. 2 years ago. So they're not as widespread. I believe BMW, Dell reports to them. Of course, Strategic Network Solutions, few vendors, not many. But nonetheless, they report to Business Equifax. Now, as you move along in your business credit journey, building out your business profiles, you will come to see that building that Business Equifax is extremely hard. Not very many vendors report to Business Equifax. I don't know what the deal is with that, but not a lot of vendors report. But this is one of them. So you definitely want to take heed. If you're watching this on the YouTube replay, I highly suggest you set up your Strategic Network Solutions Net 30 vendor. Now, they do offer products such as like softwares. If you want to write a will, I believe is one of the software products. If you want to set up QuickBooks, they have a QuickBooks training. But the thing is, with this trade line, you will need to spend a minimum of $75 for them to report to the bureau. So you got to spend $75. Most of the software is about $80, so you shouldn't have a problem. They have ebooks. Ebooks are like $75 on the head. So between the ebooks and the software, you should be able to find something to order. Ebook is pretty good, pretty decent. I'll be honest with you. You got a lot of good information in there when we talk about business credit tips, bank rating, different ways to build business credit. It's pretty intuitive. I will say that. Now, one thing also with Strategic Network Solutions, like I said, they do have a sister trade line of Summa Office Supplies. I have Summa Office Supplies. I don't really use it as much as I used to because they start reporting. So as of right now, I would veer more towards Strategic versus Summa. But they are owned by the same company, same owner. Have a good relationship with the owner of the business. They are very business credit proactive. They really, want you, to help build your business credit. So check them out and let me know what you think in the comments. All right. Now let me do this real quick. So I just want to show you guys a website real quick so you can kind of get a feel for what I'm talking about. So essentially, you go and you can sign in, and then you would just go to the website and order your item, ebook, software, whatever. And just make sure you spend $75. That's the main thing with Strategic. You got to spend $75 in order for them to report, but they do report. All right. And so, with that being said, next up is NTB, National Time Battery, another sleeper. Not a lot of people talk about NTB. Well, I don't hear a lot of people talking about NTB. So let's pull up NTB. And why do we like NTB so much?
We're in their corner and on it because their local agent is a small business owner too.
All right, so I like NTB because they send Net 30 payment terms pretty much out the box, brand new or existing business. So if you started your business 30 days ago and you're looking to build obtain a business trade line, you can get NTB. NTB is National Tire and Battery. I also think they're affiliated with Tire Kingdom. This was one of the first trade lines that I obtained when I was building out my business credit for my first business that I built out business credit for. So NTB does report. They offer oil changes. They're pretty much a full service auto. Now, I don't think they work on transmissions, but I think that's like the only thing they don't. The guy told me when I took my car in. So I got a beater. So, I'll be needing all types of work down on my car. But nonetheless, they do report the trade line at Dun & Bradstreet, and it is a Net 30. So you can get that as a brand new business, or if you're new to building business credit, you can get NTB pretty much out the box. They do report the Dun & Bradstreet. Now, this is a perfect trade line for vehicle maintenance. So if you have a vehicle, if you have a Toro business, if you have, trucking business, or if you have a, delivery service or Uber driver or something of that nature, you can get the NTB trade line pretty much as a new or established business. All right. So we like NTB a lot for that reason. So let me pull up the website, show you guys so you can see kind of what NTB has to offer. So you pretty much can go ahead and shop for tires. you need a car battery, oil change, of course, we all need to change our oil. That's pretty much a given if you're driving a car. They got a sale going right now on some Michelin's. You get $170 off some Michelin's. Not sure if you can get that with the Net 30 though, but it's worth a shot. And essentially with NTB, if you did want to open up the Net account, I believe this is the link. This may not be. It's on the website. Nah, it's not it. So let's go back. It's an application. What I'll do for anybody who's catching this on the replay, if you head over to the Facebook group, Carolina's Business Credit Alliance, I will post the application to NTB in the Facebook group in the file section. So for anybody catching this on the live replay, YouTube, if you head over to the Carolina's Business Credit Alliance Facebook group, I will post the application to NTB. All right, but this is another trade line that you pretty much get out of the box. So we like NTB. All right, next, let's talk about WEX. Why do we like the WEX gas cards? The WEX gas cards are pretty dope because, as in my experience, they report to all three they report to Dun & Bradstreet, and they report fast. Meaning, as soon as you make that invoice payment, they will report their trade line to Dun & Bradstreet, okay? So you can get the WEX Bank gas cards with 0 to 4 trade lines reported. Now, just keep in mind, if you're in another part of the country, if you're catching this in California, or if you're catching this in like the Midwest, you may not have gas stations that WEX underwrites. So you will need to do a little bit of digging on what gas stations and gas locations that WEX Banks underwrites. What's up to everybody on Instagram? Thank you for joining. So pretty much WEX, they underwrite for Shell, 7-Eleven, QT. I'm here in North Carolina, so those are the main 3 gas stations in our area that WEX underwrites. You have Marathon as well. That's another one. Excuse me, guys. But they do report to Dun & Bradstreet, so that's a great one to have in your portfolio of Net 30 vendors. Now, and like I said, with WEX Bank, they report quick. So if you get the Shell card and you start using it now, the one thing about the QT, Shell, 7-Eleven, these WEX Bank cards, they are net 7 terms, meaning every 7 days you will get an invoice. So this is not a net 30, this is a net 7 account. All right, so you will get an invoice in 7 days, but no worries. Like I said, with the gas cards, just set them up on auto pay and draft it straight from your business checking account, and you won't have an issue paying late or get hit with all those crazy fees. All right. So for anybody that's catching this on Instagram, if you want to see my screen, head over to the YouTube channel, same name, Carolina's Own. Thank you for joining. Talking about 10 Net 30 vendors that you can get for a new or established business to build business credit. It's essential that you find vendors that are reporting to the business credit bureaus. You can't just go and open up a Net 30 and hope and pray that they report the trade line. You need to open up these accounts with vendors that will report the trade line, okay? So we covered 10 so far. We're talking about WEX gas cards. And like I said, I'm here in the Carolinas. So the WEX gas stations here that's pretty prevalent are 7-Eleven, QT, and Shell. Those are the main 3 here in North and South Carolina that you can pretty much find in pretty much within a 2-mile radius of wherever you live. So yeah, and they report to Dun & Bradstreet fast, meaning as soon as you pay that first invoice, you will see that pop up on your Dun & Bradstreet credit profile. So use it and pay it. Use it and pay it. All right. So that's another one you can get. Now, the one thing I'm not quite sure of, I've heard rumors that you can also use this for vehicle and maintenance. I'll have to double check that. But if so, this is a clutch game changer, because essentially you can use this for auto repair. You need to get, work done to your vehicle. You need to get an oil change, brakes, any of that good stuff. you can use the WEX bank card for that and build business credit. All right. So here's the website. Whoops. Let me share my screen so you can see. All right. So here's WEX. Let's take a look at WEX real quick. I'm gonna wrap this up, man. I know we getting close to Q&A time. Actually, you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. We'll wrap up with the last one. So the last one, real quick, is Wise Business Plans. All right. So I like Wise Business Plans because we all need business plans for our business. All right. So Wise Business Plans is pretty dope. They report to Dun & Bradstreet. I heard rumors that they report to Business Experian. I'm not sure about that, but if so, it's a 2-for-1. But nonetheless, they do report to Dun & Bradstreet, and you can get this Net 30 vendor pretty much as a brand new business or an existing business owner. So if you're starting your business fresh out the box, or if you're new to building business credit, you already have a business established, you can get this Dun & Bradstreet trade line reporting. So, and again, last week I covered on the YouTube stream how to actually get a 80 paydex for 60 days. So this is essentially kind of building upon that, because now you have more than just the ones I covered last week. You got about 10 to play around with. Again, Wise Business Plans, they offer a variety of business plans. If you're going for an SBA loan, they have a business plan for that. If you're a nonprofit and you're looking for bank funding or private funding, they have a business plan for that specific niche of entity, nonprofits. And if you're going to a bank for a proposal, if you're a developer, or if you are going for whatever, funding that you're seeking from whatever bank, you can write up a business plan using Wise Business Plans, and they do report to Dun & Bradstreet. All right, so let's take a look real quick at Wise Business Plans, and we'll wrap this up, man, do some Q&A, all right? So Wise Business Plan is great, man. They actually report this trade line to Dun & Bradstreet, which is dope, man. I really like them a lot. So you see here, you can get a business plan for if you're an investor, if you're a bank business plan, they have strategic business plan, nonprofit, L1 business plan. I'm not sure what L1 means, but it sounds sophisticated and fancy. So y'all let me know in the comments what L1 business plan is. I'm definitely not aware of what an L1 business plan, but nonetheless, you can go on Wise Business Plans, and they report this trade line to Dun & Bradstreet. All right, so that's pretty much it, man. Those are the top 10 that I like. Pretty much out the box, you can get these trade lines with not a lot of hassle. Again, the only one that you may run into some issues with out the box is you will have to wait the 90 days for CEO Creative. All right, but if you got time, to really build this thing out properly, 90 days is like a blink of an eye when you really think about it. You can do that one last. You can kind of, skip over that when you come back to it on the back end. But these 10 vendors will get you up and going when we talk about building business credit. You can do this pretty simply and easily with these 10, okay? Again, like I said, we covered last week how to build an 80 paydex with less vendors, but you do want to have as many possible trade lines as possible. You want to try to build at least 10 on all 3 bureaus. Now, it's going to be extremely hard on Business Equifax. I'm not here to, sell your dream. You will have the hardest time trying to build out that Business Equifax profile, okay? All right. Yeah, man. Thank you, Brandon. This is definitely some good info, man. Definitely. These 10, like I said, they report to Dun & Bradstreet, right? And if you really think about it, Dun & Bradstreet, they're a 100-year-old company, meaning that business credit has been around a lot longer than personal credit, okay? So when you really think about business credit, it's been around for years and years and years. So you definitely want to tap into it as much as you can. All right, so YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anybody have any questions about any of these vendors that we covered, man? I'm here for another 15 minutes. Y'all got any questions about business credit, how to build business credit, 5 steps we covered in the beginning. If you need some clarity on those 5 steps, I'm here for you guys. So let me know. But like I said, those 10 that we covered tonight, those are the 10 I suggest you start with and really focus on those 10. And then you can start, playing around with others and, adding other ones that are specific to your business as you go along. But I would suggest if you're brand new to building business credit, go ahead with these 10 and start with these. All right. So do we got any questions? Anybody in the Facebook group where you post the vendor? Yeah, absolutely. I'll post the application for NTB in the group, Brandon. And if you go to my YouTube channel, Carolina's Own, I'm going to post a link of all the links to apply for all of these trade lines in the description of this live stream. So just head on over to Carolina's Own on the YouTube channel or message me on Instagram and I can send them straight to you. But yeah, I'll post them in the group because like I said, most of them are websites, so you just post a link to them. But yeah, I'll post that in the group tonight, bro. I got you, no problem. Anybody else got any questions about anything? I can't see any questions on the YouTube, but
damn it, I wish I could sit down. Fucked up.
I suggest everybody kind of start with. Do you have a consultation? Yeah, absolutely, Brandon. If you go over to my Instagram, I'm gonna post my IG.
And that's gonna do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and Dorisburg, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching tonight's game. We'll see you next time.
Enjoy free balcony upgrades, onboard credit, plus kids sail free. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? Houston here. Look, if you're trying to get a business credit card from Chase, okay, and you don't have no income proof, I'm going to show you the steps of exactly what to do, especially if you don't even have a business. This is something that's going to help you, all right? Now, the first thing is you need a business, right? So what are some of the easiest businesses to start if you're trying to get a Chase business credit card, okay? So you can start maybe like a cleaning service, janitorial type of service. It's low startup cost and everything. The reason that you want to do this, all right, is so that you can start, as you start to make a little revenue, start making deposits into your business bank account revenue. This is going to help build up your business bank rating. So that's the reason that you need to do this. So, like I said, janitorial.
Thanks for doing this, MP.
Thank you for having me here.
As I'm sure Ms. St. Germain explained, Enterprise Monthly's Young Leadership issue is our most celebrated issue of the year. Being that we don't usually cover sports in our publication, I'm hoping we can sit down for a few conversations and see if and how you might fit into that framework.
Yeah, that sounds good. I know your readers might not typically want to hear from a basketball player, but...
Well, my editors think it's worth exploring.
Oh, it sounds like you're not sure if you agree.
I usually sit down with CEOs.
Yeah, we in there. I'm gonna take it. That's a quick, brief break, baby girls. I'm with Tyrant every day, like every day. I'll let these videos run while I'm sleeping.
Your service, a cleaning service, power washing. So whether you're doing a little power washing on windows or somebody's car or somebody's driveway or their house, power washing is a good business to do. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is because you want to try to find businesses that are easy to start, that have easy NAICS codes, okay? Low risk, I should say. Low risk business codes, low risk NAICS codes. That's the reason that you want to look at some of these here businesses if you're actually trying to get a business credit card through Chase. Now, marketing. Marketing is definitely a low risk NAICS code business that you can start. Then you also have e-commerce. So I know a lot of you all, this time of year, holidays coming up, and a lot of people going to be shopping online. You being able to get a business credit card and buy mystery boxes from Amazon, from eBay, and start selling products and stuff online, you know, to help generate revenue. Now, you also have delivery services, courier services, and I've talked about this in another video. The reason that you really definitely you have a better chance of making a lot more money in delivery service and courier services is because there's a possibility there's going to be a fuel shortage for over-the-road truck drivers. So a lot of companies is going to start looking for smaller businesses that are able to deliver packages and stuff like that. So that's definitely an opportunity for you to come up, make some fast, quick money, getting paid. Some of these companies pay you on a daily. Some of these companies pay you weekly, but consistently having revenue coming in. Now, I know a lot of people, because of the real estate market, they want to get themselves positioned to get into real estate. Well, I'm going to tell you like this. Having your business as a real estate company is high risk, okay? So you don't want to do that. If you're going to try to get into real estate, you probably want to do maybe something in the realm of real estate, like property management or something like that. Or you may probably want to do, what's that other one? Property management. You may probably want to do some type of handyman services. Okay? So those are just some of your low-risk NAICS code businesses that you want to start. Now, here's something else that's very important. And a lot of people that currently have little side hustle businesses and they're operating them under their social. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that because you open yourself up for financial liability, okay? And also, what you're doing, you're putting a bigger tax burden on yourself. Because if you doing a side hustle and you're using your social to get paid under, and you also working a job, you have to merge that income together, so which pushes you up a higher adjusted gross income. So that's the reason you don't want to operate under your social. You want to structure your business properly, okay? If you don't know how to properly do that, schedule a one-on-one consultation. Click the link in the description and schedule a one-on-one consultation with me. I will tell you exactly and help you find the easiest NAICS code that possibly you can start your business under. Again, you want to be able to take advantage of the opportunity not only just to get business credit cards, but to get business lines of credit so that you can actually continue to grow your business. So being structured the proper way is very important. Now, that being said, once you've structured your business, now you want to actually position yourself to where you're approaching Chase Bank. Now, Chase Bank does use check systems, because I know somebody's saying, well, what if I'm in check systems? Unfortunately, if you're in check systems, then Chase may not want to work with you. I said may not. Now, if you're in check systems and you may owe $300-400 or whatever, I would probably reach out to check systems, see who's the financial institution, and pay that financial institutions, get the documents yourself, and send them, and also reach out to the check system and have them to report it that you no longer owe that debt, especially if you're trying to build a relationship with Chase. Now, here's the thing about Chase that you need to understand. Chase pulls your Experian and TransUnion. Now, I know many of you may have Chase bank accounts and stuff, and you're looking at that credit score they give you. Well, that credit score they give you is a Vantage score. It's not a FICO score. Chase pulls your FICO 8 score, your FICO 8 bank card score to determine if they're going to give you a credit card. Okay, so you need to understand that. So this credit score they're giving you is a Vantage score. And that Vantage score may be higher than your Chase credit card score, all right? So you need to know that. That being said, another reason you want to another reason that you may want to open up a Chase bank account, because where I was talking about a previous video where I was talking about Navy Federal. Navy Federal does not report to the major credit bureaus. Chase reports your activity to the major credit bureaus. So they may report to Experian, Equifax, Small Business Financial Exchange, which is very important, especially if you're trying to get a business loan, especially if you're trying to position yourself to get business loans from the SBA. All right, and then that information is shared with Dun & Bradstreet. I know a lot of people figure, well, I got a Dunn's number, I have a Paydex score. Girls, let me explain to you something about Dun & Bradstreet. Most of your major banks and everything, they don't look at a Dunn's file, okay?
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
As a modern mom, getting my family ready for the day is a lot of work. Clothes, check. Tools, check. Beards, check. Breakfast, check. You don't eat your eggs. I'm gonna make Fluffy feed them to you. I'll take my chances. But now that I found Kodiak Cakes, my kids don't fight against a wholesome breakfast. Before Kodiak Cakes, you only had two options when it came to making breakfast. You either had to spend all morning preparing healthy food your kids wouldn't eat. I'm still full from dinner. Yeah, definitely still full. Or you could cave like a sucker and give them sugar disguised as food. Instead...
Oh, don't thank me. That makes it worse.
That's why my little lumber family now eats Kodiak Cakes. Protein-packed flapjacks made from whole wheat and whole oats. Who'd have thought? Whole grain that doesn't taste grainy. Kodiak Cakes are packed with protein in every serving, yet somehow still taste incredible. And after years of protein bars and protein shakes for breakfast, eating Kodiak Cakes feels like cheat day every day. With 4 times the fiber of other pancakes and 14 grams of protein, Kodiak Cakes gives you bear-like strength. But wait all day. Attaboy. Kodiak Cakes are quick and easy to make. Just stir in 1 cup of mix with 3/4 cup of water or milk, and bam! Your kids just ate whole grains without even knowing it. You tricked me into eating healthy? Who does that?
Every single parent that's ever been a parent has done that.
Want even more protein? Just add an egg.
Kodiak comes in flavors like buttermilk, cinnamon oat, and delicious dark chocolate. Find out which one's your favorite by picking up a few at a store near you.
Kodiak Power Cakes ain't just for lumber people. Here's some city folks singing Kodiak's praises. The kids love them, and it's a great way to sneak in protein. So much junk food out there. It's nice to find something they love and is good for them. Couldn't have said it better myself, Fluffy. If you want a protein-packed option for your morning chow time, click the link below and order your family some Kodiak cakes today. Kodiak cakes, 100% whole grains the whole family will eat.
Okay, they look at what's going on with your Experian and your Equifax and your small business financial exchange file. Okay, so I know a lot of you all are so caught up on having a DUNS number, a Paydex score. Hey, if you need it, then of course, but when it comes to funding, that's not what most of the banks are actually looking at. Now, there's one thing that I would tell you. If you want to have a stronger file with dealing with Chase, especially since Chase reports to Experian, Equifax, Small Business Exchange, and information is shared with Dun & Bradstreet, then I would probably get maybe about 4 or 5 net 30. So let me give you some recommendations. But I would not go beyond 5 net 30s, all right? The reason I'm telling you this is just to make sure you have a stronger business credit file, all right? Now, I would probably choose NAV. NAV is actually the one that tells you like what your business score is and stuff like that. And they report to Experian, Equifax, and Dun & Bradstreet. Then you have SNS, Strategic Network Systems, okay? They report to Experian. Then you have, excuse me guys, Wise Business Plan. I apologize. You have a Wise Business Plan. Now, Wise Business Plan, they report to Experian, Equifax, Experian, and Dun & Bradstreet. Then you have eCredible. So if you're running a business out of your house and you want your utilities and stuff to be reported on your business credit file, eCredible is probably what you want to use. Then the last one you may want to take into consideration is a business credit score, because with not Navy Federal, but with Chase, you do need to have at least between a 660 and a higher credit score, right? So to get your first business credit card, you may want to consider getting the Corpay. Corpay reports to Experian, Dun & Bradstreet, and Equifax, all right? And another easier business credit card, since we're on it, talking about business credit cards, is the Capital One Gold Business Spark Card. It's the gold one because all you need is a 580 credit score. I just wanted to digress a few minutes on you understanding in terms of why Dun & Bradstreet does not really play a factor. What plays the bigger factor is making sure you have weekly deposits into your business bank account with Chase, okay? So that's one of the biggest things that most people don't do, is they don't continue making weekly deposits. Now, like I said, I know this video about no income proof, but at the same time, when there's no income proof, what they do, they will look at your actual W-2 income, so your actual household income, to consider you for a business credit card. Now, again, some of the things that you need to know with Chase is making sure that if you're trying to get a business credit card with Chase, and you don't have to have a checking account with Chase in order for them to give you a business credit card. But if you want to get larger lines of credit and stuff like that, then I would definitely tell you to do that. Now, there's one other thing that's very important. Chase has this 524 rule, and that 524 rule means that you cannot have no more than 5 open revolving accounts. Oh, revolving. Remember that word. 5 open revolving accounts within the past 24 months. All right, so that's why this is very important, that you need to understand. If you're trying to get a business credit card with Chase, they're very flexible because they'll go off of your household income. All right, and it's very interesting. You stated that you have a business. I gave you a list of the easiest businesses to have, but at the same time, since you don't have no business revenue, you put down 0 for business revenue, but then you also put down your household income, all right? And so that's what they will go off to determine on giving you a business credit card with no income through Chase, all right? So if you have any other questions about business credit funding, personal credit funding, click the link in the description and schedule a one-on-one consultation. Thank you.
Ty Crandall here with Credit Suite, and today we're going to decode one of the kind of beginning starting points of building business credit. What we're going to be talking about today is how you can basically get set up initially with Dun & Bradstreet, how you can get your Paydex score, how you can get your DUNS number without paying them $1,500, and a lot of other things along that line. So thank you guys very much for the hearts and the love. I'm already getting love, and we're just getting started, which is awesome. Okay, so when we talk about Dun & Bradstreet, we're talking about actually the biggest credit reporting agency in the world. And Barry Ray 6, welcome. Thank you. First name from Periscope. You're in here with us. It's awesome. Hi, everybody. Thank you guys for coming in. So when we talk about Dun & Bradstreet is the largest credit reporting agency in the world. They are bigger than any consumer reporting agency that you are used to. And Glametry 30, welcome. And Barry Ray 6, again, you're back again. First day on Periscope, thank you. So Dun & Bradstreet is the biggest business credit reporting agency in the world. If you want to build corporate credit for your business EIN that's not linked to your personal social, you need to know what we're going to talk about today. Just got off the phone with them. They tried to sell me Credit Builder package. We'll talk more about that. Yes, they will try to sell you a lot of stuff if you get on the phone with them. We'll talk about that today. We'll talk about Credit Builder. So here's what you need to know. When you start building corporate credit, one of the first things you're going to do is you're going to get your DUNS number with Dun & Bradstreet, which they'll try to charge you $1,500 for. Today I'm going to decode how to get that without paying anything at all. Once you get your DUNS number and start to get some accounts to report to D&B, there's 3 ways to do that, then you can get an initial credit profile, get an initial business credit score, and you can use it to get really high limit revolving credit card accounts in your business name. These accounts require no personal credit check at all. You don't even have to supply your social to get them, and there's no personal guarantee either. So how do you do this? That's exactly what we're going to decode today. Today we're going to decode how you get your free DUNS number with free DUNS number with D&B without paying $1,500, and how you can use it to build business credit for your business EIN that's not linked to your social with D&B using 3 different methods. So I've broken this down here on the whiteboard basically to a 6-step process. Look at this 6-step process. Let me grab orange today for the Gators. Okay, so here's how we're going to look at today. We're going to look at all 6 of these steps, and I'll break them down so you know exactly what to do. So the very first step, if you haven't set up a business already, is you need to set up your business entity with your Secretary of State. It's the very first thing you want to do. The representative was giving me a discount trying to sell the Credit Builder for $400. Nate, welcome. If you don't have a business already, first thing to do is obviously set up a business entity. You can do this by going to your Secretary of State. You don't need to pay LegalZoom. You don't need to pay any of those companies a dime. You go right to your Secretary of State. If you don't know their website, then Google Secretary of State Florida. Ours is sunbiz.org. Once you're on your Secretary of State website, it's pretty simple. It's pretty cut and dry of the steps you're going to take to set up a business entity. You have to choose, for example, let me see if I can go to ours. You have to choose, for example, whether or not you want it to be for-profit, non-profit. You're going to need to decide whether or not you want to be, what kind of entity that you want to be, sunbiz.org. Let me see. So there's several questions you're going to ask along the way. Hello, thank you guys very much for coming in. Okay, so search sunbiz.org and let me see. Okay, so let me go to sunbiz.org and I'll show you in Florida how this is. So in Florida, our Secretary of State is at sunbiz.org. That's our website. How to set up an entity, it's pretty simple to do. You're basically just coming in and looking for anything about filing. Okay, so here we go. I want to file a new Florida LLC or a new Florida for-profit corporation. Hey, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. So in this case, I'm going to file a new Florida corporation. File or correct profit articles of incorporation. Yes, I want to start a new filing. I've read this. You can see it's pretty cut and dry. Now it's $70 in Florida to set up a new business, and I basically just have to enter some basic info: the place of business, the mailing address, your information as the registered agent, your signature, it's just all really basic information. officers, the officer's information, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody's different, but this didn't take a lot to figure out. You type in Secretary of State, whatever your state is, you're going to go to the Secretary of State website, you're going to look to set up a corporation or an LLC. Those are the two entities you want to choose. Stay away from sole proprietorship, stay away from partnerships, or you'll have a lot more liability. And then you have your entity set up. In Florida, it's $70. Boom, the process takes 5 minutes, I'm done. Once you have that done, you're going to move right on to step number 2, right here behind me. And step number 2 is to get your IRS or EIN number for free for the IRS. Keep pausing and trying to reconnect. Yeah, it might do that depending on your signal, and mine as well. Hopefully we're going to be good. So your EIN number is completely free to get with the IRS, but you have to go to irs.gov to get it. A lot of places will try to charge you. So go to Google free EIN number, look for the URL irs.gov, and you'll be able to get your free EIN number. Here, I'll show you super quick exactly how this looks. I went ahead and searched free EIN, and I immediately see companies here that will try to charge me. They make it look like they're official government sites, but they're not. You can see. But if you scroll down away from the ads, then you'll see this URL. This is the URL you want, irs.gov. If I go to how to apply for the EIN at irs.gov, boom, here we go, and you can follow the steps and go through, apply by fax, apply by online, boom, here we go, submit your application, apply online, and you are off to the races. Now, it only takes a few minutes max to get this done. So you got your entity set up, you got your EIN number for free. Remember, business credit's built under your EIN number. A lot of people think that business credit's built under your DUNS number. That's not the case. It's built under your EIN number. So once you set up your entity, once you have your EIN number, the next thing that you want to do is step 3, which is to do a free search to see if you already have a credit report set up with D&B. Now, if your business wasn't set up, and if you just got your EIN, you don't need to do this. Because your business was just set up, D&B obviously doesn't know you exist. But if you've already done this in the past, you already have a business, you need to do a free search right here at creditsuite.com/reports to see if D&B has a report on you now. So let's go back to my computer. Now here's the EIN. Let's look at this reports page that I just pulled up on our website. So here's the reports page. You scroll down, boom, there you go. You can do a free search right here, click to get started. You can also do a free search with Equifax, and you could do a free search with Experian as well. And I'll tell you why you want to do this search in a second. So I just searched, and here you go. You search your business, and simply by searching your business name, it's going to tell you whether or not you have a business name pulled up or not. I'm going to go ahead and hit Credit Suite. We'll say My Business, and I'm going to hit Florida. You want to enter your state, and then you do a free search to see if you have a business that pulls up right now. They're going to do a little search. You can see it pulling up, and then boom, here it goes. It's going to give you different options, and this is us. This is us right here, so I click this, and we're off to the races. Now, I don't want to pay anything, but it is very important, and here's why. With Experian and Equifax, they will populate a credit report for you if they know you exist, even if you have no credit reporting. The problem with that is Experian will immediately give you a failing score. Think of it like this. Imagine if your consumer credit score sucked just because you have no credit, but they know you exist. That's what it's like in the commercial credit world. If Experian knows you exist, if Equifax knows you exist, they'll populate a credit report even if you have no trade lines reporting. So you want to do that free search with Experian and Equifax because, well, it's free. You also want to do it with D&B. If you pull up a record like I did now, you know they already have your company on file. You might want to pull your credit report with D&B or go to NAV to pull your business credit report to see if you have any credit reporting on there now. You don't want to build business credit on top of a bad business credit profile and score. So how do you know if you have good or bad credit? That's exactly what you're going to pull your business credit reports for, only if that free search pulled up a record. I pulled up a record, I probably want to check my business credit report. If I didn't pull up a record, I don't necessarily need to. So step 3 is to pull up that free report or then that free search with D&B to see if they know anything about you now. I bought a car, Bella Babes, good job, man. Did you get it without a personal guarantee, without a personal credit check? Respond, I'm interested to know. I have good credit. Well, you can also get a car without a personal guarantee and credit check, everybody, following these exact same steps. You don't even have to give in your social to get approved if you're following the steps we're talking about today.
So you got your business set up with the Secretary of State, you got your EIN, you did a free search to see if anything shows up. If so, you probably bought credit monitoring through NAB. It's fairly cheap to get, so you can see what's on your credit report now. Or you go DMB Direct, which is about $150 a month for their credit builder to get their monitoring. Step 4, you apply for your free DUNS number at dmb.com/DUNS-number. That's the link. It's also really easy to get there just by typing into Google free DUNS. When I type in free DUNS number right here, I have several options. I always want to stay away from ads. I'm going to come down, what's a DUNS number, dmb.com, DUNS number. Let's go ahead and click that. Once we're on their page right here, then we're going to be able to see about DUNS, DUNS number, get a DUNS number. So we hover above DUNS number, we go to get DUNS number, and here we are. Get your free DUNS number. Now, if you're a government contractor, if you select this option, you'll get it faster. You'll get it in about 2 weeks. Okay, if you're coming in scam, that's awesome. So you don't know anything about Dun & Bradstreet. What's a scam? Let me know. Is Dun & Bradstreet the scam? Is it DUNS number the scam? Give me some more info. I'd like to test your knowledge. So the free DUNS number is right here. It's completely free. If you're a government contractor, you get it in about 2 weeks. If you're getting it, if you come in and you're getting done, not a contractor, it takes about 4 weeks. Upon their checkout process, they will give you an option for $50 to expedite the process, and then you start entering your information right here. Now, this process, about 15 minutes to do, okay? So that being said, and thank you, Dad, for your service. I appreciate that. I'm a veteran as well. So how do you get a good PAYDEX score? I'm going to get to that, but we have to get your DUNS number first. The reason I'm telling you to get your DUNS number first is because Dun & Bradstreet will not issue you a PAYDEX score unless you actually have a DUNS number. So that being said, your car's under ARP, that's fantastic, but what I'm talking about today is how to get an auto vehicle or car for your business without using a personal guarantee and without a personal credit check. So regardless of how good or bad your personal credit may be, you're still able to get approved. So you get your DUNS number next. You go type in free DUNS number. You go through this process I just showed you. It takes about 15 minutes to get. Now, once you get that and you go through the process, then what's going to happen is you're going to get emails and phone calls from Dun & Bradstreet trying to sell you products nearly immediately. Their email and their phone come and got my EIN in one trade. Awesome. Their emails and their phone calls will actually come in and will have urgency, okay? So that means they're going to tell you, look, it's important you contact us. Contact us right away. It's regarding your DUNS number that you actually came in. Do you not get customers? Oh, man. So, look, I got a troll, and I'm going to give you one last chance, troll. You're either here to learn what's going on and apply it and grow your business, or you're just here for crazy nonsense comments. And that's cool. If you're here for the crazy nonsense comments, I'll block you and eject you. We can do that. But if you're here to learn, you're here to learn. So that's cool. So if you have relevant questions, go ahead and ask them in. X that dummy out. Everybody that comes on here knows we always have trolls, right? What do? We get rid of trolls. So that being said, troll, go ahead, decide you learn, or if you want to kind of just be a pester, then what we'll do is we'll block you. I'll let you decide. Okay, so that being said, once you actually apply for your DUNS number, 15 minutes, they're going to call you, they're going to email you, they're going to tell you it's important that they're trying to reach you. Then what they're going to do is try to sell you what they call a credit builder program. The credit builder is $150 a month, $1,500 a year is what they'll charge you. Sometimes they might try to negotiate and even give you a discount. They might tell you you have to pay them to get your DUNS. They might tell you you have to pay them to activate your DMB credit profile. None of that's true. The reality is if you follow the steps I'm going to show you, you don't have to pay the $1,500. You get the DUNS for free. Your PAYDEX score will be established if you follow the steps I'm talking about. So what you do, don't answer their phone call, don't call them back, and do not respond to their email. If you do and you got charged $999 is what they quoted you, they quote me about the same. Okay, when I went in, they saw that I'm in business credit, they tried to quote me about $1,000. So they will negotiate that, okay? But this is exactly the process that's going to happen. The minute you go through that DUNS, they're going to call you and tell you all kinds of things to try to get you to buy. They emailed me, I called, just got off the phone, they tried to sell me the credit builder for $400. Yes. Everybody on here with these comments is verifying what I'm telling you. This is exactly the process that will happen. The minute you go to get your DUNS, probably within a day or two, you're going to get emails, you're going to get phone calls. The best bet, do not call them back, do not email them. If you do, that's okay. Just know you're talking to a salesperson that's going to try to sell you. The steps, one of the steps, I'm trying to, but you're coming in with all the comments and questions, so I can't. Okay, so that's true. So, that being said, no, you don't have to buy anything. Ignore their phone calls, ignore their emails, and what will then happen is you will be able to get your DUNS number in the mail. If you were a contractor, you'll get it in 2 weeks. If you expedited it, you'll get it in 2 weeks. If you didn't pay anything to expedite it, you didn't put your contractor, you'll get your DUNS number in about 30 days. So paying to expedite or saying you're a contractor, best case, only gets you your DUNS number maybe 1 to 2 weeks faster. That's it. And thank you guys very much for the love, and thank you for the shares. It lets me know that I'm on the right track. So now you have your DUNS number. Comes within about 30 days. Let's jump to the next. The next step after step 4, where you apply for the DUNS, and somebody says, please hold your questions until the end. He'll answer all your questions if you just listen. I got mine 2 days later for free, no sales pitch. Yeah, that's awesome. Usually it does not come in 2 days. I don't want to set that expectation, but it can come faster. They usually make it come longer and they hold it up to a longer period of time to try to get you to buy from them. Okay, so step 5, once you've done this, once you've set up your entity, you got your EIN from the IRS, you did your free search. Okay, and here in Minnesota, they got mine in 30 minutes. Okay, that's perfect. Congratulations. Apply for your free DUNS. The next thing you do is establish initial credit, and there's 3 different ways to do this. You can use the D&B Credit Builder and pay them $1,500. Okay, the problem with this is all you do is build business credit with your D&B credit report. If 30 days have passed, then contact them and see why they haven't. That's the next best bet if 30 days have passed. The second way you can build business credit is using vendor accounts, and the third is getting unsecured financing with a personal guarantee. I'll talk about all 3 of these. So first, let's talk about D&B's Credit Builder. Works like this. They're ultimately going to help you put accounts you already have on your D&B credit report. That's how they're going to establish your initial score. They charge you $150 a month or $1,500 a year. They'll offer you $500 a year, $1,000 a year, depending on who you're talking to. They'll offer you all kinds of discounts. Okay, now with this credit builder, what happens is they'll take accounts you already have. I use a CRM called Infusionsoft. They'll take my payments to Infusionsoft. They'll add it to my D&B report. Once I've added 3, that will give me a score. Okay, so that is a legitimate way to build business credit with D&B. Here's the problem. The problem is they can only do that on your D&B reports. So even though you build business credit with D&B, you neglect Experian and Equifax. Here's the problem with that. The majority of credit issuers has to build your business credit. And guys, thank you for the loves. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. So let's talk about option 2. Option 2 is using vendor credit to get your D&B PAYDEX score. So your D&B PAYDEX will require 3 credit cards or 3 accounts reporting to D&B for them to populate a credit report and a score. So if you don't have 3 accounts reporting, they will not give you a report and score. So if you use vendor credit, then what you can do is this. You come in and you basically get credit with places like Uline, Quill, Gimplers, Granger. These companies will give you credit even when you have none, and they report to business credit reporting agencies like D&B. Let me give you an example. You go to Quill. You put $50 worth of office supplies in your shopping cart. You go to checkout. Once you go to checkout, then what they'll do is they'll offer you an option like Invoice Me. And then you don't have to give them a credit card. You choose Invoice Me, and what they'll do is they'll ship the items out to you, and they'll then issue you actual credit. What if I have secured cards? Well, the question becomes, do your secured cards even report to the business credit reporting agencies? A lot of secured cards don't. Wells Fargo is about one of the only secured cards that does. So with Quill, for example, you go to Quill, $50 worth of shopping supplies. They won't report to D&B unless you spend $50. Quill, a lot of credit reporting agencies are different. Will this be up for replay? Yes. Periscope keeps this up for 24 hours, and we keep it at creditsuite.com/scope indefinitely. So within 24 hours, we'll put it on our website, creditsuite.com/scope, and you'll be able to get this for a replay. So Uline, Quill, Granger, Gimplers is another. So you go to Uline, $50 worth of stuff, put it in the shopping cart, go to checkout, do not put your credit card, choose Invoice Me. One of 2 things is going to happen. one of the things that's going to happen is they are either going to contact you and say, we can't issue you credit. It happens if you're a brand new business. Gemplers is Gempleers. Okay, so one of two things can happen. They may call you and tell you that they're not going to issue you credit yet. If that happens, follow the same process 2 more times. On the second or third time, they will approve you for credit once they know you're going to buy with them, regardless of whether or not they will actually give you credit. But in most cases, what they're going to do is ship your item. You get no congratulations, you just got credit. They just tell you they shipped your item. It happens pretty quick, within hours. The minute they've shipped your item, you know you just got approved for a trade account. And it's usually a net 30 term, which means you have 30 days to pay whatever you bought in full. Now, that being said, do not wait 30 days. And here's why. Because business credit scores are based on how you pay your bills, period. The earlier you pay the bill, the better your score is. But keep in mind, okay, you open Quill, awesome, sounds like you're doing great. Keep in mind, you cannot pay the bill until they ship and send you an actual invoice. Until they ship, do not pay the bill. Here's why. If you go ahead, you put $50 worth of stuff in your cart, and then an hour later they haven't shipped yet, you go pay it, you just paid in cash. They consider that cash, not credit. In order for trade credit to really be trade credit, you have to have the item be shipped. Once they ship the item, then you immediately pay the invoice. Log on online if they'll let you call, pay them, and what will happen is they will ship, you've paid, congratulations, you just got trade credit. Within 30 to 90 days, depending on the source, they will then report that credit to D&B, Equifax, Experian, whoever they report to. Keep in mind, if you only did this with 1 or 2 accounts, you can't check your credit report in 2 months and expect to have a report with D&B. Because they need 3 accounts reporting to give you a profile and a score. So if you went to Uline and Quill and Gemplers and Granger and you got 3 accounts into this, though, Seton will not report anymore. Seton used to be one of my favorites. I love Seton. They no longer report to D&B. So know that, because if you go to Seton now, they'll still give you credit. They don't report it. You'll wait for months and expect it to report, and it doesn't report. So once you've done this, go to Quill, go to Uline, go to Granger, go to Gemplers. Okay, go in and do these things. Once you've done so, then you can get credit. It reports to the reporting agencies. When 1 account reports with Experian, 1, or Equifax, or 3 with D&B, they will give you a profile and a score established. How many times a month do I need to purchase item? 1 is all you need to do. But I will tell you, I do it 3, just out of courtesy. I come in, get Quill, they send me stuff. I at least place 3 orders with these guys, but you don't need to. You really only need to place 1, and they will put that item on the credit report. Also keep in mind, commercial credit reports say the recent amount of credit you've used. They will not show your limits. So if you use $50, it's going to say less than 100 was your recent high credit. If you put $500, it's going to say 500. Just keep that in mind when you actually come in and you actually are building commercial credit. So now it comes down to getting 3 different accounts reporting. You go in, you buy stuff in these companies, you put them in your shopping cart, you choose Invoice Me, you don't give them a credit card, they ship, congratulations, you're approved. Do not put your social security number on the application at all. No, it doesn't. The $50 applies to Quill. They all have different rules. Most of them don't have minimum requirements. I always order more than $50 worth of stuff because some of them have that requirement, some of them don't. You can also call each one to ask the requirement, but just keep in mind that a lot of times the people you talk to on the phone are clueless. They'll give you answers, and they don't even know if it's right. If you call back, and I always do this, I call 3 times, talk to 3 people, and ask the same question, and you sometimes get 3 different answers. So what I do is I just go ahead and order $50 worth of stuff to make sure that I'm okay. Okay, so that being said, once you get 1 account with Experian, 1 with Equifax, or 3 with D&B, then what happens is those accounts will then get reported to the business credit reporting agencies. Once they get reported, 30 to 90 days is what it takes, 60 on average, then you'll have a credit profile and score established, and you probably want to check your credit monitoring with D&B and Experian to see when these accounts actually come on there. Do you put your EIN number? Okay, no, never do that. Whatever you just said, never do that. Let me tell you how this works. First of all, most of these guys won't ask for your social or EIN, period. They won't ask. So, for example, Gimplers will ask for your social. Granger, Uline, Quill, they won't even ask for your EIN. The reason for that is because nobody needs your EIN to report credit for you. They only need your business name and address. That's it. So they're not going to ask for your EIN. Sometimes they will. Gimplers will ask for a social. And somebody said, hey, do I put an EIN? And how many vendors do you need? Give me a second, I'll tell you. Somebody said, do I put my EIN on my social line? Never do that. The minute you put any number in the place of a social security number on an application, you commit 2 felonies. I am not an attorney. Some moron on YouTube said I shouldn't be giving legal advice when I'm an attorney, so now I have to say that disclaimer every time. I'm not an attorney, but what I will tell you is if you do any research on misrepresentation of your social security number, you'll find the social security statutes that say it is highly illegal to misrepresent your social security number. Never use a CPN number, they're crap, they're scam. Never put anything in place of your social. You can't do that. What you can do is leave your social blank. If you leave your social blank, they'll pull your business credit reports. If you have some credit reporting and you have a score, they'll approve you based on your commercial credit quality alone. Don't get me wrong. Gimplers is harder to get. Gimplers might not approve you until you have some accounts reporting. And they're kind of scumbags in the sense that they don't call you and tell you they deny you. Maybe they will. They didn't call me in the beginning when I first tried this to see if they would approve me with credit in a company that I had none established, and they didn't. And then I called them and they said, we tried to reach you. I said, nobody's called. So keep in mind, okay, so you actually need to make sure that you never put anything in place of a social. If they deny you, don't worry about it. You just need more credit reporting before they approve you. In that same company I tested, I went back to Gimplers after I had a DMV profile established, and Gimplers approved me with no problem. So just keep that in mind. Nothing in place of a social security number field. Do not put your social on an application for corporate credit cards. The minute you do that, they pull your personal credit, they make the lending decision based on your consumer credit quality. If you don't want your consumer credit pulled, if you don't want to personally guarantee the credit, if you don't want the credit reporting on your personal credit reports, don't give them a social, and they can do none of those things. So we talked about some options. Now, Uline, Quill, Gimplers, those are vendor accounts. You can get approved regardless of personal credit quality with no guarantee without paying DMV $1,500. Guys, thank you so much again for the loves and the shares. It lets me know that this is hitting home and that it makes sense. I told you there were 3 ways to do it. We talked about credit builder. We talked about vendor. Let's talk about unsecured. Ty, will DMV send me an email with the DUNS number? Yes, they will. They will send you an email with the DUNS number. I'll show you exactly what the email looks like right now. So there's another 3rd way to do this as well. And you can, if you do have good personal credit, there's a shortcut. And this is a shortcut not a lot of people know about that I'll teach you. And I'll give you an idea of what this DUNS number looks like right here. Here's what it looks like. You go ahead and go to DMV. Here's where they come in and send it to you, telling you that they got your file, that it was submitted. And then you can see, and then here's when they actually tell you that your DUNS number is assigned. The following DUNS number was assigned. It comes from do not reply, iupdate@dmv.com, and then they give you your actual DUNS number, okay? Some people on here got really quick. Some people it takes a little bit of time. Okay, I will see a button. All right, so that being said, there's a 3rd way to build business credit that's faster, easier if you have good credit or a guarantor that has good credit, where you don't need to get Uline, Quill vendor accounts. What's a good score consist of? About 680 and above you can qualify for this program. I tried to get a DUNS number but couldn't get past security questions. That I can't help you with because the security questions are stuff you should know. Okay, so here's the other hack shortcut that I'll teach you. Unsecured financing. You can get unsecured financing up to $150,000 for your business. It's at 0% rates, and they'll give you 0% for 6 to 18 months. What's ultimately going to happen is you're going to get 5 to 8 credit cards, but they have cash out capability. They're kind of like credit lines, where you do it and walk through the process with a DUNS rep on the phone. Don't do that. You get a DUNS rep on the phone, they're going to try to upsell you. So you get 0% rates for 6 to 18 months if you have a 680 credit score or higher. They give you 5 to 8 credit cards that report to the Business Credit Reporting Agency. You can use a guarantor if your credit's not good. and you can get approved even as a startup because you don't need cash flow and you don't need any kind of collateral requirements, okay? And sometimes it is. So here's how unsecured business financing works. You have a 680 credit score. They look at whatever the highest revolving account you have now is. Let's say the highest credit card account you have now is 10 grand. You're going to get about 5 more $10,000 accounts. That's 50 grand for this example. All 5 of those accounts report to DMB, Equifax, and Experian, your business credit reports. None of these cards report to your consumer credit reports. You get them at 0%, even as a startup, with no collateral and no cash flow requirements. It's an awesome program if you have a 680 credit score. And if you do, then I'll tell you right now what to do. As we continue on, call us, 877-600-2487, 877-600-2487, or creditsuite.com/get funding. If you go to this link, creditsuite.com/get funding, or call, then what we will do is we'll ask you just to verify that you have a 680 credit score and higher. We will send you over to the finance source. We don't fund these deals. We have a finance source that will do it. They'll call you within 5 minutes. And then within 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours, you'll have a pre-approval for somewhere between usually 50 to 150 grand. Okay, you maybe have no more than 4 hard inquiries. Well, hold on just a second, okay? It is inquiries. They do have a requirement of less than 6 inquiries on your report. They do want your utilization to be below 40%, but they can help you with that. If you have inquiries on your credit report, guys, you can get those removed. Okay, there's inquiry companies that they'll refer you to help fix you with that. I'm using one right now. I had unauthorized inquiries I didn't recognize. I went through our finance source to use their inquiry removal service to get them removed, so they can help you with that. They can also help you pay down or do a rapid rescore. It's good that I don't want anything on my credit. That's perfect. That's what we're talking about here. So first of all, with this program, we'll send you to the finance source. They'll give you a pre-approval based on a soft credit pull with no inquiries to tell you about how much you can get approved for, okay? The number's 877-600-2487, 877-600-2487. Our team gets on the phone, asks you some question. We get you to them within 1 to 2 hours with no inquiry. They do a soft credit pull. Yes, that's the number. Then what they'll do is a soft credit pull. They'll tell you how much you can get approved for. It costs you no money and no inquiry to figure out how much money you can get approved for. They'll give you 2 options. They'll give you what they call our standard cards. Those would report to the consumer credit reporting agencies, and they'll give you business cards. Those only report to the business credit reporting agencies. So somebody just said, I don't want credit on my consumer credit report. These don't report on your consumer credit report. You're getting 50 to 150 grand and 0% financing for 6 to 18 months, normal credit card rates after that, and they report to the business credit reporting agencies. Going to have to catch a replay to get it all. It's up on Periscope for 24 hours. It's up on our website indefinitely at creditsuite.com/scope. So what happens? You go in, they do a soft inquiry. If you have too high of utilization, then they'll talk to you about what you would need to pay down. If you're willing to pay down, how much do you Credit Suite charge? It depends on what you're looking for. If you want business loans like this one, we don't charge anything. We get you right to the finance source. They charge you whatever they charge you. Fees vary, all good for kind of financing. If you're working with us to build your business credit, you can go to creditsuite.com/pricing. And at creditsuite.com/pricing, you can see our options depending on if you want to build business credit for your business or if you want to offer it as a product and service. We even have another link, as if I haven't given you enough. Can you work? All business credit isn't based on personal credit quality. Your credit can be 350 and you can still build business credit. That's what we do. We help people build business credit and get these kind of approvals, none of which we even require a personal credit check. This is what business credit is. These are real approvals from people on Periscope and Facebook that come in, tell us how much they got approved for. We pull their commercial credit reports and verify it. $7,500 with Apple, $12,500 with Apple, $20,000 with Costco, Sunoco 20 grand, AutoZone 5,500, Dell 40 grand, 16 grand, 15 at Lowe's and Visa and Bank of America, and Home Depot's 25. Not one of these approvals required a personal credit check. Not one of these approvals requires a personal guarantee either. Okay, that's how commercial credit works. If you leave your social off the app and you follow these steps, You build a business credit report and score. Your business credit report and score is what's used for approval, and here's the kind of approvals that you get. Do I need to have a tax ID? Yes, you need an EIN number. Commercial credit is built under a business EIN number, and that's, again, if you watch, I teach you how to get your entity set up, how to get the EIN, how to do a free search with Dun & Bradstreet, how to get your free DUNS number. Now we're on step 5 of 6, which is setting up your initial accounts. Okay, how do I get that number? Go back to the beginning of this scope. Okay, when you're done with this scope, start it over, and we teach you how to get all of that step by step. So back to this unsecured option. You can get, no, I get it. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks for coming in. Stern fan Bobo, I appreciate you coming in. But everybody that's been here, I don't want to go back to step 1. I will do a summary overview. I just want you to know how to get the info. Okay, you can go to irs.gov to get the EIN and your Secretary of State ultimately to get your entity set up. So with this unsecured program, again, we talked about 3 options. You could use DMB Credit Builder, which only builds your DMB, and it costs you $1,500. Jerome, welcome, man. Second option, you could use vendor accounts, Uline, Quill, GIMP, or Granger to build your business credit with no personal credit check. Third option, if you have a 680 credit score or a guarantor, a friend, family member, colleague that will sign for you, then you can get up to $150,000 and 0% financing for 6 to 18 months, normal credit card rates after that. Get actual credit lines that you can take the cash out on, and they report to the business credit reporting agencies helping you build your business credit, and don't report to the consumer credit reporting agencies, keeping your consumer credit safe. Once we get you to the funding source and you look at the pre-approval and you say, yes, move forward, only then will inquiries be put on your credit report, just so you know. Would there ever be a reason to get another EIN if you had one in the past? No, not really. Unless you're setting up another business, that could be. Okay, so remember, if you want this unsecured $150,000, couple things you can do now. 877-600-2487 is our number. You can also go to creditsuite.com/get funding. To summarize, if you don't have your business set up, go to Secretary of State and get it set up. Go to the IRS next to get your EIN, irs.gov, and search how to get EIN. Go do a free search at creditsuite.com/reports if your business is already set up to see if DMB has a record for you now. If so, probably pull your credit reports to see what they know about you. Step 4, apply for your free DUNS number, dmb.com/DUNS number. Step 5, establish initial business credit using preferably this method, getting vendor accounts if your credit sucks. If your credit's good, use get unsecured financing. And step 6 is to monitor your business credit reports. You can do this with DMB. You can do it with NAB. You need to, once you start to get credit reporting, in 30 to 90 days, that credit's going to hit your credit report. You're going to get a credit report, an initial credit report established, and a score. You want to see that happening. What's a vendor account? A creditor that will give you a credit on terms like Net 30, Uline, Quill, Granger, GIMPers. Again, if you go to the beginning of the scope, we map out exactly what that is. So a vendor is somebody that will give you credit when you have none, and they report it to the business credit reporting agencies. But those creditors will give you terms like Net 30 versus revolving. It's not revolving credit. Now, once you get 5 accounts reporting on your business credit reports, then you can get revolving credit through most major stores. Staples, Office Depot, Amazon, Apple, Dell, Walmart, they all offer it without a personal credit check if you leave the social blank. But in order to start getting it, you need 5 accounts reporting on your business credit reports. And once you get 10 accounts reporting on your business credit reports, you can start to get fleet credit, to get auto vehicle repairs, fuel, auto vehicle maintenance. You can also start to get cash credit, Visa cards, MasterCards. You can get auto vehicle loans, all without a personal guarantee, all without a personal credit check. Boom, right? Lots of stuff we learned today. So let's go through and let me give you some other detail. Step-by-step guide to build business credit. Visit creditsuite.com/Periscope. Well, Stern Bambo, I appreciate that, man. Make sure you subscribe and follow us on here. We do this every Wednesday at 4, and all of our scopes are this informative on different topics. creditsuite.com/Periscope will give you a free guide. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. A free guide, step-by-step, on building your business credit. If you want to talk more, if you have questions, then let us know. You can schedule a consultation, but we're usually backed up on these 7 to 10 days. And you can also just call us right away and get us on the phone, 877-600-2487. If you want to get any kind of loans, like if you have good credit, you want a shortcut and get this $150,000 in unsecured, go to creditsuite.com/get funding. And one more link I'll give you, if you missed this scope and want to see our others, go to creditsuite.com/scope, not Periscope, just scope. And that link, you'll actually be able to get all of our 30, 40 of them. Every Wednesday at 4 o'clock, we are here on Periscope going over how to get credit lines, how to build business credit, all these type of things. So hopefully you got some good information. What are the vendor accounts? There's a lot of them that you can get. Quill, Uline, Gimpler, Granger, Monopolize Your Marketplace is another one you can use. I need a couple more vendor. I just gave you, there is no list published because it changes too often. For example, Seton no longer reports. It just changes so often that we don't even publish lists, because when we tried to, people got really angry when they applied for companies like Seton because they saw it on an old video when Seton no longer reports, so we stopped doing that. Okay, monopolize your marketplace is another one. So, I'm going to wrap this up. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate your questions. I appreciate the love. You guys are going crazy on the love, and that means a lot. I appreciate you sharing this as well. But they must be companies that report. Yes. You've got to make sure they report, and the ones I gave you are all ones that will give you credit when you have done and report to the reporting agencies. Guys, our previous Periscopes, we map out the exact steps to build business credit. This was just about getting set up and established with D&B. So feel free to go to creditsuite.com/scope and look at our previous Periscopes. Feel free to go to creditsuite.com/periscope and get our free guide that maps out vendors as well on building business credit. I got 4 reporting, need 1 more. I will search more. Don't forget to grab our guide, and I just gave you 5 on here. Gimpler's, Granger, Uline, Quill, Monopolize Your Marketplace. Those are 5 great ones to try. Strategic Network Solutions is another one you probably want to look at. Boom, a lot of info. I hope you got a lot out of this. Every Wednesday at 4 o'clock Eastern, I am here sharing all this kind of content. Somebody else came in and asked earlier, why do you do this? Don't you own a business? I own a very successful business. But I believe in teaching you how to do this on your own. If you decide to work with us to expedite the process, fantastic. We'd love to work with you. But if you decide to do it on your own, we'll at least map out the steps so you're able to have success that way too. Thanks for the info. Go to Rewatch the Scope. Stern, Fan Bob, Bobo, thank you very much for coming. Thanks all of you for coming. It means a lot. I know you're busy entrepreneurs. If you have any questions, reach out to us, 877-600-2487. I'll see you next Wednesday at 4 o'clock Eastern right here on Periscope. For the 5 accounts, I'll be hit with an inquiry for each one. No, you're not giving them your social, so these accounts don't report to your consumer credit reports or require a social for approval. There's no inquiries on your personal credit report, and inquiries don't matter into your score on commercial credit. Can you go to the board with the vendor, please? Sure. Our vendor credit step right here. Okay, so Uline, Quill, Granger, Wells Fargo has a secured card as well. So I think that that's actually what you're talking about there. And again, guys, here's a summary of what we talked about today. Getting your Secretary of State, getting your EIN, doing a free search, okay, then also coming in and doing D&B DUNS number, and then getting your credit set up, whether you have good credit using the unsecured financing, bad credit using vendor account, and then also monitoring your credit. We set up and integrate our stuff. We like them because they're much cheaper than D&B. Okay, appreciate it. Have a good day. See you next Wednesday at 4 o'clock Eastern. And guys, when you get that guide at creditsuite.com/Periscope, you're going to get emails from me, not obnoxiously often, but we have a podcast. We have our social media channels all over the place. We do Facebook Live. Our YouTube channel has 100, 200 videos. If you go in and type in business credit for the ones that will be through my PG, sure, we have a YouTube channel with 100 plus videos. If you just search business credit, we're the first video that's up there. 85% of that page. So if you follow us by going to creditsuite.com/Periscope, you get a free guide. You'll get all kinds of free information with us. You'll have an option on if you want text. If you want text training tips on building business credit, you just text the word tips to that number. We'll even deliver those to you through short videos weekly. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll see you next Wednesday at 4 o'clock Eastern here on Periscope. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
And that one is good. And
for any up-and-coming recruit, UCLA is a terrific option. Great campus, great weather, great city, and as good a program as...
I'm Keith. I will be your guide for today, and we are going to be talking about 5 tips to instantly make money with business credit. Look, we talk about building business credit all the time. We talk about different ways, all the cool things of building it and all of that, but bottom line is you need to know how do you make money with business credit. That is the golden rule of everything. And I'm going to give you 5 tips to be able to do that. We're going to think through some things. If at any time you have questions, always feel free to throw them in the chat. We'll always try to answer them to the best of my ability and help you out. But before we get started, if you're going through this live stream with me, you want to learn how you can build business credit, make sure to join us on the 15th. We're doing a free live webinar with Ty. He's going to be there answering all your questions about building business credit. He's going to walk you through the exact steps, what you need, how to make it work. Everything will be laid out for you. It's a great time. We always have an awesome time on these live webinars we do. You can find out more about that at creditsuite.com/buildbizcredit. Again, that's creditsuite.com/buildbizcredit, and that's how you can get in, or we're throwing the links inside of the chat here for you as well that you can click there. All right, well, let's get on to the fun stuff. This is where it gets fun. All right, so man, my slides are messed up today. Oh, that'll work. So let's talk about, can you make money with business credit? Look, at the end of the day, the business credit is awesome. Getting the stuff that you need is good. Having good credit is a good thing to have. But really, the key of all of this is to generate money. The key is to put more money in your pocket to help you find ways that you can actually leverage business credit so you can get all these other benefits and values with it and figure out how to really make some money with it. The beauty of business credit is actually surprisingly easy to make money with business credit when you know how it works. And knowing how it works is that key that a lot of us, I think, tend to miss. Is that we look at it and we're looking at kind of this big goal, but sometimes it helps to take a step back and go, okay, here's all the resources I have, here's what's available, and let's dive in, and here's how I'm going to use it to actually make some money. So the beauty of business credit is that what we're going to be talking about it works regardless of your income. It doesn't matter how long you've been in business. These are all things that you can do, and actually, 4 out of the 5 of these vendors and these business credit accounts that we're going to be talking about today that I'm going to outline for you, you can get as a tier one, which means once you have your fundability set up, once you're able to have everything in order to get approved, the first set of business credit accounts that you're going to be applying for, you can use this tactic on it with them. So this isn't something that you're going to have to build for years and years and years. You can literally be up and doing this in a week or two. So, I mean, this is fast money. It's a good way to make some quick revenue before the end of the year, and make sure that your business is prepared for Q4, because we all know, unless you're in retail, it gets a little bit slow around the holiday time. So we're going to help you prep for that. And the other nice thing is this is going to provide real value to your clients. This isn't something where you're going to get out there. You'll see as we get into it. I mean, these are real tangible things that you can use. But the first thing you need to understand is that business credit is way more powerful than what you may realize. Normal business owners fail to use business credit to its fullest potential. A lot of times, what I see, and I'm one of the moderators of our Get Business Credit group. I watch a lot of the conversations. I see a lot of what's going on with other people in the industry. But it seems like a lot of people want to use business credit as a means to an end. They're like, hey, I got to get that 80 paid X. I got to get that 80 paid X. And you get up there, and then it just kind of falls apart. It's not really doing anything. It's not actually really being leveraged. It's not being used to the best of what it can be, and you're not making money with it. So at the end of the day, our goal is to give you that opportunity to leverage the buying power and show you how you can leverage the buying power so that you can earn even more revenue. And again, excuse me, the things we're talking about is business credit. So everything that we're going to show you here today doesn't require a personal guarantee, which means that regardless of your personal credit, regardless of the company income or how long you've been open, there's still a lot of this stuff that you're going to be able to leverage almost immediately. So start using your business credit to grow your business. So what we're going to help you do is I'm going to show you how to get the equipment and supplies you need to start selling, building your website and your online presence, because marketing is essential. If you're not out there marketing, it doesn't matter how great your product is if nobody knows about you. How to get inventory to stock your store, because if you're running a retail store, if you're running something that's selling inventory, that's your money. I mean, that really is essentially all of your money. Get to the job. So you've got gas, you've got fuel cards to get there, and we're even going to show you how you can purchase company vehicles without a personal guarantee. Now, look, I'm going to be very upfront before we start digging into all these topics. This isn't going to be the in-depth dive on all of this stuff. We're going to be really covering it, going over kind of the concepts of it, giving you some vendors and helping you get along that path. But again, join us on the 15th for the live webinar. That's where we're really going to get into. We'll have more time to get into the nuts and bolts, and Ty's going to be here to be able to walk you through that. So it's going to be a good time. So let's start with number 5. Number 5 way that you can earn money instantly with business credit is financing your office equipment and supplies. So why do you need office equipment? Look, some of you guys are in a business that all you need to really get off the ground is a computer and office equipment. You get a desk, you get a computer, you get a mouse and keyboard, and you're just off to the races. And that is a great way. If you have one of those business models, it's super easy to get up. It's super easy to get your business going, to start generating money. The nice thing is you can use business credit to get the equipment you need from Tier 1 starter vendors. Some of those Tier 1 starter vendors, digital office supplies, you can get through Creative Analytics. Now, if you haven't checked out Creative Analytics, I've put together multiple live streams on this company. I love them. They're one of the businesses. They're not a huge business. They're a little bit smaller, probably maybe 100, 200 people in the organization, but they really grabbed onto the concept of business credit, and so they've got all sorts of stuff. They've got website designs. They've got. I'm out here
going nuts, boy. Reading shit.
Laptops. I mean, all of the
stuff. God damn! Put them two together. He just started going crazy.
To be able to get up and going. And it's a Tier 1 vendor, which means that you don't have to have previously established credit as long as you're meeting all your fundability guides, all your fundability foundation setup stuff. You should be good to get approved with them. So Creative Analytics is who you're going to be looking at for some of that. And the other one, and we talk about this company a lot, but it's Uline. Uline, when you start digging inside of Uline, you're going to find that they've just got a ton of stuff for the actual physical location of your business. So if you need office furniture, you need chairs, you need a desk, something like that, Uline is a great option for that. You can get a lot of different things, and they actually show up a couple different times in this presentation. So the two that you're gonna be leveraging for that is Creative Analytics and Uline. And now, the trick to this is actually pretty simple. Both these accounts are going to be net 30 terms. So what a net 30 term means is just that. It means that it's going to give you 30 days that you have to pay off the invoice. Meaning that within a month you can have all of your equipment that you need. If you need a printer, fax machines. Do people even use fax machines anymore? Fax machines, printers, copiers, all that stuff. Anything that you actually tangibly need for your office, the equipment that you need for an office setup, you can get through these companies. 30 days means you can get the equipment in, get out there, start making sales, start making money, and get everything paid off with the proceeds from what you're earning from the business before it's even due, which is nice. And again, we're talking startup vendors. These are Tier 1 vendors. These aren't ones that you're going to have to spend a lot of time with, but you also have to keep in mind that they're going to be net 30 vendors. So as a net 30 vendor, that means that you do have to pay that off within 30 days, or it's going to take your business credit and it's a whole mess after that. So these are the two. Again, that's Creative Analytics, and Uline is who you want to check out for that. So let's talk about number 4. Website and online presence. Now, obviously, if you're building websites, this is one you can skip. These all aren't going to apply for everyone. But if you're one of those people that you're really good at what you do, you may be the best at what you do, but you have no skills in building websites or you have no skills building an online presence, that's where this is going to step in. Having a website is going to instantly boost your credibility. I can't even remember the last time that I ever bought a product from a company that I hadn't looked on their website, especially working from home. Like if you have a home-based office or you work remotely, you know that everything you do is online first. You've got to have a website. I mean, it's 2022. We shouldn't even have to bring that up. Even if you're just getting started, no matter where you're at, you need a website. It's going to help your fundability. So when you're going and looking for loans, when you're trying to get approved for stuff, lenders are going to be looking at your website. Now, the recommended Tier 1 vendor is actually CEO Creative, which offers affordable websites in net 30 terms. You see, they made it back around again. Again, Tier 1 vendor, you can get this right out of the gate. You can be building your website within a week with this company, and you can be online and you can get the stuff that you need. They're good websites. I mean, when you're looking at something that's net 30 terms, it may not be the best, but it's a great place to get started if you don't have one. The other thing that's nice is when you start working with companies, you need a website. It's going to help your fundability, boost your credibility. I can't even remember the last time that I ever bought a product from a company that I hadn't looked on their website, especially working from home. Like if you have a home-based office or you work remotely, you know that everything you do is online first. You've got to have a website. I mean, it's 2022. We shouldn't even have to bring that up. Even if you're just getting started, no matter where you're at, you need a website. It's going to help your fundability. So when you're going and looking for loans, when you're trying to get approved for stuff, lenders are going to be looking at your website. Now, the recommended Tier 1 vendor is actually CEO Creative, which offers affordable websites in net 30 terms. You see, they made it back around again. Again, Tier 1 vendor, you can get this right out of the gate. You can be building your website within a week with this company.
So we're on the next little step. He just opened my mind up more for things. He's a CEO Creator.
So how long was Junior out?
I want to say it was a couple weeks.
And was there any tension when he came back?
No, not at all. When he came back, he was right. And I also still had a lot to learn, which I did. But by the time the next season rolled around, I was ready. At least I felt like I was. I was getting a little closer.
Well, I know you're about out of time, but I'd love to talk to you later if possible.
Yeah, sure, I'd love to.
Just to finish the story. Let me know when you're free.
Will do. Thanks.
Love the track you did with PhD Muck. Ooh, can't get it out of my head.
Thanks for sitting down with me again.
I'm just glad I made the cut for the second meeting. Looks like there might be a place for your leadership issue after all, huh?
Maybe. Okay, so last time we got together, you were telling me about your rookie season.
It was my freshman season.
Right, sorry.
It's okay.
But you mentioned that by your sophomore season, you began to grow into more of a team leader.
I think I gotta play another game.
air outside is starting to cool, and that means it's college hoop season. Hello and welcome everyone to the start of what should be a great year. I'm Forrest Hunt, along with my colleagues Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg. Our game tonight.
guess that shit is on my phone. Boy, school going to the mom. Boy, your mama got the money, bro. What's the 8? Boy, Fire, how you got all these other uncles, boy. trying to tell me. Oh, damn, like, nigga, I'm finna find the easiest way. You know, we're not doing all that. Oh my gosh, she texted me 3 hours ago. I'm so late. Yeah, she texted me like, God, Lee, I'm in there. You look at my shit, I'm like, man, I just been busy, man. You been a learning border for me, man. So much detailed information.
And you can be online and you can get the stuff that you need. They're good websites. I mean, when you're looking at something that's net 30 terms, it may not be the best, but it's a great place to get started if you don't have one. The other thing that's nice is when you start working with companies like this, the CEO Creative actually has a sister company called Creative Analytics, and I'll throw that out here for you if you guys want to check it out. So Creative Analytics is actually a great company as well. They're a sister company of the CEO Creative, or vice versa. I'm not sure which one came first. But they're a tier 1 vendor as well, and they'll do social media marketing for you on net 30 terms as a tier 1 vendor. So basically what you're able to do with these two companies, sister companies, is you're going to be able to get your office, get your computer set up, start working, get a website, and start doing social media marketing, get your name out there, start driving traffic, start getting engagements, start getting customers within 30 days. And you can do this all with the business credit without a personal guarantee, which means you're going to be able to convert clients with your website and start selling online as fast as you can. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. The only thing that we're interested in here today is let's make some money with business credit. So again, now you know that you've got the CEO Creative and Creative Analytics who can come in and help you get your website and get your marketing set up, which is a great way to go. All right. How many of you guys out there are running? How many of you guys out there are running a retail store? You're selling products online. If that's you, just put I or me or yo or something in the chat for me. Let me know who you are, because I'd love to see how many of you guys are engaged in different business industries. So next we're going to talk about getting inventory for your retail store. This is a great way to quickly make money. Inventory, that's your stock. That's your supply. That is your product that you're going to make, that you get to make some money on. This is where you're going to be able to go through and get inventory. Now, we just put out a blog about this. You should check it out on creditsuite.com. I think it's creditsuite.com/blog. We just put out an article on just different retail vendors that are available. And there's some really cool stuff that goes along with these retail these retail companies. At the end of the day, your inventory is where you're going to be making money. But the problem is, to really stock a store takes a lot of money. Even if you've got a smaller store, just getting enough stuff into your store that when somebody comes in that they're buying something, it's going to take money. The nice thing is with these companies that we're talking about, they're not always just offering net 30s. A lot of these retail companies, they specialize in working with retail companies or retail stores, even digital online stores and brick and mortar, which is awesome, meaning that, and they're giving you net 90 terms. Here we go. They have net 60 and net 90 terms. So you're basically able to come in, order your products, get them on your shelf, and have 60 to 90 days to pay them off and to get them sold and make enough money to pay off your invoices. That is by far the easiest way. If you're running a retail store, if you're running a convenience store, anything like that, you can stock up. And the beauty of it with business credit, you're getting these big lines of credit. So instead of making all these small orders and have limited stock and limited supply, you can actually buy more in bulk, especially if you've been doing this for a little bit. You're going to kind of know what sells best in your store, where you can go in and buy it in bulk on credit and buy it for cheaper, meaning that your margins on your top selling products are actually lower than if you were to buy them a little bit at a time. So leveraging your business credit, and I will tell you a secret about this, and this is a little known secret that people don't talk about business credit, but business credit actually started with retail stores. If you're running a retail shop, business credit will be hands down your best friend. Ty's talked about it for years that the big companies, the Walmarts, the Targets, these big retail chain stores, they're there because of business credit. Walmart doesn't own any of the products that it has on the shelf. Walmart has net 30 accounts set up with all of these vendors, and doing this exact same strategy that we're talking about here. They sell them, they pay them back based on what is sold. It's how retail makes their money. You're buying cheap, you're selling, you're making the markup for getting it out to the consumer. And you can do this with business credit. There are millions, I would even go to say billions of dollars being exchanged in retail just using business credit. So this is actually a great tool. Now, the other side is with your retail store, if you're just getting started or if you've been there and you know that there's always going to be different things that you need. And it's not just the supplies. You're going to have, this isn't my specialty, so I'm kind of just winging some of this, but you're going to need displays. If you have clothes, you're going to need clothes racks. You're going to have shelves. You're going to have all the stuff to display the inventory that you're selling. So some of the other things that you can do with your business credit, you can get hardware, you can get supplies to do build outs for your store at Home Depot. So if you need racks, you can go there, you can get what you need. You need lighting, Home Depot's a great place. Again, Uline makes the list because Uline is a lot more powerful than what we realize sometimes. You can get actual displays and racks through Uline specifically. They've got a ton of different options of variety there that you can literally have your store set up with them using business credit within days. And again, you can stock up on inventory with Fair and Abound. Those are two separate companies, just so you're aware. So one of them is Fair and the other one is Abound. These are two companies that actually specialize in retail inventory. So if you need inventory, and once you get in and you start looking around, you're going to find that there are that some of these companies have very unique products. So if you're running something that's a little more boutique, or you want to offer stuff that maybe isn't the run-of-the-mill average stuff that you may find at Walmart or Dollar General, but you really want to have something more boutique that's set up specifically for you. These companies are great for that. And again, they don't require a personal guarantee, meaning that you can get in there and work with them without having to actually put your personal credit on the line. Looks like we've got a question from YouTube. Jay Washington, question: I have good credit. Will getting my credit check for business mess up my personal score? Jay, that is a great question.
Here's the Bruins with the ball. Pass to MP.
Looking at your personal credit score for you to be able to get approved with this. But if you are applying for financing, if you are applying for a loan and you're using your personal credit, or there is a personal guarantee, it depends on how the lender is reviewing your credit. A lot of the lenders, when you're looking at some of the alternative funding, like I know the credit line hybrid, a lot of the programs that are out there, they'll actually do a soft pull on your credit, meaning that it doesn't have the normal ramifications that an inquiry has. But if there are some of them, if you're like looking at SBA loans or you're looking at traditional financing and you're going to a bank, they may actually do a hard inquiry, meaning that it is going to hit your report. How much that impacts you depends on the strength of your credit, the depth of your credit, how many other inquiries you have. There's a lot of different factors, but typically it's not like massive amount. If somebody checks your credit report, I've seen it go down as much as 1 to 2 points, and the most extreme I've ever seen was about 15 to 20 points. But it was an extreme situation where there wasn't a lot of stuff going on. Jay replied back, yes, but my business is new. I was thinking about Amex, Chase, etc. Yes, if you're looking at those business credit cards like Amex, Chase, and you are a newer business, yeah, they're going to look at your credit, and they probably will require a personal guarantee or do a hard pull to be able to look at that. One of the other options that you can look at is if you're looking that direction, Jay. We do have the credit line hybrid, which gives you access to about 5 different credit lines all at the same time. They're business credit lines, so they don't show up on your personal credit profile. So the only thing you have to worry about is the inquiries. But those personal credit or those business credit cards, you should. I don't think there's much of a situation where I would ever advise somebody to get a business credit card that reports on your personal credit. I think that's a little too close for my comfort. I do know people who have done it, and they use it kind of as an emergency backup. Like I believe the Chase Sapphire card is one of them that actually reports on your personal credit report, even though it's a business credit card. But if your business is new and you're looking at something like an American Express, a Chase, something like that, a little more traditional, yeah, they are gonna do a hard pull on your credit, and it's gonna have an impact. All right, great questions, Jay. I appreciate that. So let's get back. We're talking about stocking up the retail stores. So again, getting the stuff that you need. This personal credit. You have 60 to 90 days to pay this stuff off, which is awesome. It gives you a lot of time. Get out there, make sales. And now, if you're following along, this is only number 3 that we're on right now. So if we just take these first 3 things that we're talking about, within 30 days, you can have your computer set. You can have your computer, so you can be doing all your online sales. You can be getting things set up. Now you can have your website. You can have social media marketing. You can start working on click ads, things like that. So now you've got the means to get the orders, to get the stuff to start fulfilling things. Now you have a website that you can start marketing, getting sales online, and now you know how to stock your store. Now you have essentially started a retail business. You've launched a new company without having to have a personal guarantee involved. And you notice we haven't talked about any traditional credit cards. We haven't talked about like American Express or Chase outside of answering Jay's question. But that's the power of this, is when you understand and you really start digging into the vendors and don't look at them don't look at building business credit as the journey or as the destination. It's just the journey. It's just the process of getting there. And I mean, honestly, once you get into this, it's going to take about 4 to 6 months to maximize your business credit and be able to open up and get basically whatever you want. But as you can see, just with these first 3 that we've mapped out, you can have everything you need to get a store up and going without you having to come out of your pocket to be able to get most of the stuff that you need for it. All right, now we're gonna kind of shift to some of our other audience members. Let's talk about fleet cards. The reason I wanted to talk about fleet cards is because over this last year, there's been a massive amount of changes that have gone on with fuel cards and fleet cards. Some of the businesses that I think could benefit the most from fleet cards. I mean, obviously, if you're doing ride shares, if you're doing any sort of delivery, like an Amazon delivery subsidiary, or you're doing anything along those lines. The other ones that are important, if you're a contractor, if you're running a construction company, you're doing roofing, you're doing anything like that that requires that you go to the actual job site. The fleet cards are going to be absolutely priceless for you. And let's not forget the most apparent one that's going to use fleet cards is going to be our truck drivers. You guys, this is basically your lifeblood of your business, is having fuel to be able to keep on the roads. If you don't have fuel, it doesn't matter what kind of truck you have, it doesn't matter what kind of load you have, you can't get there. So fleet cards are great, are just basically essential for getting out and going. You can't afford for your vehicle to be down. The reason that I like fleet cards so much is because it's not just about getting fuel. It's about getting fuel. It's about getting maintenance. It's about getting oil change, keeping the vehicle on the road. It gets you to the job so that you can make money. That is by far the most important thing that you can do. So if you're in a business that you can that you need to get places, you need to get to the job, you need to get to a location. Fleet card is definitely something you want to look at. And in Tier 1, there are still options that you can get without a personal guarantee, like Pilot Flying J. It's a giant truck stop. They're all over the nation. A lot of locations that you can have, a lot of locations you can use. But I wanted to include this one because it's one of the few that's left that doesn't have a personal guarantee. After I think about 6 months ago, WEX actually changed their guidelines that started requiring a personal guarantee. But I'll tell you a little secret. We've actually seen that if the NAICS code is right, you're in a truck, they can prove that you own a trucking company or something that's really beneficial to them. It's much, there's some leeway there. But if you're not and you just need a fuel card, you need a fleet card to be able to keep things going, check out Pilot Flying J. Again, it's Tier 1 account. It's not going to take you long to get there. It's a great way to get in, get the money that you need. Keep your car on the road, make sure that nothing's breaking down and it's removed. All right, and let's talk about the big granddaddy. This isn't going to be a Tier 1 thing. This is going to take you about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 months to be able to get to with enough credit. But I think one of the best ways that you can do, one of the best things that you can do for your business is if it's company purchase vehicles. I mean, there's nothing like that, because if you're running construction companies, if you're starting to look at, if you're looking at deliveries, anything like that, a company vehicle is by far one of the best things that you can do. And the beauty of it is that there are a lot of options. You can get there's pickup trucks. Ford has you can get all the way up to dump trucks through Ford with just business credit without a personal guarantee. It takes about 6 to 9 months to be able, or I'm sorry, 5 to 6 months to be able to build your credit to get there. But there's all sorts of options. There's Sprinter vans available. I think we just released a YouTube video about this last week, actually, breaking down all the stuff that's available. But you've got Ford, Toyota, I believe, is another one, and Ally, which Ally is nice because it's Ford. Ally is owned by Ford. But it's more for the used vehicle side. So if you're looking for something used, you can break outside of just Ford or Toyota or any of them that offer it and use it. And there's no personal guarantee on it, which is amazing. So if you're running a construction company, you have crews that are running, there's nothing better than giving them a company truck, company fuel cards, getting them out, getting them on the road, keeping them there, getting them to the job, and then it can be professionally branded, so it's building your brand. And the beauty of it is they're vehicles, which means that, yes, they may be depreciating, but there's still assets that are available. There's still ways that you can use them. It's improving the overall value of the company, and by far one of the easiest ways to be able to make money with business credit, having a company vehicle. If you're looking at ride shares, if you're looking at anything like that, if you're going to be the delivery person going back and forth, you could do that with business credit. You can have an entire fleet with business credit and not have to have it, not be using your personal credit with it. It's a great tool, great resource to be able to get out there. So that's really that's it. So that's really our top 5 reasons. So our top 5 ways to make money. So again, get your office supplies, get your equipment, get the things that you need, get your website, get your marketing set up, get the inventory for your retail store, keep your car on the road with your fuel cards. And it looks like we have a conversation going on. Fleet cards are not necessary if there's no fuel to fill the CMV. True, I don't know what that is, but get your fleet card and then get your business, then get your company vehicles. Get out there, get on the road, be showing what it is that you're looking. Get out there and be making money. So your first step to making money with business credit, you need a formula. You need to know how to build it. We've got you covered on that. A couple things that I'm going to advise or that I'm going to recommend. First. If you want to learn more about business credit, we're just covering the surface, just scratching things, just talking about how you can make money with it. But if you really want to get into the process, join our live webinar coming up on is it next Tuesday? No, 2 Tuesdays from now on the 15th. We're going to be talking about, Ty's going to be breaking out all the ways to build business credit, how it works. If you want to get a jump start on that, you can actually download our free guide on how to build business credit for your EIN that's not tied to your personal Social Security number at creditsuite.com/EIN. It's a free guide. It's been downloaded over 1 million times. We've had a ton of people use this. Great way to be able to find out how to be able to get in and start building your business credit, what steps to do. Or if you want to talk with people and you want to talk with our team, you want to find out what other vendors may be available to be able to help you to build your business credit and to be able to get the resources you need, schedule a free assessment. We'd be more than happy to talk with you. Not only will we guide you on what you need with your business credit, but we're also going to look at your funding options, see what you can qualify for now, what path that you're on, what kind of funding that you may be able to get in the future, and get everything that you need, find out, get you on path, build your fundability, build your business credit, get the financing you need, and take the stress out of running a business. Get some money in your pocket to be able to really make some dynamic growth. Get your free assessment at creditsuite.com/consult. And as always, if you enjoyed this live stream, if you're enjoying this live stream and you share it, we'll give you some free tools. Check that out at creditsuite.com/toolbox. And we got a lot of slashes in here, don't we? And again, make sure to check out the live webinar. If you want to find out more about that, that's at creditsuite.com/buildbizcredit. So appreciate you guys hanging out with me. If you guys have any questions, like I said, reach out to us. You can schedule a consultation. Email us at info@creditsuite.com. Check out our beautiful website at creditsuite.com, or we always have people available to answer your calls right when you're ready. You can reach us at 877-600-2487. Again, 877-600-2487. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me and engaging with me today. It's been a blast sharing these tips with you. If you have any other questions or anything else that you'd like for us to cover, just throw it in the chat. Just let us know. I'm always looking for new ideas, new concepts, be able to help you guys out. So if you have questions, throw them in there. If you have ideas or things that you'd love to see from us, throw them in the chat. We're always monitoring that. We'd be happy to just help provide you the resources and the education you need. So until next time, have yourself a great day. Have a wonderful weekend, and we will see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our webinar today. I'm really glad you could join the show. Today, we're going to be diving in. We're going to be dissecting exactly how you obtain $50,000 in business credit in 6 months without a personal credit check or without a personal guarantee. We'll probably be running about an hour. I have another show here at 3 o'clock or about an hour from now, so hopefully I know we'll be done before then. And I'm going to be going through and mapping out to you today exactly how you can obtain business credit for your business without a personal guarantee, without a personal credit check, and you could do so, I say, in 6 months, but realistically, what I'm about to show you can actually be done in less time than that. So before we get in too deep, let me first introduce myself. My name is Ty Crandall. I'm actually the CEO of Credit Suite. I have CEO there on my screen, but I don't have my company's name for some reason. But I have the logo there, so I guess you could tell. So what we do here at Credit Suite is we help people build business credit. We help people get financing for their business. As a matter of fact, I think if you'll do any research, you'll see that we really oversee the biggest business credit coaching in the country. So we've helped, I don't know, thousands and thousands of people build business credit, get financing. So everything I'm about to teach you today isn't theory. It's not based on what might work. This is exactly how you do this process successfully. Every company that has an EIN can build a credit profile and score for that EIN the exact same as you can build your own personal credit that's linked to your social security number. And during this hour, we're going to go through and dissect exactly how this process works. So first of all, what is business credit? How does it work? Well, when we talk about business credit, what we're talking about here is credit that is obtained in a business name. And this credit, it basically links to the business EIN number. So it's a credit profile, and it's a credit score that's established and built for the business, not the business owner. Now, it's pretty interesting because we do a lot of advertising on Facebook, and I'll see people come in with all kinds of crazy comments that for some reason just doesn't believe or don't believe this is possible. But not only is business credit possible, it's essential. As you're going to see here, I'll even show you an official denial today from a bank that deals with merchant cash advances due to business credit. And if you do any research, you'll see SBA has a lot out about business credit, its importance. They even look at your business credit profile before they'll even think about lending you a BIS or an SBA loan, especially a 7A loan. So just as you have a social security number, your business has an EIN number, and business credit is the building of credit profile and score for that actual business. So once this credit profile is built, then what happens is the business can start getting credit. The business can start getting financing. The exact same as your consumer credit profile and score. You started with nothing, then you went and got maybe a secured credit card or somebody co-signed for you on a loan. Then as you build your credit up, you're eventually able to get a mortgage, you get a car loan, and get very high limit credit cards. Well, the exact same thing is possible in a business. A business can get auto leases. A business can get commercial real estate. A business can get credit cards with high limits linked to the EIN, not the actual business owner's social security number. So again, this business credit is in the business name, and it's based on the business's ability to pay, not the business owner's. This is why in the actual title I'm telling you, look, you can get this without a personal credit check, because when you build business credit the right way, then what's happening is you're getting credit based on the business's ability to pay. So credit issuers and lenders pull your business credit profile. They see that your business has credit established. They see that your business pays the credit as agreed. And the result is your business is then able to get more credit and financing based on its own ability to pay, not yours. So because of this, you can get this based on your EIN without you needing to supply your social security number. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you today exactly how you could do this process, not even putting the social security number on the application. And as you already know, if they don't have your social, they can't pull your credit. So when you build business credit, that's really one of the keys. Is you don't want to supply your social on the app. You want them to force them to actually pull your EIN credit. So since the business qualifies for credit, in most cases, there is no personal credit check, as I just mentioned, from you, the actual business owner. And I say most because that's your choice. You can decide whether or not you put your social on the application or whether or not you don't. And if you apply for any kind of credit and you put your social on the app along with your EIN number, you're supplying a personal guarantee, or what we call a PG. If you don't put your social security number on the application, they can't pull your personal credit. You're not supplying a PG. They're not even able to pull your personal credit report and score. So the business can use this credit to qualify for revolving store credit like Staples, Lowe's, Sam's Club, Costco, BP, Walmart, Best Buy. Look, I can list almost every major retailer, whether you're talking about Chevron, Sunoco, whether you're talking about Target. Every one of these sources offers business credit the same as they do consumer credit cards. So almost every major retailer offers business credit, most of them without a personal guarantee. Then you've also got what we refer to as cash credit. Now, cash credit really has to do with MasterCard, has to do with Visa, has to do with American Express. These are cards you can use anywhere. So you can get a Sam's Club Visa card that is cash credit, and you could use it at Costco if you want to. So cash credit you could really use anywhere, and then store credit is, of course, available in the stores that you actually are obtaining the individual card through. So the business can also qualify for credit lines, loans, auto vehicle leasing, commercial real estate, and much more using business credit. As a matter of fact, when it comes to real estate investors, they love business credit because it can be used for so many different purposes. So just as I said, just like you can use your social to build up to get high limit credit cards, loans for an automobile, loans for a home, you can do the same thing in the business world, except you're not buying a personal home, obviously. You're buying commercial real estate. You're not buying
a vehicle in your personal name, you're getting a vehicle linked to your EIN. So your business credit can be used for all of these type of things. As a matter of fact, I actually just purchased a car last week for my wife. And this was one of the questions they asked me is, do you want this in your name or do you want this in your business name? So again, you know, business credit can be used for many of the same purposes you use consumer credit for. Just the difference is that you're using it for the benefit. So there's a lot of benefits to business credit. And one is that it has no effect whatsoever on your personal credit. So first of all, it's not based on your personal credit quality. So whether you have a 750 credit score or a 450 credit score, you can still build business credit and get the exact same amount of money. So even if you have horrible credit, you're still able to use business credit, build it the right way, and get approved as just as much money as somebody that has great credit. Why is this possible? Because again, you're not even supplying your social. They don't even know what your personal credit quality is. It's not even factored in to the actual decision. Plus, there's no inquiries when you apply. You've heard before that if you put a bunch of inquiries on your credit report, your credit scores are going to be lower. That's absolutely true. 10% of your FICO score is made up of inquiries. If you go out and get a bunch of new credit in a short period of time, you put inquiries on your credit report, that lowers your scores. Okay, another part of your FICO score is called utilization. This is 30% of your total credit score. This is why you really should care about business credit. If for no other reason, this one reason alone. So here's how utilization works. Think of it like this. On your FICO score, 35% of your score is how you pay. It's based on payment history. 30% of your score, almost the equal amount, is utilization, the percentage of the high credit limit that you're using. So what a lot of people try to do is they try to use personal credit cards to fund their business, and then they run into massive problems. Because the minute you owe more than 30% of your limit, so if you have a $1,000 limit credit card, the minute you owe more than $300 or 30% of that limit, you tank your scores. You lower them severely. I've seen people put $100, a few $100, it was about $200 to $300 on a credit card, okay, and lower their scores over 100 points because they didn't have a lot of credit limits. They overutilized them, and it actually kept them from getting a home loan until they paid it down. So this is what happens in the real world. If you utilize more than 30% of your limits, you tank your scores. Well, your personal limits are much lower than business limits because they weren't designed to fund a business. So if you start to use your personal credit to fund your business, you tank your scores. Then when you try to go get money, you can't do so. So with business credit, this is another benefit, is that there is no credit reported on your consumer credit report for your business. Therefore, you can max it out if you wanted to, and your personal credit wouldn't drop even 1 point because none of it reports to the personal credit reporting agencies. Another benefit of business credit is there's no personal guarantee. There's no liability. Look, as entrepreneurs, we like to think we're never going to fail, but statistically, 90% of entrepreneurs do. And what happens is when debt collectors, when you fail in a business and you use credit like your personal credit that you personally guarantee, or you use other money, get money in your business that you personally guarantee, here's what happens. The debt collector goes after all the business assets and all of your assets. And more than likely, if the business is going out of business, it has no personal assets, but guess what? You still do. So they come after your stocks, they come after your 401k, they come after any and all assets you have, your car, your home, everything, to get back the money they're owed. Okay, this is very realistic. As a matter of fact, I think last year in a live presentation I did where I talked about this, a lady came up to me in tears and talked about how she was in the collection industry and it made her feel so bad that she had to go through this process and take people's homes, empty their bank accounts. But that is what the collection process is. And it's something you want to avoid if you have a choice. And with business credit, you have a choice because you don't have that guarantee. Another reason to care about this is that anyone can see your business credit reports. I mean, anyone. In the consumer world, the Fair Credit Reporting Act, there's something called permissible purpose. Somebody has to have your permission to pull your personal credit report. No such thing in the business world. Anybody on this call, I can pull your credit report. It takes me about 2 minutes to do it. It's more cheap than you'll ever even know it is because we have special arrangements with the reporting agencies, as a lot of people do. Your competitors, your prospects, your clients, anybody that wants to pull your credit report can do so, and they judge you based on what's on your report. So if you don't have established credit and you're trying to be a legitimate business, pass yourself off to customers and clients as a legitimate business, you're going to lose people without even knowing about it because they're doing simple, basic, cheap research on your company and realizing that you're not even established And again, it's just like you being a consumer, not having established credit, trying to go out and do big things. It's kind of hard to do. In the business world, the same thing. You're only going to get so far without having it established because so many people can see your report. Plus, business credit can be built fast because the way the credit scoring works is in the consumer world, as I mentioned, the FICO score has 5 different components. It deals with payment history. It deals with new inquiries. It deals with length of credit history, how long you've had credit. It deals with the credit mix, the amount of mortgages and car loans you have on your credit report. So the problem is because of factors like credit mix that want you to have mortgages, that want you to have car loans, because of factors like length of credit history, which is one of the biggest factors of your FICO score, those are things you really can't control. And they're designed where it takes you years and years of well-disciplined borrowing to ever really get really good scores and be able to get lots and lots of money quickly. But in the business world, it's much different. The main score in our world is called the PAYDEX score. And with the PAYDEX score, it's actually based on only one factor, how you pay your bills. Super cool. Because all you have to do to get really high credit limits quickly is pay your bills on time. And I'm going to show you how to do this. You get some vendor accounts, you pay them as agreed, then they report in about 30 to 60 days. Once they report, you instantly have an excellent score as long as you paid the bill as agreed. Then you use that excellent score to apply for more and more credit. They see you have an excellent score, they see you have trade lines, they approve you for more and more credit. So you can build business credit super, super fast. How fast? I'm going to show you how to get off of this show and actually come in and get vendor credit immediately when you're done. It takes about a month to 2 months for that to report. Once that actually reports, then you'll be able to move in and get store credit immediately thereafter. Once that reports, then about a month or 2 months, you can start getting cash credit. So you can go with a 450 credit score. You can come in and get about $10,000, $15,000 in vendor credit or more right away. You can get about $10,000, $20,000 or more in store credit within 60 days. You can get about $20,000 more in cash credit within 4 months total. And again, what I'm also going to do is after this event, later on today, I'm going to go ahead, I do not know exactly what happened there at all. My PowerPoint just for some reason shut down. So what I'm going to do after this, probably later tonight, tomorrow, I'll send you a link to a webinar we did not very long ago where we actually had some of our clients on and they talked about the real success they had and they mapped out this is how much money we got, this is how fast we got it. So you don't take my word for it. So you can hear from real people that have been through a business credit building process to see what they accomplished and the time frame they accomplished it so you can see how fast it truly is. So it also, another benefit is you can have both consumer and business credit at the same place. So if you walk into Walmart today and you get a credit card, you can't walk in tomorrow and go, I want another credit card and then give you another one. It doesn't work that way. Almost all major retail stores, if you have a credit card with them, they're not going to give you more and more and more credit cards with them. But because I can walk into Walmart and get a consumer credit card today, I can walk in tomorrow and get a business credit card. I can walk into Walmart or I can walk into Target. I can walk into any retail store, Sam's Club, Costco, and do the same thing. Get a consumer credit card. Try to get another one. They'll tell me no. But I can get a consumer credit card and a business credit card. So it really gives you almost double the borrowing ability because you get multiple cards at the same place. And per SBA, credit limits on business credit accounts are about 10 to 100 times higher of that than consumer credit. This makes a lot of sense. You're probably never going to need $10,000 at Dell, okay? But realistically, because you're not going to buy $10,000 worth of home computers, but your business could easily use $10,000 worth of home computers. I actually just had a client the other day that emailed me, and he got $6,000 at Apple. He's about 2 or 3 months into the business credit building process. $6,000 at Apple. There's nowhere else you're going to get a $6,000 Apple credit card, especially if you have consumer credit issues. But in the business world, that's very, very, very feasible. Limits are very high on business credit accounts because businesses have a much greater appetite and need for credit limits than a consumer does. So, for example, here is that gentleman actually. I just got this email. You can see it's pretty recent. It was about 2 weeks ago. Here's his actual email for me. I think hopefully I took his email out of this. I think I did. So here's an actual approval from him at Apple. Hey, Ty, can you believe this? I'm crushing it. 10,000. I was wrong. He got 10,000 at Apple. 10,000 at Apple, all into the business name, no PG. On Friday, we're going to crush it. And he's actually in this program, unsecured business financing, which I'll tell you a couple things about this email. At top, you can see here that he got $6,000 from Amazon on Friday. Now Tuesday, he got $10,000. This is somebody that's a few months into the process. He's about 60 days into the process. He's following the steps. Now he's got $6,000 on Friday. Now he's got $10,000 at Apple. At the bottom of the email, you can actually see from Apple themselves, congratulations, you have $10,000 through Apple. Have you ever had a $10,000 Apple credit card? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. This is starter credit in our world. This isn't even high level, been doing it for a year credit. This is something that you're going to see in the early stages of building business credit. And he's also talking about a UBF program, which he actually did get that too. That's a funding program where he actually ended up getting about $75,000 in funding on top of getting business credit. But on his business credit alone, he got $6,000 on Amazon on Friday, and on Tuesday, this was $10,000 from Apple. And you can see, again, this is pretty recent, just to kind of give you an idea of what's possible with the high limit accounts. There's no collateral requirements. You know, any kind of SBA loan, you're going to need collateral. Most high-level loans you do, not with business credit. You don't need cash flow. The most common type of financing out right now is called cash advances or revenue financing. You've got to have cash flow. You've got to prove it with your bank statements. Not in our world. You don't need that to actually get approved for business credit, nor do you need good credit. We talked about how your credit's not even used, how your social's not even told. Now, let me tell you what's interesting about this. This is only possible right here. I have people call me all the time, and they email me, and they say, I want money. I need 20 grand, I need 10 grand, I need $50,000. And let me tell you what it takes to get approved for financing. One of these three things. There's no funding source that exists in the business world that will give you a loan unless you have one of these three things. If you have one, we have all kinds of specialty lenders that will help you through the alternative lending side to get financing. But if you have no collateral, no cash flow, and your credit is bad, you will not get a loan anywhere. But in the business credit world, you can get this. You can get the $6 grand at Amazon, the 10 grand at Apple, the $10,000, $20,000 Visa, MasterCard, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 of those type of accounts. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of credit in the business world without needing these things, whereas anywhere else, it's not possible. This is why I love business credit. It's a catch-all. It's the only financial solution you're going to find when you don't have one of these. And even if you do have one or all of these, then it's also going to help you get much better terms on financing and get more financing as a result of having business credit. You don't need financials. You don't need bank statements for approval at all. These things aren't looked at. And it's much easier to get funding when you have it. Look, if you have business credit, you have a much better chance of getting loans. And here's what happens. There's no Fair Credit Reporting Act in the consumer world. So what happens is lenders pull your credit every time you apply for financing. For the business, whenever you apply for a business credit card, they pull your business credit. But they don't tell you that. See, in the consumer world, they pull your personal credit. They have to tell you. They have to say, hey, man, here's the deal. I turned you down because I pulled TransUnion, and I saw this on your TransUnion report, and I denied you. If you've ever been denied credit, then you've got that kind of letter. The Fair Credit Reporting Act requires the credit issuer send that letter. There's no requirements in the business world. So all these lenders pull your business credit, they turn you down because of it, and you never even actually know it's happening. And if you do get approved, if you have good business credit, it determines the terms that you get. So if you want low interest rates, long terms, you have to have established business credit. If you're trying to get long-term, low interest rate loans for your business, and you don't even have a credit profile and score established, then it's impossible to do so. It's the same as you trying to go in and get a ridiculously low rate, long-term mortgage when you have horrible personal credit or no personal credit. You can't do it. But in the business credit world, when you have established personal or business credit, then it gets you access to financing more than you'll ever get and better terms. So here, this is directly per SBA, and I'll show you the page on their website I actually got this from so you can see it. So if you're not sure about the credibility of business credit, this is exactly what SBA is talking about. Why small businesses should manage their business credit. Small business owners or entrepreneurs are successful because their ideas, their passion, their drive. They generally aren't accountants. And as a result, they're often unaware of just how important actively managing business credit is to their success. Small business owners agree that cash flow management is one of our top concerns. Actively managing their business credit can help small businesses ensure positive cash flow by securing more financing at better terms. Good credit can ensure that small businesses get financing when they need it. According to the SBA, insufficient or delayed financing is the second most common reason for business failure. And since most loan decisions below $100,000 are automated, the business credit file will often dictate the amount and terms of a loan. For business with poor credit ratings, Top national banks may increase credit cards interest rates on average from 9 to 18% and loan interest rates on average from 8 to 12%. Guys, this is SBA. This is not even me. I'll show you. Boom. Here's the exact link, the exact page you can get access to what I just read to you. SBA.gov/content/managing-your-business-credit. I read that because some people are listening on the podcast and not able to see it. This is exactly from SBA. So not only is SBA telling you you got to have it, but here's exactly what will happen on the rates and terms if you actually don't have it. Let me show you something else. Here's a real denial. Got this today in my email. Now what I did was I took out the first part of the company name and I just put an X just so for privacy. On Deck. On Deck is the leading alternative lender that deals with revenue financing, cash advances. These are 25 to 45% rate loans, the highest risk loans you can get in the business lending space. Dear Dex, he's one of our finance officers, thank you for submitting your application. We're disappointed to report we're not able to approve your client for financing for the following reasons. Reasons: below required business credit scores. Okay, we're required to notify them of the decision, Here's a real denial that just came across my email today from a merchant cash advance lender, one of the highest risk types of business financing you can get, where the company got denied for one reason, and one reason only: below required business credit scores. Look, ladies and gentlemen, it's used everywhere. Even on high-risk merchant advances, even when you go into your bank, whenever you apply for financing, they're going to look at your business credit. It's used to make the underwriting approval decision. So a business starts building a brand new credit profile the same as a consumer does. You start with no credit profile. You then get approved for new credit that reports to the business reporting agencies. Then you use the credit, you pay the bills. Okay, a positive credit profile is then established because you paid your bills. Okay, and then as you continue to use credit and pay your bills timely, you qualify for more and more and more credit. So the very first step of this, when you start building business credit, you won't have any yet established. That means you're starting from nothing whatsoever. So because of this, you're also not going to be supplying your social. Excuse me while I take a quick drink of water. So let's think about this. You're applying for money, for credit. You have no credit profile you're supplying to them. You're not supplying your social. So this means that the only thing credit issuers can use to determine your approval is your application. So when you have no credit and you're not supplying your social, you're forcing them to make their decision based on what's on your application or nothing else. So because of this, everything on your application has to reflect that you have a legitimately set up credible business. So first, you've got to set up an actual entity for your business. Now, many entities, and what I mean by an entity is I mean a partnership, I mean an LLC, I mean a corporation. So many entities by default make you personally liable because they're set up as you, and the business being one and the same. So a sole proprietorship and partnership are examples of this. You want to avoid sole proprietorships. You want to avoid partnerships because you are the business in those scenarios, and you'll always be liable for what happens. Excuse my image being all messed up here. Okay, this is why you want to choose an LLC or corporation. When you choose an LLC or corporation, you're not liable for what happens in your business. You're separate from your business, so these are the best entities to actually choose. Okay, now with an LLC or corporation, you and the business are separate from each other, so your liability can be separated. You can choose either an S or a C corporation. It makes no difference for business credit building purposes which you choose. Just so you know, the main difference between the S and the C is that your profits when lost from an S corporation roll right onto your personal taxes. And if you have a C corporation, then the corporation's completely different. None of it rolls over to your personal taxes. And I'm not a tax accountant, so I won't tell you here, but what I will tell you is that if you're usually a smaller business, and that usually works fine, as you get bigger, you kind of need a C. One of the problems with the C is that you're paying taxes twice. The corporation has to pay taxes, then you pay individual taxes. With an S, the business rolls right over to you, so you're really only paying taxes once. So the only time you have a lot of people, my friends, do a C corporation is because you get so big that it's just kind of needed at that point. So you must set up an EIN number. It's free to get. You can go right here. Okay, you can just Google EIN number and go to any link that starts with irs.gov. Do not go to any other link that is not irs.gov, because if you do, then what will happen is you'll sometimes pay for it and you don't need to. So here's me Googling get an EIN number, you can see here, these top two will charge you for something you can get for free. And they try to make it look like it's government, right? EINnumber.co, federal EIN number, fed.ein.com. They're especially trying to make themselves look official, so you'll pay them money for something that's for free. But if you go down to organic and look at number one, obtaining an EIN number, irs.gov, apply for EIN number, irs.gov, go to that irs.gov to make sure that you get that for free. Okay, so in setting up a credible business, you should also set up your business bank account, even though it's not directly needed to get business credit. And here's an actual link. You can go to Credit Suite, our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Credit Suite. You can search for how to set up a business bank account, and you'll find a webinar I did on this. 10 business bank account hacks to properly set up and manage your business bank account. I don't have all, I did a whole hour on this, so I can't jump into a lot of that. But if you want to know some cool insider tricks to getting your bank account set up, just go to YouTube and search for how to set up a business bank account, or go to our channel, and you'll find this exact actual video and get some more details on that. So you've got to set up your business address. It can't be it has to be a physical address. It cannot be a PO box, cannot be UPS address. You can use a virtual address. There's a company called Regis. Regis has a really good virtual address solution, but you can't use a home address at all, PO box, UPS. Those are things you just can't do. You also can't use the address of another business, because business credit is linked to your EIN number, also your address. So if you're entering another business's address, you could very well have their business credit roll onto your profile and yours roll onto theirs. Not obviously what you want to have happen. So you need a physical address of some sort. If you try to go apply for business credit with a home address on the application, you're not supplying your social, you have no business credit established, they're going to look at you as non-credible and very well get you denied. And you want to set up a business phone number as well. Can't use home phone, can't use cell phone. You can use a virtual phone number, okay? Google has these RingCentral type of solution, pretty cheap, 10, 15, less than 20 bucks a month, and you can get a fax number set up too. RingCentral, they'll make your phone number your fax number. It's like less than 15 bucks a month last time I checked, so it's really cheap to do that. And you get a toll-free number set up as well. On the application, they very well might want a local number, want a toll-free, want a fax. Every line on the application you want filled out, you don't want to leave blank. So you can get all three of these from most virtual address solutions. You don't necessarily need a local number unless like you're a pizza delivery company that's only doing local business. But you should have a toll-free number, you should have a fax number, and you've got to get your phone number listed with 411. It's an absolute must. And unfortunately, I hate to tell you, there is a cost to this. You can't just go to 411 and get it listed. If you go to a company like List Yourself, which is a company we use and we pay for all of our clients to use, they charge the equivalent of like $300 a year just for your phone number to be listed with 411. But I'm saving you a lot of time by telling you where to go instead of you trying to figure that out on your own. You've got to have a professional website set up. You've got to set up a professional email address as well. Okay, you can't use partydude2016 at Yahoo. You've got to have, like, my email address is ty@creditsuite.com. That's the professional email address that's linked to our domain. These are really cheap to do, by the way. You can go to GoDaddy. You can get a website for 12 bucks. You'll get the email address with it. Then you can go to a place like monstertemplate.com, get a website template put together. You can go to a company like Fiverr.com, Fiverr, and have somebody put up your website for you. So not expensive to do, but you've got to do it. You also got to make sure you have the proper licensing for your industry, your county, your state. And you also want to make sure that you set up your business listing. So there are places that you want to make sure that your actual business is listed. Okay, and when you do this, you need to make sure that all the information on your listings is congruent. You've got to make sure that, like, Yelp has the same information about your business as the BBB. And here's the reason for that, because lenders are going to look, credit insurers are going to do research, and they want to make sure that, like, everything is congruent. When they start to see an address here that's different than this, and a name here that has ink, and a name here that doesn't, then they think things get kind of sketchy and they'll deny you. So you've got to make sure that information is congruent, and that means your business essentials should be the same no matter where someone looks. Your business name, your business address, your business phone number. It needs to be the same no matter where somebody looks for your business. Okay, and here's some other items that you just need to make sure are congruent. Your business name, your business address, the business phone and fax number, your website and email address, your licenses, your EIN, your DUNS number, your corporate documents. All the stuff that you have out there in cyberspace, you need to make sure is exactly the same. Because when lenders and credit issuers look and it's not the same, they deny you. I mean, it is so crazy. but this is one of the #1 reasons that people get denied for SBA loans. They spend a month getting their documents together. They go in their bank with this big packet. The very first thing the lender does is look online for that company. And sometimes they can't find them because the company has a DBA or they put incorporated on their application and their name all over the web doesn't have incorporated. And because of it, lenders deny you before they even get into the meat of all the documentation you sent. So you've got to make sure that this stuff's congruent. It's one of the biggest reasons for actual denials. So make sure you exist online and that your name is listed in as many places as you can get online. 411, the BBB, Super Pages, Yellow Book, YP.com, Yellowbot, Google, Yahoo, Bing. Google, Yahoo, and Bing all have really cool services that are free for small businesses to get your business listed. So you should at least go to those 3, 411, if nothing else. Yelp, Mana, Merchant Circle, or some others that you might care about. Express, Update, Dexnose. DMV Verified has one service that you can get and pay for, or it's free if you're a veteran. And they'll actually list your information everywhere, like in a bunch of different sources. So it's your choice. I hired a virtual assistant and went through and had them go to all these different places to make sure our business was set up and listed the right way. I could have also got DMV Verified. I probably still will because I'm a veteran and it's free for me. And I can go in there and have DMV do it as a service, but there's a cost if you're not a veteran, just so you know, for that service. YouTube.com Credit Suite. You can go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com Credit Suite, and you can type "Get Your Business Listed," and you'll see this video. Get your business listed correctly to meet credit issuer and lender credibility approval standards. Again, I just don't have the time to go through everything you should know about getting your business listed. But here's a resource. It's an hour-long webinar where we talk about how to get everything listed, where to go, everything you need to know so you can get more details on that. So you've got your credibility set up, your address, your website, your name. It's all set up. You're listed online. They can find you. All of this makes sense. So the next step is that you want to get and review your business credit reports. So Dun & Bradstreet, Equifax, and Experian Business, sometimes they're referred to as Equifax or Experian Commercial. Here's some actual credit from some of the biggest privately and publicly owned companies that are out there, just so you know everybody has it. You can see how they have trade lines. Apple, 138 trade lines. Facebook has 40. Dell, 83. 513 is Walmart. Walmart's big on business credit. As a matter of fact, most of what Walmart buys and puts on their stores, they buy with business credit first. Then you as a consumer buy the product, they take your money and use it to pay their business credit. So Walmart's a gleaming example of why you use business credit. They've got to be the #1 retailer in the world because they use their business credit. Publix, 171 trade lines, 131 from Microsoft. Pilot, 153. Here's Mars & Company. Mars Incorporated is one of the largest companies, privately owned companies in the United States. They have 22 trade lines. Now, here's what's interesting. Here's 2 of our clients that just started. Here's one with 8. Here's the one I told you that I would actually send you the webinar playback for. They've been doing this for about a year now. They have 14 trade lines. Think about this. A company, they just started. They have 14 trade lines on their Experian. Mars Incorporated, one of the largest privately owned companies in the country, has 22. So they have nearly as many, like whatever that is, like 60, 70% as much as one of the biggest privately owned companies in the country. So it really just goes to show you that you absolutely can do this the same as the big boys do. You just got to know the steps we're talking about here. Here's actually a testimonial from when they talk about exactly what happened. They went to get a bank loan. They basically didn't. They came in. We got started with Credit Suite, set up our business credibility, built our business credit, and after following the steps, we've now secured over 96 grand in business credit cards and just applied for the Platinum American Express and got approved. They now have 4 to 5 different companies call us every day trying to get us money, and that's a really good problem to have. We're excited. If you don't have business credit yet, you should. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I'll send you a whole hour where they map out not just the success they have, but they tell you the time frame. They tell you, I got approved for this credit card. This is the ones I applied for first. Here's how much of the limits they gave me. I applied for these next. I applied for these next. So you can actually hear the real success of how you can accomplish and what you can accomplish in what time period. So now we've made sure you're set up credibly. We've got your actual business credit reports and fixed any inaccuracies. The next step is that now that you're credible and you've got your reports corrected, you can start building business credit. No, you cannot just walk into stores or your bank to start getting credit. Some people say, they go, Ty, I went into my bank. I went into Staples and tried to get a credit card, and I gave them my EIN only, and they told me no. Well, of course they told me no. If you told you no. If you went in to try to get a Staples credit card or a bank credit card with no personal credit, they would tell you no as well. But if you walked into your bank or Staples with 10 trade lines and paid as agreed accounts, well, then they would approve you. The key is that you got to have credit before you walk into stores and cash credit sources. Stores and lenders just are not going to issue credit to people or businesses that have no credit established. You've got to have some established first. So the very first thing you're going to do before you apply for store credit is to establish an initial business credit profile and score. And you're going to do that through what we call our vendor accounts. Now, these are creditors who will give you initial credit even when you have absolutely none right now. Their terms are usually like net 15 to net 60. So here's what happens. You go into a company like Quill. They'll let you buy office supplies on net 30 terms, which means you have 30 days to pay back what you borrow. If you borrow $500 and you go in and you say, I want $500 worth of office supplies, you use your credit, then you're going to owe that $500 back within 30 days. That's what net 30 means. So you got to pay off that whole amount within that time period. That's what those net accounts are. Now, some vendors that will help you get started initially are Quill, Uline. There's a company called Monopolize Your Marketplace. They used to have a pretty cheap CD program. Now they don't. Some of their stuff is more expensive than it ever has been, but it's because they know they've got gold because they report to the business credit reporting agencies. Gimplers is another one. So these companies sell stuff that you need. They sell office supplies. They sell shipping supplies. Okay, now here's what you need to know. Over 95% of trade vendors do not report to the business credit reporting agencies. So what happens here is that most people you have credit with now for your business, they don't report it. That's the problem. That's also why you have to get your business credit reports first, because you need to see, are they reporting it or are they not reporting it? You need to see that. The only way you're going to do so is to get your business credit reports. And what you're going to find is that most people you think you might have credit with don't report to the reporting agencies. This is actually another email I got about Monopolize Your Marketplace. I got this just last week from Mike. Mike, thank you very much for sending this info in. First, the Monopolize Your Marketplace company said they don't sell the CD bundle anymore. Second, I got approved for a $1,000 credit line with Chevron with a secured deposit of $300, and that's in my business name and no personal guarantee. So I'm very blessed to have really cool people like Mike send me updates and email their progress and tell me what's going on. I appreciate if you do the same. And here's some good information. This is why I like it when people communicate with me this way. This way I can pass it on to you. So Monopolize Your Marketplace, you can't buy the cheaper CD products they used to have, but that's a pretty good idea of going to Chevron and getting a $1,000 credit line with a $300 deposit with no PG. Chevron's actually the fifth account. Again, my apologies, this picture's in the way. I've got approved. Following the steps you've listed, I have Uline, Global Industry, and now Chevron. And it's Seton. He put Seton on here as well. And this is just the icing on the cake. So here's another person that's followed the exact same steps. They've now come in as a result. They've got 5 accounts right away just from starting. And I just gave you even more than I just listed with Seton and Chevron, some more places you can actually go. Okay, so you've got to have 5 of these accounts reporting to start getting store credit, and it's going to take 30 to 90 days for these accounts to report, 60 days on average. Now, again, that webinar I'm going to send you is a follow-up to this, and you can also find it on our YouTube channel. I think if you go to Business Credit Success Story, you'll find the samples webinar. They tell you exactly how long it took them to get each kind of card. But in our experience, it takes about 2 months to get credit. And again, you'll find I have a tendency to kind of under-promise and over-deliver. So what will happen is if you expect 60 days, you're going to start to actually see accounts reported as soon as 30 days. But just expect 30 to 90 days and know on average they happen in 60 days. It could even start to happen as fast as 30 days from when you get the credit, use the credit, pay the bill, for them to actually report. Do not apply for store credit without having 5 accounts. You have to. Somebody just emailed me today and said, look, I have 2 accounts on my report now. What do I need to do to take the next step? Well, you got to have 5 to move on to store credit. So on to the next step. After you have 5 accounts, then you can start to get store credit cards. Almost all stores we talk about offer no personal guarantee business credit cards. Here's some from our finance suite. If I have time before I'm done here, I'll actually show you our finance suite. I'll even show you more than just this. But here's some stores from our actual business credit building system that you can get. Amazon, Tiger Direct, Staples, Sherwin-Williams, AutoZone, Lowe's, Industrial Supply, Macy's, ABC. Here's more. Chevron, BP, Sears, Lowe's, Dell, Amazon, Walmart, Home Depot, Tractor Supply. So these are just some of the many, many stores. As I said, most major retail stores offer business credit. If I have time, I'll show you even some more of those. And this is kind of the stuff you need to know. This is what's cool about working with us, is that we have all this information. So, for example, for Racetrack, to qualify, you've got to have an EIN, you've got to have a DUNS number, you need a Paydex score of 78. All that means is that you pay your bills as agreed. If you pay your bills on time, you get an 80 Paydex. That's all that means. They prefer 3 years in business, but again, if you come down to our description, if you're not 3 years old, there are exceptions. If you have a strong credit profile, you can get approved without the PG. So again, that's the way a lot of it is. Some companies like Home Depot or Racetrack they want you to be in business in 3 years. But if you have trade lines and more vendor accounts and revolving accounts there, they don't have this requirement. And a lot of stores like Amazon don't even care if you're in business for 3 years. So now that you've got that done, now that you've got the store accounts, then next you can move on to the next step. Now keep in mind, store credit has massive value. People ask me all the time, how long does it take to build my business credit? How long does it take you to build your consumer credit? If you think about it, it's a never-ending process. It's ongoing. But again, the time frame is you can get vendor accounts immediately. They report within 60 days. Then you get store credit. Massive value. Would it help you to have $10,000 at Apple and $6,000 at Amazon and $5,000 gas card? So there's a lot of value from store credit. Don't rush so fast to get the cash credit that you don't respect the value of getting the actual store credit. So getting a $10,000 Apple, a $6,000 Amazon, a $12,000 Walmart card, okay, these have a lot of value and can really help you grow your business. And when you listen to that, the samples example, they came in and went from nothing and built a $1 million plus accounting franchise using vendor and store credit to buy their supplies, their furniture, all that type of stuff, then use the cash credit to really grow. Okay, so you've got to allow 60 days for those store credit accounts to actually report. It takes 10 total accounts to move to the next step of actual cash credit. So with 10 accounts, you move on to Visa, MasterCard type cash credit. American Express is harder to get. They usually do want you to be in business 3 years or have tons of trade lines. So you're going to focus on Visa and MasterCard first before Amex. Discover does offer business credit, but no longer without a personal guarantee. This could change. If you're watching this as a replay, this just was last year that they just did this. So this is why we're here, because all this stuff rapidly changes in the environment. Right now, Discover stopped offering no personal guarantee credit last year, but they very well might come back into the space. Sam's Club and Home Depot, I just gave you 2 very good sources for commercial credit. They both offer credit cards that you can use anywhere. You could get a Sam's Club card and use it at Costco. You could get a Home Depot commercial card. You could use it at Lowe's. So there's a couple sources of no personal guarantee cash credit. But even your bank, there's a lot of sources out there that will offer you no personal guarantee cash credit once you're to this point of having 10 accounts reporting, and that gives you 10 trade lines. Okay, if you're willing to supply a personal guarantee, well, then there's other options too. So if you come in and say, hey, look, man, this is all great, but I have good credit, I have a good credit partner, and I don't mind getting a personal guarantee to get things going faster. Well, then that's when that UBF program comes in. You heard that testimonial earlier on where he said, I'm on the UBF to get $50,000. We actually got $75,000 in unsecured because he had a credit partner that had good credit. So again, everything I've told you thus far has nothing to do with your personal credit. But if you come to me and say, hey, look, I want to expedite my business credit building, and I have a partner or I have good credit, well, then you can get a program that's out there called Unsecured Business Program Financing. And this is pretty cool because then they're going to look at your personal credit for approval, but they report it to the actual business credit reporting agencies. You can easily get $25,000 to $150,000 in 3 weeks or less. They report it to the business credit building agencies, so it helps you build business credit in the process. And they give you like 0% APR for 6 to 18 months. Only reports to the business reporting agencies, so you can get money quickly while building your business credit. Now, again, I know everything I've told you so far has nothing to do with your personal credit. I wanted to at least include this funding program in there, just so you know that if you do happen to have good credit or have a good credit partner, you can expedite your business credit building and get like $25,000 to $150,000 right away and build your business credit faster in the process. It's a pretty cool program. We're pretty fond of it. There's less than 10 lenders out there that offer it. And again, it expedites that business credit building. So if you follow these steps, you can have an excellent business credit profile within 60 days. Okay, then you'll start to get high-limit store accounts, and we saw real examples of that, 6,000 to 10,000 at places like Amazon and Apple, which are pretty cool places to get money. You can get cash credit within 120 days. That's 4 months. Why does it take 4 months? That's how long it takes it to report. Remember, you got the vendor credit first. It took 60 days. Then you got the store credit. It took 60 days for that to get reported. That's the only reason it takes 120 days is because you've got to get the credit, use the credit, pay the bill, and then it takes about 2 months to report. And all of this I've showed you is without the personal guarantee or without a personal credit check, except for that UBF program, that last program I showed you. Everything I've told you is exactly it. So now you kind of have a map here. You know exactly what it takes to go from no credit to actually getting cash credit without being collateral, without cash flow. Even as a startup, you can follow these exact steps and get business credit without a personal guarantee, without a personal credit check. Now, just so you know, okay, you're not alone. I mean, that's what we help you do too. So I've mapped out our YouTube channel has a ton of information that will teach you how to do this. But you don't have to feel like you can actually or need to do this alone, because that's actually what we do. We can help you build your business credit if by any chance you're interested. Okay, we actually have the best technology, and I told you if I had a chance I would show you. I still have a little bit of time, so I'll probably dive into that. And we have a good step-by-step process to do this. And the cool thing about seeing what I'm going to show you here is that you'll see a lot more store credit and credit sources too. So even if you don't go with us, that's fine. You're still going to actually see the process, how we do it for our clients, and you'll also get to see a lot of credit that's available. And with us, you're working with business advisors. You're not alone. When you have questions, when you have problems, when you're communicating with me, you're communicating with our team. We're helping you along the way so you never get stuck. You get a year with our business advisors. And as I'm going to show you, we've got a ton of vendor, store, and cash credit sources that you'll actually get. This is the problem with business credit. This is it. People just don't know how to get it. They don't know where to go to get it. They might know Staples offers business credit, but they don't know when to apply for Staples or what Staples requirements are. They know vendor credit's what they need, but they don't know where to go to get approved when they have none, or who will apply them, or what the requirements are. Well, we do all that for you. We decode all that for you. And we give you the free DUNS number, so you never pay DMV credibility. We give you Experience Smart Business, so you don't even need to pay for credit monitoring, because it's part of our system. And that $300 a year that you're going to pay for 411, that's free with us as well. So just working with us, you're saving over $2,000 that if you try to do this on your own, you're going to have to pay. You've got to have credit monitoring. You've got to get with 411. You don't have to pay for the DUNS. You can find a way around that. But getting the 411 and Experian is still going to be over $1,000. So all in all, you're getting about $2,100 worth of servicing. And the best part is we work with business credit and financing as well. So we actually offer all legitimate types of financing. So if you have cash flow, if you do have collateral, if you do have good credit or a good credit partner, we offer all kinds of financing, whether you have good or bad credit. We've got options, even private money, SBA loans, up to like $20 million or down as low as $10,000. We work with people that usually can't get approved at banks. And you have your own finance officer, which I can't believe didn't exist before we got here. I mean, you have an accountant, you have an attorney, but if you need money, do you have somebody right now you can call that works with every type of legitimate funding, that negotiates the terms, that knows how to get you approved, that's kind of like your middle person that helps get it all done without you paying them a dime to do it? That's what our finance officers actually do. So that way you actually get access to business credit financing, and you actually get access to our financing officers, which is pretty cool. And before I do that, I'll just actually, I'm almost done, so I'll actually come in here and show you a little bit of exactly what I'm talking about. So this is our actual system for building business credit. And it basically comes with two main components. Our actual finance qualifier, which is where you'll get financing. You go through, you fill out what's a simple blueprint, and then we tell you immediately all the financing that you qualify for. It integrates with underwriting guidelines from tremendous amounts of sources and programs, so you can get all the available business financing in one place, which is pretty cool. But this is actually how you build business credit. This is our business credit builder. And I want to show you this just so you know that we follow our own advice. So you'll see everything here is streamlined, it's simple, it's all short videos. And remember we talked about step one, the foundation? Here's how we walk you through it. Step one, the entity, the address, the phone, the website, everything you need to do, you can actually do right from here, including getting your EIN number. If you don't have a business address, we have discounts on all these type of companies we work with. You get your number listed with 411 at absolutely no cost right here. And all you have to actually do is just come here and say, yes, I want my number listed. Do you want it listed? Yes, submit it. And just by doing that, we'll do it right away for you. And just so you know, we pay for this. We pay a lot of money to list yourself to do it. You can pay $300 a year as well, but it's part of it with us, so you don't actually even have to do that. So everything about setting up your business credibly, we do right here. What you might not know is that you have a business you have a bank credit score as well. It's called your bank rating. We walk you through that too. And again, it's all done through really short, simple videos, usually 3 to 6 minutes that kind of map out everything for you and teach you everything you need to know along the way. So it's really streamlined. You're working with our business advisors through the process. You can come in and get discounts on your actual business credit reports with all 3 reporting agencies, and you can also fix inaccuracies right through our system. So it actually includes business credit repair. By one click, you can access business credit repair with the 3 reporting agencies and actually fix your business credit, which is pretty cool. And again, we teach you how your business credit reports work with all 3 reporting agencies. We help you get access and pay a discount on monitoring if you do want to pay. You don't actually need to pay just because we have this Experian integration. So remember all those things I showed you with Walmart and Pilot, Flying J, and I showed you some with actually our clients and how many trade lines they have on their Experian reports. Well, we do all that right through this step. So it integrates with Experian, takes a minute to pop up, but you can actually type in your name and it will tell you exactly how many reports you have and give you details on your credit report. So the nice thing about this is you don't need to pay for credit monitoring. Credit monitoring is about $600 a year. You don't have to pay for it because right through our suite, we integrate with Experian without you paying anything at all. So you can see how many trade lines you have. Do you have a credit profile? Do you have a plus or a credit profile established? So this is all the information you need to build business credit without actually having to pay for it, which is pretty cool. That's all part of our finance suite as well. And then in step 1, we dive into more of those vendor accounts. These are the accounts you can actually get right here to actually start building your business credit. We talked about a lot of these accounts right here. And we walk you through. We tell you the order of accounts to apply for